Oh yeah, there it is. Kaboom. What? Where's the music? Ah, there it is. Excellent. Excellent. Very good, very good. So, today I wanted to work on getting one of my profiles up towards the Vangi V6. Why? Why would I not play my superpowered Zeus run? Well, there are some bugs with the spinal mounts. He's working on it right now. He said it might be out later today, probably tomorrow. So until that update is out, the Zeus's spinal mounts aren't going to do much good, which means I can either go fight tiny pirate fleets to keep moving that profile forward or without spinal mounts, or I can do something that is fully functional in the current iteration and work towards getting the Vangi V6. So I chose to do that, and I'll stand by my decision. Yes indeed, yes indeed. Alright. Just gotta do a bit of the background noise. Boop. And yes, I may do some permadeath hardcore runs later. Did I say hardcore permadeath? I did. I hope I put that in the description. El descripción. Oh yes, let me just get some of this background stuff taken care of. That's the corner. That's the wall. That's a bee. Alright, he's going to launch a small patch tonight. That is the plan. That is as of about an hour ago. Okay, good, good, good. So I just need to do a Control V. Alright, so we got the text copied. We got the link. We got that copied. Enter. Paste, enter. Paste, enter. Etc., etc. Lather, rinse, and repeat. Boom. Okay. Give it just a minute. Hey, we already got some folks coming in. How's it going? How are we doing today? Oh, God. Obviously, I did not warm up my voice again. You know, I used to work from home. Talk, 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 talk. If you can imagine me doing more talking than I do on my stream. That used to be my job, too. And I do a good bit of talking at work, but my voice is just not as warmed up as it used to be. I'm afraid it's just not quite the same. But that's alright. We're going to have fun anyway. So later I want to do some hardcore permadeath, but for now I kind of wanted to put some time in. I'm not going to do an exorbitant amount of mining. This one always kind of felt pointless to take early game to me. I don't know why, but it does. That one does not, but you will attract more powerful enemies. That one can be fun. We can start out with a V4 and we can get rid of that pretty easily. Just go straight to a V4. And all we have to do is not get 3% bonus to mining material drops, but guess what? You mine a lot faster with this thing, if you chose to. It's worth it. It's worth it. Don't take True Miner to start with when you can take a damage perk or something that is a roundabout damage perk. How we doing today, everybody? What's it look like out there? Marty Omega, Sophia Fox, Thread Carefully, Rubber Hubby. Some of those names sound like I've seen them on a list of not humans before, but that's alright. long as they're not spamming the chat with dumb stuff. Actually, do that. Just don't spam it with unrelated stuff. You don't have to be smart. Just stay on topic. Ask questions. I love when people ask questions. Kaboom. So we are waiting for an update to drop that will fix our Zeus's hardpoints. Until then, I want to hold off on playing that profile just a little bit. There we go. Whoa. Can't use them yet, but glad they're here. The damn right. Now these don't heat up very much, even at max. In theory, I could double them up. But I do want to put on some shielding. Oh, it comes with impulse drive? Well, it's too bad I'm broke. Oh, wait. Now we're talking. Except now we're out of power. Lovely. So let's see. We are indoctrinated. We are evil alien. I think we're going to work on engineering first. Now the real question is, I only have one enemy. Do I want to go fight pirates? I do. I do indeed. Hey, there's 60 bucks. And we're off to the races. Kaboom, bitch. How do you like them apples, huh? Eat the apple, bastard. Let's see. Grab that real quick. So for the most part, I'm not going to be sitting around mining this time. I'm mostly going to be building up the stuff that I'll need for that, but we're going to get to the mining part another time. I may do that on my own time. Save us all the snoozing. At least until I can get to the really, really big mining. You have 2 gunner seats, right? No. Yeah, 2. Okay. There we go. Perfect. You know what? Let's not skip out on these. They're not great, but they help. Junk. Gonna grab my junk today. They don't want it either. Alright, I'm gonna go the long way. I'm gonna go back around this way to the station. So then I'll actually have a full cargo bay. 85 cargo on this bastard. It's not a lot for a frigate, but it's a lot for starting out with. You know what? That's a marauder. An upgraded light laser beam. Alright. Neat. I like it. Almost as much as I like big butts. No, take the nickel. Well, I don't necessarily want to come back here for it. Now, I took that perk, so I don't need to worry about taking space or fleet commander now. I can worry about fleet commander later. Oh my! What is delightful chirping? Hello, pirate. Kaboom. You now have 2% weapon damage while not owning a fleet. Congratulations, space pilot. You suck slightly less. Your odds of survival have improved by 2%. Mercenary. You damaged my craft. Bro, you scratched the paint job, bro. It's okay because I've got that for 4.4%. And I've got that for 3%. And I've got that civilian for getting in my way. Ta-da! And we've completely scanned the entire sector. +1 Explorer. Hello, Vangy. It's weird seeing you in green. Wouldn't if I could. There we go. Kaboom. Little extra damage. There we go. Nice and powerful. 23, 25, 28. fine. Oh, now you know. Now, how about now? Now, can I do it now? Will it work now? How about now? Not saying I want that, but yeah, a gyro or two would really be a smart buy right now. What up? How's it going? No more pirates? Come on, I want a pirate. Where's the pirates? Where's the gate? Real humdinger. They're not going to tell me where the other gate is? Good lord. Large nuclear reactor. That sounds cool. Hint, it is. That's what I should have picked up. It's okay, I've already got Battle Rush, so I don't know what I'm doing this for. I don't need to fight a Ravager before level 10, but I kind of just wanted to sometimes to like prove the doings of it. I should have equipped a green computer. Tells you where the warp gates are at farther distance. Look, it only goes 2 points faster. with the thrusters going. So if I let off 34.8, still 32.6. No big deal. I'm not going slower just because you can't hear the engine. Which gives me time to stop and take a smoke. Okay. Still no gate, huh? Okay. Okay. Job's done. Yes, below. Yes, I still like Warcraft 2. It's still funny. The AI was garbage. But the preset scenarios were fun, and playing against friends was fun. At least in StarCraft, the AI wasn't total trash. They got a trigger system going. Pretty good. Still not great. Watch, it's right here. Yep. Shut up, civilian. You're drunk. Go home. That's good loot. This guy's gonna let me get my shields back up. Courtesy, I won't wait for them to fully refocus. Ooh. Not a Ravager system. I would have to have made it all the way there. Sorry, forced to habit. Just used to shooting at the Vangie on site. What can I say? Let's see, that's 40 heat. Two of these is 20. I could put a third set on. Wow. Ugh, somebody buy this junk. It's all garbo. Come on, where is the gate? Aliens don't need medicine. Not basic medicine. They need their advanced alien medicine. So let's see what level this attack fleet is, and if maybe there's something we can do about it. One. Two. Three. Yeah, let's go see what we can do. I just gotta get 10%. Assuming they're level 10. Defender. Plasma cannon. Children of Terra, battle fleet defeated. Children of Terra, now hated. Oh yeah. We're on our way to getting some attack fleets after us, all fucking ready. So I am going to try to unlock as many possible perks as I can. Although... Fantastic. Oh yeah, lazy mode. Actually, that will not fit on the specific build. Let's go ahead and do that. I mean, it'll fit, but it's like... I already kind of got a thing going here. Actually, let's go back now that I got Defender. I mostly just pushed that far to look for a Ravager. Good day to you, Samos. How are you? What is new? How are you today? Actually, I kind of like it the other way around. I just don't want to switch all those buttons. $23.10, huh? So what if we don't balance it, right? make him follow a little bit faster. So it's not just a stick. You know, the problem with that, though, is that my other weapon is a beam. So if these are steady, they'll actually be a little more intuitive to use. It might work out better. It is a good day. So the problem I was having with the Zeus Spinals yesterday, with them not hitting anything that actually needed to be hit by them, he's releasing a patch tonight, that should remedy that. Now, I don't know why I bought a warp drive, because they're about to give me one. Sail up, whatever. So in the meantime, I decided I would work on my indoctrinated run towards getting a Vangi V6. Since that's mostly going to require a lot of early game combat, I figured people might get a little benefit out of that, have a little bit of fun. Oh boy. If I get a fleet ship, it's going to be another Vangi ship, because I want it to have that badass repair. Oh yeah. We're going to have expanded equipment space long before we hit our max. Actually, no, we're almost there. Never mind. It'll be right on time. Guys, I went to a Vangi station already. They didn't know my name. It's like applying for a job online, and then when you go in, it's like, oh, actually, you were supposed to go to the south office. This is the north office. And you're just like, what? I just clock in and do stuff. I don't really want to drive all over town. Doesn't work that way. It's not how any of this works at all. Man, the Discord's been lit today. Hell yeah. Ever since launch, there's been a lot of activity on Discord and Steam and other places. It's been really awesome. It shall be done, master. Yay, somebody bought the nickel. It's a girl, nickel. Look, you can get a $4,000 shuttle, or you can get an $8,000 shuttle. Those aren't bad. Yeah, it's just so much faster. That energy damage and hit point regeneration is great. Keep going this way. Let's see, 1711. Let's see if we can get Legionnaire. Oh yeah. Smooth that shit out a little bit. Compared to this game, I got a monster graphics card. This game is not demanding. I don't know how to tell you that, guys, but I am not getting... There's 360 turrets. Where's my point defense? To get genocidal. Sometimes it's just not the move to genocide, you know? Okay, so I left because I accidentally aggroed a knight, and the knights pissed me off with their getting involved and things like that. Are they mad at me? Oh, they're mad at me. Gotta be careful now. Get these goddamn civilians out of here, would you? Holy shit. What's wrong with these assholes? Please explain to the civilian how stupid he's being. I'd appreciate it. Battle fleet destroyed. Easy 300 credits. They're like, yes, welcome. Hi. Hello. Yeah. Might as well keep it then. For now. Hey look, there's that dumbass civilian. Feel smart yet, Comey? Feel smart? Alright, let's go find that Ravager. Attention deficit gambling, I like that. That's a good one. ADG, you'll get it, you'll get it. unimpressive. Oh god. I was like, hey, Children of Terra, cool. Oh wait. They might not want to see me. They don't expect me to have that cannon. Fools rushing, but pirates never fall in love. So how are they to know? Level 17, oh my. Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're level 12. We'll probably survive it for a little while. Could get dicey though. Just like that. Nice, point defense, fellas. Ooh, look at you go. Much easier time for me like that. You have an overlay with contrast over the screen or something. The info screen on the left is grayish and not white text. Yep. Very handy. Yeah, one thing I do with a game like this, when I first got into this game, I thought, oh cool, look at the action, it's so arcadey. And then I saw in the thing it was like open world, sandbox, procedural generation, like, oh. I thought, it's space okay, so on the store page it says space action RPG sandbox loot mining. Now that's user defined tags. I don't know if that's changed much over time, but when I see tags like that on a game, I'm just like, especially when it goes against what I initially assumed, because not what I assumed the game was going to be when I looked at it. I thought, oh, I need to look a little closer at this one. And once I did, I was like, damn, that sounds fun as hell. but not at all what I was expecting. And so once that happened, I was just like, oh, I need to look at everything now. So, like, I went through here. I was like, okay, settings. What are all the settings? What does this mean, right? What does it do? If I didn't know exactly what something meant, I'm like, okay, at least I'm aware of it, and I'll go play it, and we'll see what it looks like. But oh, that looks so much better. Alarm sounds, and then this. One thing to always look at in a game. It can be a little bit spoilery, but in a game like this, especially RPG games with a lot of stuff. Oh. I don't mind having it bright if it makes it easier for other people to see it. My monitor is a 32-inch 1440, but it was literally touted as the cheapest 32-inch 1440 display on the market. It was the Westinghouse. You can't even buy them anymore, and the price went up shortly after a lot of the reviews went out, but I managed to snag one for like $220. Now, then they immediately, like a week after I bought it, they went up to $300, and then they sold out because they didn't make it very many of them because they didn't expect to sell a lot. They just accidentally made a really good product, and everybody was like, buy that one, buy that one. Oops. So it was kind of a funny thing when I got my hands on this thing. They only have one? I didn't want those. Ah, that's what I get for not paying attention. I can't even use the plasma cannon yet. Damn. Yeah, I got a ways to... I need to get my tech level up a little bit so I can use some of this stuff. I probably won't use small plasma cannons. I probably won't ever use these again. Or those. Don't need that. Those will raise my tech level, so will that. I'm at 7. Does that give me any? Okay. Oh, I can use those now. But I also don't have any more cannon ammo. I just used that because it came with ammo, so I was like, I'll slap it on. I do want to remember this place. Although, honestly, nah, that was really all I'm going to get here. So let's just buy a couple of heat sinks and leave. So that's at 39. My beams are at 32, so when we upgrade to medium laser beams, or actually, tech level 10, 50. Yikes. Well, I don't have 50. But we'll get there. Yes, this ship is really nice. I love it a lot. It's the Vangi V4. And it gets gunship, which means if you don't use it with beams, you get a projectile speed. Basically just means accuracy. In my opinion, that's just all it translates to. But it's really useful trait. It's just with beams, you're not going to notice the difference because it's basically instant. Hell yeah. So I was flying a Zeus, the Children of Terra Dreadnought, the new ship, but there's a bug on it, and he's going to launch the patch for that bug tonight probably. So I decided, well, I don't have the new Vang E Dreadnought, so I'll just go work on my profile for that to unlock that one, which requires a different save. So until that patch drops, because it's going to be hard to use that ship without its primary super weapons. And I thought, okay, well, I got to a point where I kind of needed them, so it just made more sense to set it aside for a bit. I think it was the right call. Plus, this thing is fun. Even as incredibly underpowered as it is right now, it's still a lot of fun to use. A lot of people say, oh, what's the right way to set up this ship? However the hell you want. The only wrong way to do it is to not put enough of something on it to make it kind of functional. There's very few ships that you shouldn't use a certain type of weapon on, and honestly, like, nothing really comes to mind. Like, there's maybe a better weapon in a lot of cases than one or the other, but for the most part, like, one of the great things about this game is whatever weapon you want to use, however you want to use it, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Not a lot of wrong ways to do it. We'll do that just for the hell of it. $1,000 credits. I like credits. I like chicken today. Okay. Like, you can do armor builds, you can do builds that focus on high shield capacity, high shield recharge, anything in the middle. Cool, so I just need a couple more tech levels and I can put that thing on. And then these are 32, so now I can't double them. Really excited for the patch update. I really want to use that Zeus with all its power. It's a fun ship. Really. It's one way to get your tech level up. Alright, so we're gonna go back through that gate, but we're gonna finish out this sector real quick. But no, I mean, I almost always play against the Vang Yi because they have great loot, but they do have great ships too. It's just their generators and stuff are nice. And late game, it's easier to get them in orange by killing them. But honestly, doing missions for them, it's really not that much slower. As long as you do the right level missions and complete them quickly. You probably want another enemy, which is typically going to be pirates, because if it's not pirates, it's rockets or a syndicate. It's really hard to only be enemies with those two. So you can be Vang Yi friends with pirates and fight everybody else. But it can get a little weird. But pirates tend to have enough stations to compensate for how rare the Children of Terra are. Although that's a Children of Terra station right down here. I'm just not getting close enough for it to appear on my radar. All right. Got double rep with the syndicate because I rescued someone for that. Cooperated, I guess, to do the right thing. Bastard, where's my repair fucks? Man, what a bunch of assholes. Should get some repairs out of that. Vulcan bullshit, holy fuck. Why is there no response from the miners over here? You just shot a fucking rock, you... I guess that's their response. Get wrecked. Right, let's not try to take this. they hate me. That's the fun part. Okay. Hello. You like to die now? I have an idea. That was working really well before. Not firing the outside weapons unless I needed to. Six missile ammo. He was so close to running out. Where's the rest of them? All right. Cool, man. Hell yeah. I don't know where that last pirate is, but oh well. I'm sure he's off somewhere doing something stupid. Piratey things, you know. Wow. Already onto that, huh? Yeah, see, those are neat for mining, but I don't like how they push rocks around. Like, if it doesn't destroy the rock, then it just kind of kicks it across the screen. Stop running at me so I can hit you more. Why can't you make it easier for me to kill you? It's all Ev, you found a shiny and got distracted. Yeah. Somebody finally killed him. No idea who or where though. lot of cannon ammo. I do kind of want to use cannons at some point. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I do, boy. Maybe I do. I like how much louder the engines get when I'm getting like an extra 2 speed. I see. There we go, there's our full exploration. I don't really want the ore. Not particularly. Not at the moment. It's not really worth running around. You're not going to find enough stray ore to be worth equipping a refinery if you're not actually going to break rocks, but eventually I might get into that a little bit. Just occasionally blowing up a few, just to grab some extra scrap, you know. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see if I go all the way through with getting it today. I want to. I really, really want to. Allied, huh? It is technically connected. Might be easier to just warp there. But I still want to get Legionnaire first. Although I'm not going to be able to with that system. I don't think it's high enough level. So... Wow, an escape pod right there I never got. Weird. Michael Walker. Walker? I hardly know her. Bloop, bloop. Yeah, let's get some energy cells and go get this human termination. We need to get our reputation up with the Vang E, and see, that's the thing, is the Vang E, when you fight against them, they have a lot of stations, and the Children of Terra don't. So you're not really going to the Children of Terra stations to get missions. You're just going around killing Vang E out in the wild. When it's the other way around, you really take a lot of missions from the Vang E to go kill the Children of Terra, because that's the only way you're gonna find them. Oh, I just sold these. Human termination required. Not requested, not preferred, not encouraged. It is required, for you are indoctrinated. You will do as your gods command. Suffer for the Wrath. And it's not like it's a Children of Terra enemy, right? It's just some dude. Cool. Wow. Yay. What the fuck is any of that? Nice. Wasn't trying to, but okay. We'll get some bullets in a minute. I like the idea of having Vulcan when something has a really sturdy shield. This isn't a dependent section. I wonder why they're tolerating pirates. We'll go pick up some Vulcan ammo. I don't use a lot of ammo-based weapons, but I've become tempted to a lot. Doesn't really matter where we put them, does it? As long as they're not set to auto. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Whoop. Yeah. It's one way to do it. Actually, let's not even use that. I like that. Okay. So I can shoot 3, or I can shoot 6. I really was not trying to dock again. Swear to God, was not trying to dock, I promise. There we go. Minus 80k with the Vangie. At level 15, no. They're pretty rare anyway. I don't really care about any of those. They all sounded terrible. I guess the solar reactor probably would have been better, but... that way I can still click on stuff without firing off all the missiles. Now we're talking. I really like that color scheme. Gray and orange. Green. Okay. One Vangie outpost. I'll find it. It's no big deal. This is a medium nebula. If you want the fun with maps, you gotta do a large nebula. Which faction you have 80k with? Vangie? Or you stay in the Vangie sector where it's safe to get rep with somebody else? And what do you lay on your space bar? I always ask people when they do AFK. Nice. Do you rest something on your space bar? I just use my cell phone, so. Although I really don't AFK that much. Boom, baby. And we got an extra 7. Nice. I swear I saw a relic over here. But I'm kind of slow, so I'm not going to chase it. There we go, look at that. Right on the planet. Wow, that is one dead damn planet. I guess the Vangie just don't care. Or so it would seem. $600, wow. I mean, I don't have a ship for it, but we'll go ahead and store those. It's not really gonna... Fair enough. Good enough. Good enough. Where's that one text file I made? Oh, look at that. Just finding everything I need. Do I want to make this jump? This could be really bad. Nope, not bad. Level 19. I thought I had it on my desktop. Oh well. Not important. Got any drillers? You do. Oh, buddy. Not enough to hire anybody. Yet. Close. You don't need 17? Well, you will eventually. Perfect. Somehow I just knew. Follow me, Nigel. We're gonna go find you something to do, bud. Neat. Look what I can do. I have $1.43. That's right, every penny counts. Galactic credits. Nope, not up there. There was a text file on my desktop, and now I can't find it. It wasn't like super important, but let's see what you got. Hot damn. Discord's lighting up again. What is it this time? I need to get Nigel a repair system. That's what he's missing. Spin all you want, you little bastard. It's not gonna save you. Not for long, anyway. Damn. Oh, they do have it. Damn. Almost missed it. Attack level? Why didn't I look at that? So 2 power for that. 9. Wow. In other words, that's not enough. But that kind of is. Yeah, that'll work. You don't sell drones here? My god. Well, you know what? This is what it's for, right? While he's mining, I'll go find something else. 34 and 10 seconds. So I'm going to see how long it takes me to get across this system at a whopping 37 speed. Take this red crystal now so that it's not taking up cargo space later. So I'm gonna go find a station and drop it off. He was starting to mine somewhere else. Nobody. No. Oh yeah, get rid of those heat sinks. Replace them with refineries. Heyo. My first relic. Let's see, what else? whoa, whoa, whoa. Gotta go help my dude out real quick. Might be a little late. That's alright. See, he's not fast, but look at the map. Neither am I. There's still lots to do around here. Oh, and I just got refined metal so I can craft improved upgrade kits when I get one more. So 140 and 50 seconds, so we need to head back at 144. So that I have a full minute to make it across the system. Which includes any delays like finishing up a battle that I might be in the middle of. Whatnot. So when I tell people, passive mining, this is what I'm talking about. If you don't have enough to do in a system, while your dude mines out an asteroid field, maybe you need to go to a bigger system. Have more stuff to do while they mine. So my dude's doing a damn fine job. I swear there was another station somewhere, right? I thought it said there was a third station. Unless it's right here next to the other two. Maybe. Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, there's a civilian station. What, here? Whatever. Get some lights on in here. There we go. Man, what have you been doing, Nigel? You're fine, bud. You've practically paid for yourself already just in loot. He's like, bro, stop. Royal Barat. It's okay to overclock the ship to 200%. Well, there's been talk of making it so that you can't do that forever, but yeah. The only downside is the extra power and weapon heat generated. There were some lasers I was using earlier that would overheat if I sustained fired, but you just adjusted on the fly to let them cool down a little bit. There may be a system in the future where there's a penalty for it, but he wanted to get more feedback on that system. But it's not exactly what he wanted to see, to just have it cranked up all the way all the time. Fusion Frenzy. Oh, look at that. It's so broke, but man. Alright, so I'm going to tuck Nigel away. So when you have a fleet, but they're all docked, you earn experience towards Fleet Commander, but you don't get the bonus unless you actually remove them from Fleet. Because I could just warp them in an emergency and it defeats the purpose of Space Pilot. But you still get Space Pilot. If they're all docked, you get Space Pilot. If any of them are undocked, you get Fleet Commander. But having a fleet and they're all docked, you get Space Pilot experience, but no bonus. Just so people understand the way that works. That's not necessarily a widely known concept. I need more power to weapons, then I can drop shields and then raise them back up the second I'm in trouble. It's QER, and then to lower them, you hold shift and hit QER. And for that reason, I actually set my booster to left alt rather than shift. Honestly, I think being able to change it on the fly will be good enough for most people. It's not hard. And you want to be able to do multiple things at once. Presets would be nice, but you'd be changing it every time you modify your ship even slightly. So it would just kind of, people would forget more often than not, and then they would want some other button that makes it easier, and then some other feature that makes it easier. Honestly, the basic controls may seem clunky at first, but once you get used to them, they're plenty fast enough. But you never know. I mean, I'm not opposed to quality of life stuff that makes the game easier to play, as long as there's sufficient challenge maintained. I don't want it to be easy, you know. Adjusting your power on the fly is a big part of the fun of the tactics of the way I play. Yeah. I hear that a lot, and frankly, I was the same way. A lot of people say that, though. A lot of the streamers say that. They're like, you know, I bought this game and I thought maybe I'll get comfortable with it, get used to it, and I'll throw it a highlight spot at some point down the road just for the hell of it. And then the next day they're like, that was yesterday, and when I started playing it, I couldn't put it down, so I just went live and said, fuck it, I'm gonna be playing this a bunch, so. Well. Where did you get a military grade ship from? Weird bastard. Didn't it occur to you that flying that around might attract attention you don't want and actually make your life harder? You had to know that was gonna happen. I mean, not to brag, but just to demonstrate. Right? I started playing it in early access a long time ago, and basically never stopped. I've taken a break every once in a while, like a couple times a year I'll go a month without playing it, but ever since I started streaming it regularly for the last year or so, I'm getting really close to 2,000 hours. It's just that kind of game. There's just always one more thing to do, a little bit more to do. Oh, here we go. Nigel Ewing, come on down. You're the next contestant on Smash Those Rocks over there. Ooh, I could get a Fido. Or I could save up for something better than a Fido. Let's see, what's the actual equipment space there? 15? That's not really enough. Let's see. Check the clock. Time. All right, you got 4 minutes, Nigel. Make it count. At 1:58:30, I'm coming back. Maybe sooner. Whoops. Or maybe not sooner. Yeah, there's not much else to do around here. He's having a tough time. It's alright, Nigel. That's just a ship to train in. Don't feel bad. You haven't quite earned back what I put into outfitting it yet, but we'll get you a Reaper soon and you'll feel a lot better. I think you will. There we go. Oh, look at that. A drone. You should have more than one drone, buddy. That's probably not okay there. Bring it on. Oh, crap. Cannon ammo. Wonder how much ammo I need to take out that pirate base. Actually, there's probably weaker ones somewhere. Certainly there would be. Heyo. Okay, it's connected. I don't think I have that many missiles. Well, that guy hasn't died so easily, I might. But no, if he's gonna be able to just swat him down like that. A lot more missiles. Fuck you! Today's show is brought to you by the letter fuck you. Wow, 2 upgrade kits, huh? That should put me up a point, yep. Right. Oh, why couldn't that be missile ammo? Come on. Too easy? Too easy. We'll come back with a crap ton more missiles and swat that guy. Soundly. Give him a sound thrashing, indeed. Well, bigger is not always better. A well-outfitted yacht will kick the crap out of a poorly outfitted frigate any day. There's, I always say there's no wrong way to play this game, but there actually really is. You can definitely make decisions that are in your way, helping you. Whoa. Yeah, but that one's probably tougher because it's actually a competent ship. I'd rather fight a Juggernaut than a... I mean, I'd rather fight a Goliath than a Juggernaut any day. Juggernaut can really put some fucking pain down. Cargo space. Mainly mining armed miner. I mean, mining lasers make handy weapons in a pinch if you have enough of them, but I understand that it's not the way most people fight, but if you learn to fight that close range, that brawler style, especially with some good hit and run tactics, you'll be fine. Wow, another one. But I need a station. Like, I need to dock and get more, well, now I need more energy cells. I guess not. But I still need a lot more missiles. sleep. Well, you mean 3 slots here or 3 space? Are you flying a shuttle? Because there's your number of hard points, but there's your actual capacity. Like, I've got multiple missile launchers on each one of these. But if heat's your problem, then yeah, totally understand that. So you mean weapon space or hard points? Because slots is not a term used anywhere. Unless you're translating from a different language, and then it maybe it translates that way. But like, oh, okay, so 3 actual hard points plus a turret. V6 is a Vang E ship. It is their new dreadnought, and it's what I'm working toward. Now, if he launches the patch, I'm going to switch back to my Zeus, but... Is that a Raven? It's a Raven! Damn, he just shot all those, well... Oh shit. I wasn't trying to do that! So the delay was so I could fire a partial burst and conserve ammo. But if I'm going after Ravagers... Ah, shit! And I want it all to fire at one time. Right in the face. Yeah. After 10 hours, you could really get into some eye fatigue. There's some games I can play for, 15, 20 hours, but they're not as... Those games don't have as much non-stop action as this one. In Star Valor, you can... mental stamina can drain. Really fast. Alright, now back to the easy fight. Hey, look at that. Very nice. That's one reason I like to play different music in the background, because it keeps me active. Otherwise, I start zoning out. Hot damn, look at that. Alright. Yeah, I don't remember what my record is on Star Valor. I think it was like 10 or 12 hours. Maybe 14. But I've played other games like 20 hours at a time. Only stopping to use the bathroom and like I'll go grab food, but I'm not like stopping to eat. I'm eating while I'm playing. So it's full-blown marathon. But at the same time, like oh yeah. Nah, they don't have it. There's that though. Why the fuck don't they have any drones here? Oh my god. the one that's detaching? How about you target that one? That's the end of that. Oh wow, already 8,000. Uh-oh. You know, I thought I would be, but a lot of it was in the preparation, honestly. You know, having the right chair that you can sit in for that long, getting a good night's sleep ahead of time. Having the right food, the right vitamins, the right coffee and energy, all that good stuff. Jeez, this guy's rough. At least I'm faster than he is. It doesn't seem like he's got any point defense. Plus, I still ride my bike and stand up at work all day. I don't know about easy. There's a lot of enemies that will just shoot him down. It's not this guy. Plus, I'm kind of slow. Most of the ships I'm fighting are a little faster than me. I got lucky with this one. By the time he catches up to do damage, he starts to leave his little zone, so... That's why I'm Let's just make him a little stronger. Although it did raise his shield back up. That's okay though. Oh, shield's gone. Right at the last second. Okay. So, first off, wow, these have a 4% crit chance? That sucks. So that's pointless. Critical damage bonus is even pointless because it's never going to happen. So critical chance is actually a good buff. The only one that's really going to make any damn difference. And then we go here, here. In fact, let's put some of that generator back on, because we don't really have anything else to do. I guess we might as well use that then. That should be good enough. Nice. Also eat me. I just don't need those. See how much smoother this is with just a little bit of an upgrade. Carlos Spicy Wiener over here. Kinda. The Vangi don't use such cool names as that. Basically, yeah. And welcome, Lycanus, the Conist. No shit. So 3 more bursts ought to do it. Might need a 4th. Depending on his shield recharge. Nope, that was it. Damn. Wow, so 7 flux all of a sudden. I don't have anything charging, but I can go ahead and at least start accumulating. No reason not to. I don't need the power for missiles. Let's go to the gate and save real quick, and then we're gonna need a lot more missiles. Where did you come from, little buddy? What you doing here, bro? Alright. Hopefully that Goliath will be a little bit easier, but he had some decent point defense. It may actually take a lot more missiles to take him down. Even though his ship is significantly garbo. I mean, I guess. These guys might have some missiles. Although just hitting them with regular weapons is nice. into that. 11,000. They're gonna start hunting me now. Oh boy. I did. Just don't have near enough money or gear to do anything with it yet, but we'll get there. Soon enough. I hope. Alright, I managed to pick up a couple of extra drones. I'm gonna need more energy cells. And a lot more missiles. Because this dude's got point defense, so even though he kinda sucks, he kinda doesn't. But I think I already blasted his guardian, so no big deal. Well, I wasn't going to worry about the point defense for now because nobody's using missiles, but then there was that pirate fleet, so it was like, yeah, it's actually useful against them, so it is worthwhile. At least it doesn't have any fire. We're already 10% done. These are regular store-bought missile launchers. I'll make some crafted ones soon enough, but no, this is what it is. Alright, he's about halfway done almost. Tagged him with the PD. I feel like that weapon keeps overheating. He's really not doing a lot with it. Seems like you should be shooting down more missiles with it. Maybe that's just me. Final barrage. No sight now. Hey, look at that. Can't use it yet, but that'll be nice for putting on the Aphaestus. Aphaestus. Oh yeah. Store-bought. So, and they're white, so neither. Just lots of them. Let's see. Let's go here. I don't use missiles very often, so it was just kind of a whim to just pick up a bunch of small missile launchers at a station shop and see what I could do with them. They're fun. I like missiles. It's expensive, but if it prevents a lot of hull damage, then maybe it's not that expensive. But I have a lot of repair. I have drones, I have a crew that repairs me, and Vangie ships repair themselves anyway, so... mostly I just do it for the range because the ship isn't very fast yet. I haven't put a lot of upgrades into it. It's one reason I haven't gone after the Hephaestus. I don't have heavy shield generators, I don't have capital engines. I've only got 2 large nuclear reactors, no fusion. So my ship kind of sucks already. So if I tried to upgrade to something bigger, 26.3, it would just get worse. Especially if you consider that the levels of that system are going to be pretty high. Normally when I find the Hephaestus, the system it appears in is a lot further away. A lot further. So that's convenient. Jesus, why does it have to be so far away? Like, why do you care? Why is that not coming off of this station? Or anywhere else? Why is it this guy's problem? Like, is that how far away somebody ran after robbing them? Is it really that big a deal? Damn. Like way the hell out there. Welcome everybody, welcome, welcome. How we doing today? Looks like we got some new faces out there. I don't like doing that shit. Not my style. Just for the record, I've done plenty of trading in this game. I don't know if you can see that very clearly. Not to mention a little bit of Elite Dangerous. Endless Sky 1400. What other games do I play that involve trading? Not much on Steam, really. 3030 Death War, I've played over 100 hours. It's story driven. So once you've played the story a few times, I think that's about it, actually. Oh yeah, Sid Meier's Pirates, but that I played it a lot more on other platforms. We'll put it that way. I've probably played a couple hundred hours on Xbox alone, not to mention old PCs. Star Conflict was different. That's a different kind of game. Oh, what else? You Doesn't Exist. That's not a trading game, but it's a funny game. Yeah, not really a lot of others. But on Steam alone, I've played thousands of hours of trading games. Suffice to say. Space Traders. Lately, I've just preferred to focus on that. You know why I don't. I didn't want you to think I was an idiot for not doing it. I absolutely appreciate all suggestions. I know a lot of streamers hate backseat drivers. I mean, if it's relevant, your suggestion was relevant and valid, so I don't have a problem with it at all. As long as you don't repeat the same thing over and over again. But that's why I was explaining that I have experience with these kind of games, is so you didn't. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you or being. You're not going to bother me. For me, it's your intent. If your intent is to be helpful, then that's not going to bother me. Oh, he almost got a shot out. I mean, it's a driller with a white mining laser. You really can't go much slower than that unless you're trying to. I didn't want to bring him here just yet because if you got anywhere near combat, I think he might easily explode without even getting shot at. So. Once this leap's done, then I'll probably bring him in while I explore the system. Oh, those are all repair ships. Good golly. I was trying to take out the repair ships first. I didn't realize that's all of them were, but then I was like, wait, they're not shooting at me with anything but PD. That must be it. And then they warped out right as I realized it. Go figure. But that got us some good negative rep with them. And another great thing, in a really big sector when there's a hostile fleet attacking a friendly station, if you've never been to that system before, now you know where the station is. Or you at least have a straight line, like they were here, pointed this way, so I knew that that system was along this line here, this station. So, makes it a little easier to find when you're in a big system. Or even a medium-sized one. It just kind of helps. Oops, damn it. Store that. Okay. Ooh. We got some spiciness happen here. I think we are going to bring Nigel in. And I'm going to remove him from fleet. How much was it? 13,000. So before... any of that kicks off, right? Unequip all for the one. Golly. Alright, so now it's got 0 equipment. Obviously 0. Okay. $1,000. Woohoo! Just enough. Literally just enough. I'll have less than 50 bucks, right? Yep. Add to fleet. Nigel Ewing. Doc. Yeah, co-pilot. Oh, that's not really... I guess it's something. Nigel's a gunner, right? I think so. So eventually we'll just buy more, another mining laser for them, which they do have here. They also have a heavy. Oh, that's going to overheat like crazy though. Shit, that's going to overheat. Right, I knew that. Then, still got 4 space. We'll put some chargers on them later. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that later. I mean, I guess he's only using 7. It wouldn't hurt to have a point defense laser on there, just to say it's there. He'll shoot rocks with it still. And then we'll set his warp threshold. Not 30's good. I like 30. 30's easy. He's got a warp drive. He's got a repair drone bay. Does he have any drones? Now he does. The Vangi don't usually sell drones, and I'm broke, so it doesn't matter that they do. Hey, look at that. Cool. Did we pass an asteroid field here? No, but there is one. I just have to find it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold it, hold it. Now I'm ready. Except for you. You can touch me. Alright. Backup and mining, so yeah. And look, it's right there. Now I won't be able to sell very much of my loot here, which is going to limit my ability to do any upgrades in this system. But at least it's something. Now pick these up so that they're not taking up space the next time I'm around, just like last time. Wow, not a lot of crystals in this field. Just 2 blue ones, huh? But because that ship is a double barrel on each of the hard points, even just that one mining laser is going to be significantly faster. Plus the mining drone. plus the point defense speed. Okay, so I picked up all the loot, so the timer resets 252. So at 256, I need to come back. Because it'll probably take me about a minute to get there from the farthest point in the system, and then trying to work my way over to the right piece of loot that was the first one dropped. Now, I'm going to be honest, if you like any kind of retro game at all and you've never played Sid Meier's Pirates, it's not bad. It's actually pretty fun. It's really simple on the surface, but there's like ship combat, there's rock, paper, scissors, 1v1 combat that you can do with ports and stuff. There's a lot of different kinds of ships. And they're upgradable. And there's boarding, there's also boarding fights. There's like, it's not a complicated game, but it kind of is. And it's a lot of fun. It's simple, you can play it casual mode or super serious mode. You can fight pirates, steal their ships. It's just lots and lots of fun. If you like these kind of space games and you want to play one that's themed after the Normally I would pick off the weak ships first, but sometimes I like to target the heavy ones and then just try to crossfire the small ones. It really depends on how dependable I think my weaponry is. So the reason that a station can only be destroyed while you're in the system is to keep the game from changing behind your back, because factions can't rebuild yet. Oh, you can't hear me? Or it's just too loud. But eventually factions will be able to rebuild stations, so if a faction war happens, stations might get destroyed while you're not there. I don't know. Maybe they still won't get destroyed if you're not there, because if you have anything stored there, you'd lose it. But they'll at least rebuild. So if you're in the system and they get destroyed, they'll rebuild. And it's really nice. It's really handy. It'll make the game a lot more alive. Cool. Yeah, I kind of do want that. I haven't been finding many of those, but I'm not going to do it. I guess that's it then. 10 heads. But yeah, eventually they're going to rebuild. Are they still too loud? That's not bad. Okay. Sorry. But yeah, the universe is going to get a lot more alive. The economy is going to come to life, so that, you know, markets will recover. At this time, if you sell too much of one thing in a single station, the price does drop, but it never recovers. Soon that will change to where it will eventually recover over time. The things that different stations sell might evolve and change. Missions already refreshed, Crew Academy already refreshes, so it's going to be along those lines, and then way later you'll be able to build your own stations under your own faction as the player, so you can actually take over the galaxy, kind of. Yes, dynamic markets, living universe, all that good stuff. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's room for lots of ships in this game. Most stations don't sell very many ships, but once the roles become more defined and diverse, I think we'll see some stations that do sell a lot more variety, maybe even more quantity. So when you do find a ship that you like and you buy it at a station, it's not just that one maybe, but I'm sure smaller outposts will still... Uh-oh. I think it's time to go back. I think I waited too long. I don't remember what time I said. Oops. Oh, my coffee mug. It's festive for the holidays. It says jolly as fuck. I don't mind if some of the loot disappears while he's mining, because it's still going to raise my geology level. So, fuck it. No big deal. In other words, it still leads to bigger profit in the future. Really? Yeah. You want to rethink that? No? No, you're still... Okay. Just a crap ton of small missile launchers stacked on the forward hardpoints. Not the most economical way to go, but it's getting the job done for now. Oh, wow. I forgot that my refineries are set to 1 and not 8, so they never actually turned on. Oops. A little bit slow to use basic refineries. Not much slower than Ardonian though. Hey, refined metals, so we're gonna start making improved upgrade kits soon. Whoop, spin this thing around really quick. Right here. There we go. Oh no! I just hit the shutdown button on my computer. Cancel! Woo! Did it still shut down the game? Son of a bitch! It still shut the game down! Stupid computer. That's supposed to be set to a hold. That's alright. I'm not going to go back through and do all that mining over again. I've got Nigel. At least it didn't completely reboot. He's still mining. Should probably just go check on him. We'll move forward because this system's kind of boring. Like, really boring, isn't it? Is that just me, or is this system kind of boring? I'm like rapidly losing interest. I'm just, when I go from the big fleet battles to a new start like this, it's like I really have to do a lot of combat to hold my interest because it's what I've been doing the whole time anyway. So... There we go. He's not terribly slow, though, I'll give him that. 4 scrap metal's not exactly a lot, but... Alright, Nigel, you ready to move on? Oh, good. We'll give it another second. I can't really do a lot to help him here, you know? I could use the PD beams, but if I use the missiles, it just kind of gets in the way. No, let's go ahead and finish this one. Might as well. There we go. Moving right along. The music's not too loud, is it? There we go. Alright, let's see what they'll buy. Probably not much. Most stations buy ammo now. Pretty much every station will buy ammo off you. Used to not be the case. And I'm broke. Okay, I'll take 1,800 credits if it's not too far away. Alright, Nigel, you want to get some combat practice in? Now that we got 40, it's actually tolerable. And it's on our way out the system, too. Alright. Hey, look. Ooh, Vulcan. Yikes. Vulcan me no likey. Okay. We'll pick that up next time. Yeah, he's really not combat ready, is he? No shield charger. Uh-oh. Well, he's gonna die now. Alright, Nigel, let's, we'll go get our loot and we'll reformat you real quick, because we're gonna get into some combat, and you already lost your only drone, so... He's got that 1 per second auto repair from the fact that it's a Vang-E ship, but that's about it. All those Marauders got us 5,000, plus we're going to turn in for another 5,000. I don't know that I want that shield absorber. I don't know if any of that loot's good. Sometimes you complete a mission and the loot you pick is just whichever one you think will get you the most tech level or cash. Not into it. No. Maybe I'll use that another day. We'll save the capitals. Honestly, basic capitals I don't like to use, but maybe we'll enjoy it. I don't know. We'll see. There we go. Stay hydrated. Okay. Yeah, he's got room for a little bit more in the not sucking department. What's his total? 5. That one heat sink's really not going to do a whole lot, is it? Maybe just those 2 for now. Just to make sure he doesn't run out. There we go. Alright. And then for me, I would also like more drones. And probably going to want some more ammo. Oh. Unfortunately, I'm broke. That's okay. Those medium lasers will come in handy later. Alright. Oh, come on. Forgot to launch him. In fact, I'm not even going to use missiles on these guys. Don't need to. Alright, let's get into some trouble. No patch yet. Nope. Okay. No, 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 no. Thanks for the enthusiasm, but let's not and say we did. Makes you wonder, if pirates control this system, is that all pirate colony? Because, like, in Endless Sky, they were... A lot of the colonies on the planets were anarchist colonies. And the pirates were the only ones that cared enough to take control. And since there was no real government, nobody was there to stop them. Nice. Uh-oh. Here comes our first hunter fleet. I think it's the first one. Or are they marauders? Where are they? Oh crap. Let's go, Nigel. I'm covering you. No, don't do that. Yeah, I had a feeling it wouldn't be super strong, but... excellent cover for hiding from spawners. So I'm gonna sit here and plunk them with missiles and try to not shoot the rocks myself, but it looks like I got him before he could get another one out. That's good. 2,000 experience. Wow. Now since they're not over level 20, I don't get reputation for the hunter fleets. I think it's level 20. Once they're over level 20, then you will get reputation for them. So don't be afraid to fight the smaller ones, thinking that it's just going to make it worse. That doesn't happen until a little bit later on, but we're almost there. Kind of thinking about, since I have extra space on these turrets, take out one of the missile launchers, put a couple of repair beams in so that Nigel can return to combat faster. Critical chance 5%, now that's what I'm talking about. What was this, a repair ship that didn't quite do the thing? Yeah, seems like it. Okay, no gate yet. Okay. Yeah, repair ship. Another station. And again, no reputation for guys that aggro you first. Okay, because he was getting a critical damage bonus. But these only have a base of 4 critical chance. But if I put him on one of those instead of the PD, it might actually make a difference now, but still not going to. I like the idea that my point defense beams have a little something going on there. Oh, he is not a repair. Come in with the hunter, Just fast enough not to worry about missiles. Here comes the spinal again. Oh, looks like I ran it. Oh, crap. Wow. Nice. Is that gonna catch him or not? Ah. Alright, now we've hit level 20, so leveling up is going to take quite a bit longer. Oh, wow. There we go. Welcome, everybody. How are we doing today? Just let the PD save our ammo on this guy. Same with this one. Yes, it is. And now I'm gonna lose it because I died. I was not expecting level 27. That is ridiculous. Wow. I was sure that I would have time to turn around. That's alright. Now I know. Should have gone back to the other game and saved first. I like the combat mods, but not as much as I used to. They actually have diminishing returns now. So they're still pretty good, but I'll get plenty more by the time they make a huge difference. It would have saved me a little bit of efficiency on ammo, but when they used to stack with no penalty, yeah, they were like finding, you know, buried treasure. Kind of a big deal. There we go. I will get more hunter fleets and see what they have to offer. Pirates are a great way to get that. But at least I know not to advance now. Jesus. That was brutal. Like, not even enough time to really turn around, and he just shoved me into the other one. Why am I hungry again? I just ate. Good golly. One of those days. Drink more water. Spill more water. Luckily, I spilled it on clothes, so no problem. Oh, God. It's definitely a Sunday out there, isn't it? Oh, man. Come on. Where's my hunter fleet? Crystal. Boop, boop. There we go. But where? Hello? There we go. You were barely a threat there, bud. Nice. Whoops. Wrong target. Oh, Nigel's gonna be fine. He's more than happy to not spend all that time in combat. I hired him on for mining, and now he's like, you want me to do what now? Fight pirates with you? This isn't what I signed up for. His name's Nigel, for God's sake. Not exactly a warrior's name. Nigel the Fierce. Nigel the Destroyer. I don't know, maybe it could work. We'll make a soldier of him yet, but for the time being... Oh, but he didn't stop to repair. What a doofus. I don't know, so far it seems like he's been more than happy to just kind of dive in and then warp right the hell out again. So maybe he is a little bit of an adrenaline junkie. He does kind of rush the enemy pretty recklessly. More than I ever would. Oh, you're a pirate? Let me get right on top of you. Nigel, he's got ramming weapons. That's what he wants you to do. Alright. Where are we gonna go after? Ooh. I don't have enough energy cells to get there. Let alone back again if it turns out to be too dangerous. Heyo. You like missiles, do you? Here, take some of mine. I mean, if you're a collector, you know. Now we're talking. Or are we? There you are. Where's your friend? I bet you got a friend somewhere. That's not him. Holy shit. Wow. What the actual fuck was that? Okay. So they just don't want me there, huh? I can take a hint. Oh, that was pure Vulcan. At this point, Red Skull, Cerberus, Dreadnoughts only use Vulcan when they're your enemy. Or at all. Any that spawn in the game. But, still devastating as hell. Nothing I can do about that, so... That's just because they were huge and there was a ton of them. Yeah, I didn't realize they would send a Dreadnought at 11,000. That's kind of ridiculous. Seems a little bit much. Okay, technically that's better, but it also uses more ammo. And projectile speed 40. Yeah, I don't want it slow. It'll just muck up a bunch. Let's see. Syndicate. They might have some neat stuff. I need to find Vang Yi territory. Large lateral thrusters, oh my god. Oh, those things I never use? Yeah, sure. Let's see. Thanks for the bell. Got me some new ammo. I have plenty. But I won't argue with more. No. The unique NPCs will always eventually turn orange, but regular crew, once they hit 50, that's pretty much what they're going to be forever. They might get new skills and stuff, but they won't tier up again. that whole money thing, huh? Hey, hey. Dumbest civilian ever. Ah, there we go. Is that it? No. Close. We're getting there. Nope, still not enough. Hey, 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 hey. Fucking highlight him already. Jesus Christ, what are we looking at here? Why would it not target the ship nearest to you? That's what I want to know. Why is the ship closest to me the last one to get targeted? I could have just zoomed in for it, but it's like, just target the right one. Wow. Versus. Speaking of zooming in. Oh, right in front of me. Now we're talking. Okay. One more save just to be sure. So the best thing with crew is to find someone that's like really low level. Like you can find crew that's like level 5 or lower that's already blue, and they'll most likely, almost certainly tier up to orange. But if they're white and level 20, they're definitely not going to. So I try to find crew that's low level with a high rarity already, a high grade. Now, early game I don't care so much because I would rather have a cheap crew that'll just do the job for the time being. But eventually you do want to start investing money into decent crew. It's definitely worth it. Their efficiency is higher. And all of their skills will have a higher tier on them. I did save on the other side of this gate, right? Never save too much. Nice. More cannon ammo. The knights, go away. All you guys do is get into trouble and make me risk not getting to dock at those stations anymore. The question is, should I bother blowing up a pirate station? I don't know that the loot will actually be worthwhile. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't. I'll just send bigger hunter fleets after me. Save. Alright. Only level 11, we should be okay here. And it's independent territory. Hell yeah. I need to go improve my batteries though, so that I can actually make some of these warps. It's gonna be a while before we find Ardonian. God damn it, knights, go away. You guys are the worst. All they do is get in the way and trigger negative reputation. Goddamn technomancers blaming me for all their problems. was all that when I actually needed it? Oh, I have one. There we go. Now I just have to contend with a crappy warp drive for a little bit longer. We're almost there, Hephaestus. I don't think I can warp to you yet, but let's see. Ha! Nigel's just like instantly screwed. Ooh, I can. Looks like I'm pretty safe though. Awesome. Alright. We will battle this fleet. Got plenty of ammo for it. Where are they going? Are they just right on top of the station already? Oh, there it is. Good. It's like, tell me I've got a little time to prepare. Just a wee bit. It's a little faster. Hey, Death Packs, how's it going? Awesome. It's weird. It really seemed like they should have been firing that cannon, but it didn't look like they were. There we go. I figured while I wait for the update to drop that'll fix the spinal mounts on my Zeus, that I could do a little bit of work towards getting a V6 unlocked. My other thought was maybe I would do a Zeus start. But I got into this one instead, so I'm not going to do two different new starts in one day. But next time, maybe we'll do that a little bit. $15. 22. Projectile speed 80, range 70. Better range. $22. 18. Okay. I'll take it. Oh, what's the power? Nothing. Okay. No power consumption there. That's good. Almost nothing. Yeah. Wow. Cool, so it can go 1.8 with an acceleration of 0.3. So there's that. We also, because it doesn't have any crew. There we go. Now it can go on all of 31. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, I'll take those for myself though. For my V4. Nice. Yeah, we'll do some mining. have no power. Okay. So we can just do that. Perfect. Do we have enough to run them all? No. Fine. Still an improvement. Ow. Sorta. Alright. Let's get some cash flow going here. Wake up, Quincy. Quincy is not gonna wake up. Okay. Is there one over here? One. Okay. Just that one. Not bad at all. Alright, let's... Do I smell a fleet ship? Smells like a derelict. Holy shit. I was kidding, but yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I'm gonna make this thing the mining ship now. What's my... Yeah. I can put a frigate in my fleet. Oh my god. Screw you, bud. Same equipment space, way more cargo space, less weapon space, but very special. 9 crew, 1 required. Repair cost is down. I'll lose some energy damage, but speed booster cost is up. And, oh, it has more armor. All done? I got a surprise for you, Nigel. Remember when I joked about you getting an upgrade with the Aphasis and we don't have jack shit to put on it? Well, I saved before I got it, so it's not going anywhere. It'll always be there in the system if I die, but yeah. Why not save myself the trouble of pushing it back again? That much I can agree with. Should be anyway. Sometimes bad things happen. Requires a pilot. You know who's a pilot? Motherfucking Ziggy. Except now I can make Ziggy a gunner. So we have a pilot. Ooh, I need a supervisor. Kinda. Otherwise I'm not gonna have a whole lot of cargo space. Oh, it's not required? So it's only for a bonus. I don't need a supervisor. But I could get my geology up faster. Or 17 armor. Ralph, get the fuck out of my room. Get off my ship. Get out of my face. I don't care. Just leave. You're done. And we're broke. Surprise! Yeah, let's just get rid of those. Eventually. I still do need to get some stuff going first. But he will get an upgrade soon. Actually, I want minimal shielding, maximum charging. How are we doing on power? Okay. Weapon space is severely limited, but what with the ramming weapon and all, I think we're going to be alright. Let's keep that organized. Okay. Oh yeah, which means we can go ahead and do that. Don't need 4 or 3. Okay, now we can run those better. really don't need flux. I can keep the capacitor, but that's kind of pointless. Don't need that. $48. All right. Let's get this train rolling, Nigel. So you cleared all that, right? So we can just bounce back over there. Alright, you get started here. And I'll pretend I didn't just get in your way and make it more difficult for you and go somewhere else. Did I... Yeah. Still a bit of a struggle on our... Oh, I could get another large and probably empty out my inventory. Still don't have the janitor one yet. Oh, that's what the next update's going to be, hopefully, is, well, I don't know if that's going to be part of it, but I'm hoping so, but it's going to help fix the Hephaestus. No, I'm sorry. It's going to help fix the spinal mounts that are missing stuff. I don't know if it's going to include the gunner update, but if it doesn't, then I believe that's next to get done. I believe so. So that's, I'm very excited about that. But honestly, I haven't seen patch notes on it yet, so I'm not 100% sure, really. Yeah, starting with a Zeus is really difficult. Do people not understand the problem with starting with a Dreadnought? And that each Dreadnought is actually a unique challenge still? Like, not really unique, but enough that you shouldn't take it for granted. So the spinals on the Zeus go through most enemies. They'll hit stations and Ravagers, but Hunter fleets that warp in and stuff are apparently on a different layer, and the spinal doesn't hit that layer. So, it no work. It goes right through stuff. Or past it technically, but it looks like it's going right through it. Regardless of the technicalities, it just misses. He's just like, bro, can you stop trying to help? That'd be great. $763. Okay. A little bit of cash in the bank. Or no cash. Thanks a lot. What was I? Oh, battery power, yeah. Still need that one other one. Yeah, when you get this thing going like 100, it's absurd. But there's also impact absorber. Granted, it takes up 3 space, but when it reduces the amount of damage you take, it's worth it. Now, of course, bear in mind that even with an impact absorber, taking a ramming pirate ship versus a ramming pirate ship can still be pretty painful. But the impact absorber is there to help. Oh yeah, I'm still carrying the refineries too. Forgot about that. Derp. Okay. I wish it would remember the hotkeys that I put in so bad. Like, really, really, really wish that it would. No, the spinals on a Zeus do not... You have to have a really long-range weapon for them to be able to actually fire where the nose of the ship is pointing. So whenever I go to fire them, I hit the key to switch to keyboard movement so that I can point, turn the ship a little bit, and then use the mouse to aim the spinal. It takes a bit of maneuvering in combat, but it can be done. Alright, Nigel, you probably shouldn't be part of this, but too bad. Watch and learn, my friend. Oh, they are pirates. How funny. Well, that makes sense. Jackass. Nigel's not forced out of combat yet. That's pretty decent. I don't think he's getting any kills, but he's not dead yet. There he goes. Oh no. Desynced fucking drones. Hey, UK Vision 1, how's it going? Oh yeah, I've tried just about everything. Almost. Oh, I hate when the drone bays desync, it's so annoying. I don't wonder if that's what I'm trying to do. Oh, son of a bitch. There. Jesus Christ. That's one of the most awkwardly frustrating things for me. That's your warp button. Best thing you can do is set a destination ahead of time so that whenever you're in combat, you just move the cursor and you're done. But yeah, that's it. It's not supposed to be easy. Uh-huh. Yeah, I've definitely self-detonated more than once. Oh, I've missed out on one of the battleships completely. Damn. Yeah, they're not easy to use at first. Once you get used to it, it might get easier, but getting there to that point where it's easier takes some doing. Why did I do that? There's already a way. Oops. Let's go ahead and bring Nigel out, so we're upgrading our fleet commander. And it's a debris field. Ah. While we're scanning, we're up. Oh yeah. You're so lucky friendly fire's not on, Nigel. Good lord. What a jackass. Oh, you're a ramming ship. Let me just accelerate towards you at full speed and never hit the brakes. That's me, Nigel. Great. Not what I wanted. That kind of makes up for it. At least I feel better. Hello? Ah. Sitting here like, which one is it? Oh god. Actually, this one's more likely. How you bully Nigel? Nigel bullies himself. I just make sure he's aware of it. Rationalizing 101. That's how you rationalize shit. Yeah, this is a small nebula. This one's pretty easy. What are we looking like on... Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Damn it. Pirates. Anything that has an integrated ramming weapon is a pirate ship, and they pretty much all have it. Because, I mean, A, it's terrifying, and B, it saves a lot of money if you don't damage your ship in the process. It's a lot cheaper than ammo, and you don't have to put on generators. You can still, you know... And also, the front mounts are incredibly special, but just on this one ship, it's not like that for all pirates. It reduces the range, but increases the damage. Weapon damage plus 20%, additional damage for cannon and plasma, but the range is down. So it's a 50% increase, but really short range. So it's like a shotgun with a bayonet. Or instead of a bayonet, just a big fist on the front that pop people with. But yeah, if you look at it, it's like a bulldozer shovel, basically. This makes me think, you know, I could just take advantage of that damage buff. I don't need all those missiles, but I'll keep them for now. And just hope that I don't get PD in the face to death. But because of that, we pretty much throw a whole one of those out. Replace it with one of these just to make sure we can boost, because it's 30 energy to boost. Don't need that. Wow, that's not what it was before. What? What is going on with my power system? I don't know. I'm sure I just wasn't paying enough attention, but now it's fine. Okay. Alright. Oh, I recommend it. I absolutely recommend a pirate run. I do have a heavy cannon, but it's too big. Let's just finish that off. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, which always turns into a 3-minute break. Get some water, grab a little snack real fast. I'll be back in a flash. Okay, cool. Heckin' A. That's too low level. Not really into it. So this is going to get interesting now because I should have put that away. But with this thing absorbing a lot more damage, this is going to be a lot more fun. Damn. I want the other side of this, Legionnaire. But just like this one, it has to be my level or higher. And this is one level lower. Wait. Is it the station or is it me? Or the system? Nigel! 4K! What the fuck, buddy? Stop fucking shooting me! I don't know if this is gonna work or not. This could get really stupid. No, don't rush them, you idiot. I gotta deal with this bullshit. Come on, Dominance. Ugh. This Dominance is stupid. His whole fleet's gonna be gone and he's just sitting there. Nice. Do something, you big stupid asshole. Come on. What's even the point of you? Your whole fleet's dead now. I'm out of here. Nigel, why would you hide in the most obvious place that I would go? I wish those faction fleets were just like the tiniest bit more competent. Just a little bit. Because they are fucking dumb. Like, the most powerful ship that could actually handle battling a station sits back and watches while its entire fleet rushes in and dies. And the entire fleet rushes in to die, while the only ship that could actually make a difference sits back and watches. Like, they're all idiots. Level 33, oh my god. Yeah, wait till those hunter fleets have fucking dreadnoughts in them. Do not. Do not. You're a yacht. You fucking idiot. You're worse than those guys. Uh-uh. And we're gone. $39.12, $32.19. They're trying to trick me. Not gonna fall for it. I see what they're trying to do. Huh. Okay. This is gonna be pretty tough. I hope he doesn't have a missile boat. Oh, Nigel's set to repair still. Damn it. Maybe I should give him some repair beams. What? Wait, are they supposed to be able to hit each other? Oh, that's the Guardian. I was like, that doesn't seem right, though. Damn it. Come on. Oh, shit. Ow. Alright, I'm in between them. For the moment. Wow, just the one hit point left, huh? What are you doing? Oh my god. You're stupid. Holy shit snacks. How is he not moving? Nope. Yeah, it gets really rough with the hunter fleets. But like, in a fun way. Yeah, I think Nigel needs some repair beams there. Starting to look a little bit necessary. Takes way too long for me to repair. Not to mention this ship is slow as hell until I upgrade it. fucking told you to turn around. Oh my god, you're killing me, you asshole. And once again, that's not what you were told to do. This is taking too goddamn long. Let's go. Spend some cash. Wow, we're just gonna warp right out of here. We're gonna spend some cash on some better shield charging here. I'm not equipping more drone bays, and I'm sick of waiting for this fucking shit to recharge, to repair. There we go. Plenty of time before the fleet arrives. Maybe I will fight that fleet a little bit. Do they have large nuclear reactors here? No. Wow. Where is that? Okay. Maybe it is time to use the Hephaestus. Almost, anyway. We'll get there. The real space janitor. What can we do here? I just need better chargers. Yeah? Okay. Let's see. 30 for boosting. That's more than I need, but this won't be enough. Maybe. Just barely. I hear you, kitty. That's enough. Maybe. Is that update ready yet? I want my Zeus back, damn it. Let's see. Do I have any repair beams? No. Do you have any repair beams? No. Alright, we're gonna leave Nigel here for a second and go try to make some money. If I can make a little bit of cash, I can sneak into one of these other systems and buy some stuff. Why are they warping out? You shouldn't be warping out. What the fuck? But this guy's gonna take them all by himself. That's cute. There we go. Okay. Of course, that money's not going to be spent here because they don't have anything that I want. No, not anything. Yeah, those don't stack. You can only have one. Easy peasy. Yeah, I have to keep reminding myself I started with a frigate, so I'm not like a full powered frigate. Like most of my shit sucks. Most of my equipment's not great. That is 10, 22, 37. But if I want to upgrade, it's going to take a bunch more. I can at least do that part. Okay. Plus 8. Whoa, crap. Burned a relic on that one. Oh well. Go. That's gonna be some intense healing. Or repair. Over here, Nigel. Thank you. Okay, maybe not intense, but it's not bad. I like that better than drones, and he wasn't really doing any damage anyway, so... Now we have over 30. Okay. We're saving. I'm not putting nuclear reactors on an Hephaestus. That won't happen. It's not a good idea. Trust me. Right in front of me. Not strong enough. You'd have to have too many of them, and you waste space. Personally, I like to wait till I have a at least a couple of fusion reactors. I mean, 1 or 2 nuclear reactors, okay. I mean, if that's what you got to do, and you're comfortable with flying it, sure. But I like to have at least 2 fusion reactors. They're a lot more space efficient, and you know, I like to have at least a couple of heavy shield generators, a few Mark II chargers. They don't all have to be second tier, but it helps a lot. It helps a lot, especially if you don't have really good engines, which I don't. Dude, fucking civilians, stop it. Do not let them dock. That is unacceptable. You know, I hardly ever see those anymore. I think on my Zeus run I found one or two, but I scrapped them immediately so I can eventually make them if I need to. But I've already found more Vang E reactors than I'll ever need, so I don't know. Okay. Okay. Nice, finally. Ah, I missed. Nigel, you're an asshole. Why? Why did you run into that guy? Ah, shit. Well, he's dead now. Avoid. Take that a little more seriously, would you? Good Christ. The fuck? Turning is 18.4. 20.6. Yeah. Claim a little bit of power there. That's not worth it. That kind of is. Except I have no money, but... Alright. Oh, cool. We'll worry about that later. First off, thanks for the repair stuff. But let's go back to mining. Well, actually, you're only going to have 2 mining lasers anyway. So you can keep that stuff and just alternate. That's what I thought. Already had it. Well played, civilian. Well played. There's yours. We shouldn't be running out of power. Thought he'd have enough to drive those, I guess not. I know I made some adjustments, but I thought he could handle it. Oh, because I didn't turn it back down again. He's not going to get anywhere with that. Peter, just quit doing what you're doing. I'm pressing H. You can stop now. There we go. Perfect. Not being able to adjust that on the fly means that his repair is going to kind of suck, but well, we'll fix it later when we're done mining. Yeah, that's on you. I put you on a void and you just don't seem to know what that word means. Okay, I'll be back. You do the thing. Oh, tech level 14, oh my god. I haven't seen jack shit for Children of Terra out here. Anyway, damn you, station. Leave me some of the fucking... Let me help. That's nice. Well, if I had the money, I still wouldn't buy it. It's too expensive. Either way, it'll be a while before I get that one. Actual field. Alright. Right next to a station. Now we make money. Now we should make all the monies. Neat. What you doing? What if we go over here? How about that? Store that. Most of this stuff, that's fine. There we go. This is gonna get funny. The taser. But at least it's got a damage bonus. Just stick to the big ones so you know that it's hitting with both. You can see the sparks in the rock to know whether or not they're both hitting. It's pretty obvious. The rock tickler. Hell yeah. Alright, it's about that time. Let's get the B4 mining, because it's just going to do it so much faster. And then I'll find a system that has good loot, good fucking equipment, and we'll go from there. pirates, eh? Level 17. Well, that could be some cash money, but really just over fighting pirates. Be so much more fun to fight fucking anything else right now than the exact same thing. Like, I haven't seen one Children of Terra station since, like, God, what even, where was that? There was exactly one. It was in a pirate system, I think. I don't know. It was stupid low level over here somewhere. And not much help to me. Interesting. Okay. Level 24. Wow, I actually got points for that? How? I barely touched it. Interesting. I think. Maybe. There they are. Hey, those are the good ones. 2 asteroid fields. Doubt they're very close. Thank God. Cool. Ha! Your missile pushed me far into you harder. Impact absorber, bitch. Cloaking device. Interesting. Hostile warping. Oh my. I will not be bested by a Luna. It's not the worst ship in the game, but boy is it close. It was definitely in the running. I'll say that much. Okay, let's see what you have. Cool. Now we can get one. ILBs. Ooh, IRBs. Okay. So what I need to do... Ooh, those PD rapid lasers would be cool. I might actually stop missiles too. But I also now have enough large reactors from a few other toys to get that other ship off the ground. I do want some of those though, I just don't have the money for it. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh. But we're getting there. Ah, perfect. Yeah, I think that will do it. I think we're going to go set it up now. Oh, this had the tiniest bit of battery in them, huh? That's just cute. There, that's enough battery. I just needed a couple more points. There we go. Now we're ready. Now we're ready for a ship that can repair me quickly and mine quickly and maybe, you know, not do too much dying. Did I just hear a spinal mount? Probably dead already, huh? No? Where is it? Too much trouble. Nigel! Are you ready, Nigel? Hello, I'm Nigel Thornberry. Oh, I don't... There we go. going to sell that. Doc. All. Even that. Maybe I can even get the Hephaestus off the ground now. I don't have a lot of great weaponry for it, but it might just be enough. All those missiles would be fine for a while. Light laser beams, PD beams. Yeah. I think we're going to do it. We'll see. I definitely want to get the V4 off the ground first, which I know may sound kind of weird. Gunner, pilot. So you'll be the co-pilot. There just won't be other gunners. But Doc. Right. No cargo. I thought I had... Oh. I did. I have more mining lasers. Let's see, they are 16 each. Beautiful. Only 3. Oops. Should have gotten a 4th one, but that's okay. They are in the proper place. Now let's keep going. Did I keep any kind of inertial control? No. I think that'll be okay. What else is there? Oh. That might help. Max. Still got a lot of space left. I'm sorry. Oh, those are shield generators. I'm like, what do you mean not enough space? Get the fuck out of here. Oops. That's on me. And actually, you really don't even need that much. Let's put those on. And then we will just absolutely stack you with drones when we find some. Okay. Damn it, Nigel, that looks great. How about that? Oh, I switched him. I should rename him Nigel just to be an asshole. The improved version. A better Nigel for a better world. It does still have a lot of weapon space, but there's really not anything to do with it. Gracias. The problem is that these don't focus well. So it's going to be pretty goofy trying to get him to mine stuff. But that's okay. The important thing is I'm pretty sure I can build out a Hephaestus with this. It might not be beautiful, but I think we can make it work. The downside is there's really not much to do with the Nightmare. It's not like particularly useful as a fleet ship. I mean, it'll do some ramming, but then it's going to be gone really fast. I guess it's you, bud. Aw, diversified. Come on. Diversified, Chloe. The fuck? I can't afford that. We are super broke. And if that many missiles is overkill on something, we could probably means we can take it out with just about anything else. We'll see. One of the things that makes this particularly nice is that I have lithium armor. So those are 45. These two together it's 50. Those two together it's 60. So those 2 point defense lasers together, that might work. They may not be a complete waste of time. Didn't I buy something better than that? Maybe not. Nice, we go 36 with boosters. Whee! I'm not going to upgrade the basic ones. I'm going to wait till I get at least a Capital Impulse 2. I'm going to immediately make them purple, and then we'll see where we go from there. I'm just going to try really hard not to die for a while in the hopes that we actually make that. Cannot afford it. Should I use that or buy a huge battery? Now it seems kind of obvious. That was the right thing to do. Oh, I need 2 of those. But Not much for warp capacity, but... Oh, looks like I don't need quite so much there. No missiles. Oh, you suck. I just wanted the money. Okay, for now, we're gonna put these guys on the turrets. I don't know if I really need 100 power, but there it is. What did I say it was? 1150. Perfect. Once our iridium drive is a little stronger, we can worry about that. And I will need a third gunner at some point. Do you have a cheap gunner? Not cheap, but actually, you're going on that turret with the point defense. What was it? 1,000? Where else? Damn. Stacked. Yeah. Okay. Still got 12 space left to play with. No. How's our... Can we... at least get over 40, but I need more generator power now. And there it is. That's enough generator power. Oh, 540 with 58 repair. That's not good. But I think it's going to end up being more potent than the little engine that could. Just to make sure we can keep firing while we're not moving very fast. I don't know, what do you think? Oh yeah, no, I know about ammo. I'm just really broke, but it's here. I have some. And I don't need energy cells. I would sell the V2, but I feel like I would regret that eventually. Maybe I could sell the Nightmare. It's really not a good fleet ship. Not in my opinion. I think I would get more out of that from cash for future upgrades. Okay, those are, call that 45. There's no boosters on this thing. It's not fast, but it doesn't need to be. Technically, it doesn't need that. But I don't know if this is enough. That is enough. Let's put one more mining drone bay on it. I have repair beams, so we'll put another mining. I want it to be able to repair autonomously, but I think that's going to be good. Alright, so first thing is to let new Nigel do a little bit of work. It's a little silly, I know. Let's just... Okay. I'm like, why are they not going? Well, he's full. And I can still boost while the 5 refineries are on. Fantastic. Now, this is a different dude, but things are basically the same. Just strafe and fire and no auto dock. And 20, that's on me. That's a station, Nigel. You'll find they're very solid. Not anything you can physically pass through whatsoever. But maybe come over here. You think? Maybe? Soon? Soon. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you. Oh, I got it. You do your thing, Nigel. I'll take... This guy can't even hurt you, really. Who else is shooting at him? Is there a Bangi out here? Oh, well. Thanks to some mining experience, I'm an expert pilot now. Because somebody else mined for me. How about that? That is not fast. I'll leave it to you, Nigel. I'm just going to run around in circles real quick just to give you a minute, but we'll go somewhere to a system you can mine where I'll have something to do too. This one just happens to be safe-ish. Safer. Oh, I guess I could do that. There you go. I'm not just bullshitting around now. Oh look, knights. Go away. Yeah, go away. Oh, cool. That might actually be useful someday. Another nice thing is that, yeah, I can upgrade both of these, the warp drive and the huge battery, as we go along. Excellent. Mostly just here for the scrap and to get him kind of moving around, see what it looks like. What does it look like, Nigel? You doing the thing? Yeah, I had a feeling the other ones might be useless, but at least you got those drones, right? If another asteroid happens to go in front of the wings, then he'll do the thing. These drone bays aren't very powerful when you spread them out like that. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Oh, we should go back and clean up those Ravagers. That's a good idea. I bet I could do a little bit. Ooh, look at that. Come, Nigel. Our assistance is needed. Go away, civilian. You're not even helping. You're like in the way. You're like trying to get me to accidentally shoot you so you can fight me, aren't you? Fuck off. What even was that? Oh, he'll fight back. You want him to fight back? He'll fight back. He's not gonna be great at it, but in the meantime, I'm gonna kick your ass. Maybe not. Hey guys, focus one target at a time so there's less of them doing damage to us, maybe. How's that? You can shoot at him now. Okay, look. You're skipping the important one. What the actual fuck was that? Useless ass repair ship. Nice. Now we're actually getting somewhere. Okay. Although I do need repairs before we can move forward, and I'm not going to waste that 40 grand on repairs because it'll take longer to make back the 2 G's in repairs. But now I'm kind of tired of waiting. 1,000's fine. Oh man. So 10.5 over 40. 17 over 60. Now we have a boat. Now I will do that 2 times. So that I can do that, and that, and that. You know what? Yeah, I didn't think I had much iron, but I didn't really care. Look very hard. Should have just hit 10. There we go. Because we're going to have extra power so that we can fill that space. And that space. We may end up putting one of those other reactors back on, but I just want to see it first. Almost 100 now. Now we're getting somewhere. Don't have refined metal. I need more of that. But in the meantime, I'm gonna upgrade that. Oh, am I out of relics? I'm out of relics. That's okay. That. Yeah, I think we're good now. I think that's pretty darn good. Yep. That's not going to do any good. Oh, maybe they will. Oh, you should have just kept going. Those missiles wouldn't have hit you. Did we really just target Nigel with missiles? That's funny, because they won't damage him. But they'll damage anything that gets too close to him when they're swirling around like that. Dodge this. Hopefully that wasn't $200 worth of missiles. I don't think it was. Oh, it moves. Good God, it moves. I'm so happy. Okay. So let's see, where was some, there's one there. We're gonna go get in these faction wars to make some fast cash. Let's just go. Let's stop looking at it and go. I know we kept getting attacked by pirates and that was some money, but that's a lot of money right there. That's rebels. Woohoo! More pirates. It is pretty slow. Can't wait to get that up. Eclectic Soundwave Sophist, long-time chatter, first-time viewer. Hi, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. We're having a good time now that we're fully equipped. I should probably carry more missiles, because... Well, I have about the same cargo bay as that nightmare, don't I? I mean, we could... Oh, that's 3 points off my acceleration. I don't think that's worth it. I could bolster this thing up if I got rid of these and upgraded these, but... Yeah, it is. I won't be cracking any stations, but... We're definitely going to kill some rebels. Ooh! Son of a bitch. Those are a bit much. But that I can make hay with. Plus I only have one extra space. It's a lot of power, though. It's a lot of power. Oh. Welcome, welcome. You're on board. Weapon heat generated needs to go there and there, because they're a little overstacked. That's going to be fine. As long as nobody's on the broadsides, because I want them on the spine. Okay. Eventually we'll get another gunner, and there'll be 2 here, and this will just follow me. I'll control them both. Hiya! Alright, let's roll out. Drone parts. 1 whole drone parts. Local delivery. Let's just not and say we didn't. Oh, here? Yeah. Well, the faction war I wanted ended. Definitely need more warp range here. This is getting kind of sad. But we can go here and harass some pirates. So let's save real quick, just to make sure we do. We don't need money at the moment. Nigel's mostly just going to be wandering around with us. Are you a fan of the Avestas? It's a very popular ship. Not one of my top 10, but definitely notably awesome in many ways. You got in his way, you got burned. I think this is too much. Yeah, damn right. Brings it on. Wow, those missile shots. Oh shit. Boy, they fucked you up a little bit, huh, Nigel? You didn't think being a medic was gonna save you, did you? Hi, kitty. That's enough. I hear you. Some repair ship just fucking leads the missiles back to the thing he's trying to repair. Like, does he have a shield on? What's the deal? What is the deal, Nigel? You tell me. Maybe I should put a scanner on. Minor details, you know. Why are they not shooting each other? Like, the pirate kind of is, but that was weird. Now we're talking. Oh yeah. The mighty Hephaestus lurks in the bushes, the tall grass and foliage covering its approach. Its unsuspecting prey continues to drink its water pool, unaware that death is inevitably close. $38.17. There it is. Alright, Nigel, I'm gonna run us right down the middle of this fucking army, and we're gonna probably die the first time, okay? Are you ready for that? I'm ready. We'll probably turn off our refineries for a minute. I could probably swap those refineries out for a generator and some shields. But I'm not going to. The idea is to have enough of the refineries that I could do some casual mining pretty much anytime I want. And then eventually start to build some nice custom weapons for this boat. On me? There it is. Too late. You got the same shit I got first playthrough? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, Hephaestus is the only ship that gets acquired through, well, not the only one, but when you start out with something smaller than the Hephaestus, there's a really good chance that you can get it well before you'd be able to afford a cruiser. So a lot of people end up with this one before any other cruiser. It just kind of happens a lot. But it's a fine boat. I like it a lot. I've used it on many runs. Oh, look at us being best friends. Yeah, it's a fine boat. It doesn't have a spinal mount, you know? It's not a battleship, but for not being a battleship, it's incredibly potent. And if you end up wanting a battleship, boom. Now you have $100,000. You can sell it, or you can put it in your fleet with tons of repair beams on it, and it will keep you alive for a very long time. No, because you can't get out of it. The only way to get out of a ship is to swap with another one. I was like, wait, can you? I know Endless Sky will let you do that. But yeah, to just avoid soft locking and other bugs that can be just as bad, the decision was made that you can only get out of a ship if you have one to get into. That was what the developer wanted on this one. Man, remember when I couldn't even, like, really do much damage to this guy before he drove me away? And now every time it looks like he might drive me away, I just recharge. Get really close. Let the PD laser hit him as well. Oh, that was so satisfying. Oh my god. How long could I cloak? Yay! Let's go save really quick, and then we'll come back and fight the Medarders. Medarders! Ah. Well, either you're in a really tiny ship, which means that it wouldn't be worth much, which means that you don't really have far to go, or you're in a fairly large ship, so you're a little bit farther away financially, but a larger ship could probably make money faster. So either way, you shouldn't be too far from your goal. If you're only, unless you're in another frigate trying to make a lateral purchase. Oh, so it might take a little bit to cover the difference, but boulders aren't worth that much. So sale price on a ship is about a third of what you paid for it. The game is too loud? Really? I turned it way down earlier. I'll turn it down some more. I don't I don't think selling a boulder would get you enough money. How about now? Is the music too loud? Because I hear the music a lot louder than the game audio, but that doesn't mean that its output is the same. Oh. Well, I can always sit a little bit closer. Wow, I can stay cloaked for a decent amount of time. That's not bad. It is pretty hard to hear me over my ka-chings. I confess. It would not be the first time. Another fine cruiser that's not a... Whatchamahoosit. Battleship. I love a Claymore, man. They're really nice. But they can be particularly nasty. So let's go over here. It's okay, Nigel. I caught you. Hey, Zathias, how's it going? I can always talk louder. I am quite capable of doing that. In fact, I often am much louder than people prefer that I would be. Yes. Um, I'm not saying it's 100% perfect or accurate, but yes, there is spatial sound that allows more of a 3D effect. Oh look, he's got drones. Crap. Burn those repair drones off. Forget the missiles. Why is he going for Nigel? Oh yeah, because I kept telling Laios that it's important to go after the repair ships first. So now not only is he making it so that the player's AI can do it, but so that the enemy AI does it as well. Because anyone who's played an RPG knows that whenever possible, well, anybody who's gotten really hard into RPGs knows that you kill the mages first. Either the healer, preferably, if not just the DPSer. But I'm the DPS, Nigel's the healer. And the AI does not ignore them anymore, and player gunners will not ignore them for much longer either, but they do now, for the time being. But that will not be, ooh, that will not be, hey, that's almost useful. Except I got a better one. That's nice, and I can use it. Oh my shit. Oh, really? That's cool. It's alright, we're gonna get nano components soon enough. Alright, now that we've done that, finally got caught up on those. I really want 2 PD beams, like I'd actually want more than that, so... Yeah, I mean, they might still level up some of their attributes, but as far as going up a quality tier that would give them a tier buff on all of their existing attributes, yeah, that's not going to happen. Well, I mean, but if he turned purple, then it would be like, man, he could have been orange. Best thing to do with crew that's not a special NPC is look for somebody low level that's not less than blue, like blue or better, under level 5. Okay, under level 10. 8, 10, blue. And then they'll have a really good chance. If you're buying a low level white tier crew, they will almost never, it's rare, very rare. Now, if you have one of these guys, like mine or Ziggy, they are guaranteed to eventually turn orange, even if they hit level 50 as a purple. Might not sound totally fair, but it is. They're special. I still don't need that. It's just part of what makes them legendary, is that they're eventually going to be legendary. Because I need to get more resources first. I've been building up ships that can actually mine at a decent speed based on regular gear. The ability to kill has only hampered my financial gain a couple times, and I was able to quickly divert to a different area and earn enough money to be worthwhile. So it wasn't worth, like, I just put Nigel in that frigate, right? That is not the ship they've been using. That was my frigate that I started the game with. Then I found a Nightmare, which is a pirate frigate, used that for a minute, but I didn't have enough gear to outfit 2 frigates, so Nigel was still in a Vangi V2. So then I got a little bit of money with the Nightmare, finally earned enough that I could outfit the Hephaestus, which had been sitting in dry dock for the longest time, and finally got enough money to outfit it. So then I sold the Nightmare, outfitted the Hephaestus, outfitted the V4 a little bit better, and now I gotta say the V4 is not a mining ship. It's not great because the angling turrets don't angle in enough, but you put enough mining drones on it and the 2 wing guns will incidentally hit stuff, and it's not pretty. You can see it happening right now. It's not pretty, but it's definitely better than a V2. So, the reason that's the answer to your question, right, is because now I can actually get a decent amount of materials that makes it worth crafting stuff. And of course, the goal on this playthrough is to unlock the V6, which we're on our way to. But this is a level 8 system. There's really not a lot to do, so let's see. There we go. But it's nice to just get a few crafting mats in the bank in a system that's not going to be much of a threat. Nigel's like looking at me like, bro, can you not shoot over my shoulder? Like, it's hard enough to not to aim at a rock without having to keep readjusting. He's not a very good pilot. It's okay. His first officer is whatchamacallit, a gunner. So he gets some gunner ability, but once Nigel's leveled up a bit as a pilot, I'm going to swap him out so the gunner can level up as well. And that's 2 refined metal. And I have 2 relics. Not much in the way of scrap. Damn. Oh, because it's low level. There's not that much ore here. But that's why I didn't build anything custom for it yet. Because I just would have taken too long to get all the materials together. And I had other things to craft. Like, a lot of the scrap that I have now is pretty recent. Oh, Nigel. Yeah, you don't need to mine right now, bud. He's... Oh, he warped out anyway? Oh, okay. That's fine. I thought he was off somewhere looking for rocks. But yes, the intention is to make some custom weapons for this thing because it's gonna be a while before I actually have enough money to add another ship to my fleet. Even if it is another cruiser. That was your spinal attack? Man, being a level 10 sucks, doesn't it? You'll get better. Oh wait, you're dead. All these ships that aren't fighting me are repair ships, right? Probably. I don't know. It's hard to tell. They're not repairing either. But that's getting worked on as well. Fleet AIs that don't do anything. Did we get... Excellent. Okay. I got you, you're safe. But, you know, like, repair me too. Okay. Hey, I got some better equipment, Nigel. We're gonna get you set up. You'll have more repair drones. More defense. I think you already have armor, right? Let's just go dock. We did enough manual repairs. We earned some cash. I'll just pay to fix your ship up. How about that? Yeah, I like this, but I think I'm gonna swap it out for an improved and take my repair beam back. Kind of wish I had improved ones, but let's see. What would we need to do? What are we talking about here? No. It is. It really is, but it's gonna be a while before I find any. Like, they're not around. I mean, it would be cool, but... Oh, and I'm not going to make it rapid fire because that wastes ammo. Oh, wait. Oh, no, they thought of that. Okay. Rapid fire reduces the ammo consumption. Now, the third rapid fire didn't do anything because I didn't have enough cores to make it go back the other direction, so that's fine. Nope, do not want to lose 6. Boosted. Always put boosted on missiles. There's literally no penalty other than the cost. And that's just fine. No time fuse, no Nadalo mod. Just that and 5 crits. Ta-da! I only have 1 refined... Oh no, I have enough refined metal. So 8 microchips, 18... You guys have explosives? Ah! Why not? Why the fuck not? You don't have anything. Come on, Nigel. We'll not be patronizing that place any further. Although this one's probably just as bad, let's be realistic. But it's a battle station. They should have explosives. They do. And do they have copper? No. They will. Nigel, why were your shields down? Come on. Get it together, man. Get it together, man. What's the matter with you? Okay, we could be a little less efficient, that's fine. That was pretty much it, right? No free boosters. 4 space. 110 DPS versus 6.5, so 26. I'm gonna say that's a little bit better. Wee bit better. So let's get 52 copper. Boom, boom. And not only does that make everything just look better in here, but it also warrants... Wow, I got way too much of that. It also warrants... Well, we need to get more refined metal, but we can make a couple of these. Oh, I sold the microchips. Anyway, it makes it easier to upgrade these. You use a lot less. So they're at 52.9 times 8. So over 420 DPS, give or take. 420. I hope somebody got a chuckle out of that. No. No. It's just pointless. It's a waste to use an ancient relic. I would rather wait and waste missiles. You can upgrade something from gray to white if you really want to. If it's rare enough and important enough. You can use an ancient relic to do the whole thing top to bottom. It's just, you know, a waste of relics. It's better to go mining to get more materials. Look at all those missiles going and nowhere. Nowhere. There. Now everything's automatic except I can control either bank of the missile launchers. Which is what we're about to do. That's how you conserve, by the way. Sorta. Or just by not using them at all unless you really have to. Oh, I was like, where's the rest of the fleet? Okay, so yeah. It's not bad. So for reference, right? That's one missile. That's one. 126. 125. It's technically 8 shots. That's pretty good. It's 54 times 8, just like it says on the page, on the screen there. It's an 8 barrel, not a 4. There's just not an icon on the ship model that's bigger than 4. That's why it's 4 on the visual. But it's 54 times 8 times 2. So 54 times 16. But one missile gets you about 400 damage. One missile ammo. Oh, you're talking about yours. Okay, I thought you were correcting mine. I'm like, okay, I'm open to correction if I'm wrong, but I don't know where you're getting that number from. Let's see. Four large, 2 speed damage, and crit with 3 rapid. So on this ship too. So you wanted to make the missiles go faster so that they're harder for enemies to outrun, and that's a really good way to. It's a really good route to go. I'm looking into mostly focusing on larger targets and letting my other turrets focus on the smaller targets. So I'm okay with the missiles being a little bit slow, but to each their own. It's not, you're not doing it wrong in my book either. So if it suits your preference, that's my rule with this game. If it suits your preference, you're probably doing it right. That's the way I look at it. Or at least try to. Nobody's perfect, but we try to not be an asshole, and I try not to. I could definitely correct a lot of things that a lot of people say a lot of the times, but I mean, they'll either figure it out on their own or they won't, and it'll be their experience, so. Oh, shit. Gimme, 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 gimme. Wow, what a glorious find in a level 15 system. Where did that relic go? I saw it. It was there for a second. It's gone. I don't care. We're going to go over to this gate real quick and save, because hot damn. Is there a wiki for... there is. A lot of the wikis are out of date because a lot of changes were made recently, and the game was in early access for several years, so a lot of them are out of date. Your best bet for information about ships is to go to the Discord, and there is a Google Doc spreadsheet that you can get access to view that is updated more than any other source of information available. Dragon PC 75. I have 2 legendary peacemaker. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. That's gotta be fun. Wow. So we're going from 17 and 56 to 19.5 acceleration and 64. So yeah. Wow. 2.5 points. And wait, what was it before? 56? We got 8 top speed out of that? Yeah, that's 1 step up in rarity, so yeah, we got it. But that's a lot of top speed. I'm really happy about that. I'm using lithium armor. I might actually be able to put on something a little more sustainable. And eventually I'll swap out my refineries for a repair system. Well, I'll upgrade a couple of refineries, upgrade my heat sinks, and get better shielding and stuff, and that will make room Oh, and upgrade reactors, and that will make room for do that before I forget and use it on something else. Well, that answers that question. What level is the station? I don't know. It's gone now. Didn't last long enough to find out. Oops. Wow, I need a better loot computer. I've also put large mining lasers, heavy mining lasers and custom mining lasers on this thing. On the sides and on the front. Like all the way around it. And it actually works really well. It chews the shit out of rocks really fast. Of course, the AI is not going to be good at it, but oh well. Yeah, that's not really going to be a problem for me, bud. Like, it wasn't because of the PD. Level 24 vegetables. Alright. Let's go veggies. Now, he did say he wanted to get that patch out tonight. I don't know what time that's going to be. I know it's earlier where he is than it is for me. And I also know he's working really hard and that his initial estimate was tomorrow. So I'm not going to assume that it's coming out tonight. I feel like that was a goal that he had, and maybe it'll happen, but I'm gonna go with tomorrow. Nice. Nigel, you're getting an upgrade, bud. I don't need that. Just die. Oh, cool. Now we go zoom zoom real fast. But it's going to take a lot more power to do it. Hey Nigel, what you doing there, bud? I know I got you set at 120, but you know, Marauders show up, I'd like to see something. Anything, honestly. You're still alive? I assume that dude was dead. Let's go see what that gold star dropped. 2 Gatling Vulcans. I mean, it sounds fun, but I don't want to... I don't know, I guess I could put them on something funny. I don't know. My cargo bay's full, but I bet it won't take me all that long to find... I don't know, go. Bro. There. Oh, right, he'll mine, but because those are the repair beams are on turrets, I can just follow him around. And they'll just keep repairing me, and I can push the rocks to piss them off. It's not a good mining ship, Nigel, I'm sorry. Kinda. Not really. Bye. I'm gonna go find the station. 6:44 and a half. It's okay, I've got a little bit of self-repair anyway with Sleepy Dragon, so my NPC, I designed him that way for a reason. I like long-term exploration missions, which require crew to be a little more self-sufficient. But it has already been 1 minute, so I need to just find the station. It's not a nebula, guys. What are we doing? My scanner power sucks. That's something I could upgrade after we get some of that mining done. Hopefully we get a fair amount of scrap out of it. Yeah, I don't mind it so much, the babysitting side, but there's a lot of requests that people make about quality of life or functions, things that can be done, add-ons, accessories, etc., etc. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't feel like there's a challenge in the game that would offset a lot of the requests. That it would just make the game a little too passive and a little too easy. But anything that makes the fleet AI a little bit more competent has my vote almost every time. There's been some very specific requests that I kind of make me cringe a little bit, but for the most part, there's a lot of good ones out there. Ooh, not heavy, but we're getting there. Still got a little bit of time. I could do an upgrade, but that's where I was headed in the first place. I have just enough time to get to this station and then back up here. He's not gonna have a lot done. I'm not optimistic. I mean, they're pirates though. They're built to deal a lot of damage, but not to be sturdy. So once you're able to evade a lot of their damage, yeah, they're not a threat anymore. I don't think they're intended to be that way for that reason necessarily, but they're definitely glass cannons by comparison. That's why you'll see them use a lot of Vulcan. Stuff like that. So, yeah, kind of by design, they're glass cannons. So if you can avoid their damage or just eat it, then yeah, you're pretty good, you know? Just wait till they get better at ramming. That's well, yeah. The intent is that they can do a lot of damage with their ramming weapons and stuff like that, but they don't yet. I think they'll get smart enough that those fleets will become a bit more competent to the point that they are actually a challenge. He mined out that whole field. It wasn't big, but he got it all. And it's been 4 minutes, so I've got about 1 minute to at least start collecting the initial loot that he dropped. Marauders. Those marauders worked in to attack my buddy. Because that is not a hideout. Nigel emergency warped, yeah. Well, that's what you get for not following me, but I didn't tell you to, so... So, of course, one of the first things that you want to upgrade when you do start what might be considered a high output, this is not, but you definitely want to start upgrading your refineries quick. Yeah, but the big ones don't really try to pin you in that well. I mean, I think they try, I think they fail really bad. I think they're intended to be better at surrounding you and crushing you. But if you're super nimble or just able to shrug off the first few hits and survive it, then you're going to be fine. Whereas with the Vangi, not only do they hit hard, but they're really good at running away to repair, which they do very quickly. Also, so player gunners and fleet ships are going to start targeting enemy healers, if not as a priority, at least some, because they don't at all now. Even if you order them to, they'll break it off, even if there's not another target, most of the time, which is frustrating and not what the developer wants it to be. So when that happens, I fully expect that enemy repair ships will also become significantly more competent to balance out, because it's not hard to kill fleets that have a lot of repair ships. The reason that we want gunners to target repair ships is because A, it's more logical, always kill the healer first, like I said before, and B, it's a waste of loot. They just run away and you're losing loot, and technically you fought for that loot because those guys were there at least trying to repair the ships that you were fighting. So whatever loot those repair ships are toting around, you earn that when you defeat the rest of the fleet. I want to see it so that repair ships don't warp away with hunter fleets ever, and that's kind of the way it's gone. Is that hunter fleets don't warp away, or hunter repair ships don't warp away anymore. But sometimes hunter ships will still warp out if you start to go into the dead zone. I'm not sure if that's intended, but it's a nice stopgap if you ever get in over your head to where you trigger a hunter fleet and don't manage to kill it before the next wave comes in, but you kind of needed to be able to. Look at him. That kind of thing is getting worked on. What he's doing right now, just not being able to do the thing at all. I don't know what his deal is. He should have enough power. His battery's full. But eventually the big ships will ram you, the small ships will swarm better. They'll stick to you like little barnacles and grind away at you. It's going to get better for both sides. The player will get buffs that make the enemy AI buffs manageable and fair and balanced. Or at least that's the intent. We'll give it a shot and balance it out and see what we come up with. 3 scrap. Holy shit, that sucks. And with you not mining, I'm kind of pissed off. There. Sort of fixed it. I do need to get a better ship for Nigel, though. It's pretty frustrating watching him try to mine a ship that's actually, the ship itself is really bad at it, and he's only level 19. It's just like, it's so cringy. The Vangi Corvette, 2 of the Corvettes would be better, and honestly I could probably buy 2 if I cash, I could buy 2 if I cash that in and still have a decent amount of cash to outfit them. The V4 is just not good at it because the wing mount guns can't turn in enough for mining lasers to focus. They don't even turn in enough for light laser beams to focus. It's meant to be a ship that rushes in against, well, capital ships, particularly. Alright, this system has lost interest. I've lost interest in this system. What do we got here? It's a Red Skull pirate system, but we got a big derelict here. It looks like a Corvette. It is. It's a Hawk. She's talking about how much I wanted a Hawk, mining Corvette. That Hawk would be way better than the V4. Defend yourself, you loser. Oh, you're mining him. Okay. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't shoot the hawk. Okay. Oh, it's so far. Whoops. Yeah, I'll get improved repair beams. Just keep up. Oh, I don't think he has inertial controls either. That makes their life really hard. AI and anything in a frigate or a cruiser or dreadnought, they do really bad with a without inertial controls. There's nothing in hardcore that you can't get in normal. There's not new loot. It's just more common. It's easier to get better loot in hardcore. That's the payoff. There's nothing in hardcore that you can't get in normal mode. As far as I know. If that's not correct, I mean, who who told? Well, I'm not gonna ask who told you because I don't care. But was it like a moderator or someone for the game on Discord, or just some random person? I mean, I can understand the phrasing might better loot, but that means better loot drops from enemies. That means that when you kill an enemy, there's a better chance of getting something better from them. It's not going to be there's no new items. There's no exclusive oranges. No, that's not the case. They were mistaken. Yeah, I can't imagine that would be the case. It wouldn't make any sense. Because you're right, it would basically mean that you have to play hard mode, and you don't. Nobody wants that. I might be able to just scoop this bastard. I think it's actually like 160, but I think I might be able to. Yep, 130. Alright, Nigel, don't think of this as a downgrade, because it's not. This is going to be fudge tons better, and it's actually a similar layout. Oh, he is going to need a bit of crew, though, and we don't have that here. Whatever. Let's go put we're just going to save it then, and then go to the next system. There might be like a civilian station here. Yeah, because if that was the case, I feel like I probably would have heard about it, and it definitely would have pissed me off. No, like, I get orange Vangi reactors on normal mode. It's just, the odds are ridiculously slim. So somebody might have played a bunch and then thought, oh, I've never gotten a good thing in normal mode, so it must not be possible, but I played this game for 1,800 hours. I get orange Vangi reactors from Hunter fleets in normal mode. If you can get orange Vangi or orange Vangi reactors, orange Doom cannons, orange ultra lasers, then yeah, it's I don't know what they would be like. Orange combat mods, Nadalo combat mods, warp mods, Dio sweepers. I was afraid of that. I'm so used to being like, thank God, it's a rebel, and then, oops. I've always been, I've always fought the Bang E. Yeah, it's slow and it's not fast in hardcore. It's just faster because it needs to be. It's more difficult, but if your goal is to make a totally orange ship and you don't die a lot, theoretically it should be faster in hardcore mode, but that's only if the difficulty's not beyond your skill. And if the difficulty is beyond your skill, then you just keep trying until you get there and you'll adapt to it. And then one day you'll go back and play a normal mode game and be like, holy crap, this is way too easy. And you'll get fast loot drops on normal mode because you'll be just crushing everything instantly. It's a matter of matching your skill to the difficulty level. Personally, I like smacking my head into brick walls in games like this. It's why I do hardcore permadeath every once in a while. It's why I took the time to figure out what the absolute hardest way to play this game is, as far as what you start with. I should have picked some missiles up again. Oh well. I just need to find a place to drop this yacht off. Or Corvette. I mean, like this, as far as their top-down 2D space shooters, 3030 Death War, Endless Sky, are really the main two. I did play 180 hours of Elite Dangerous, but it was a long time ago, back when there was no first-person shooter. Other than that, like, I used to play a lot of these kind of games back in the day, but like casually, shareware version, over at a friend's house. I like these kinds of games a lot. I just never got into a lot of them. So I don't play Star Sector. I don't play a lot of the really mainstream ones. Hey, Cartane, how's it going? There's a lot of mainstream ones out right now. I know Faster Than Light doesn't necessarily count as a game like this, but some people, like, if we're talking about a Venn diagram, there's a tiny bit of overlap, and then it's a space game with spaceships, and you have to, like, but that Faster Than Light's a totally different game, of course. But I'm open to suggestion. A lot of people have said, hey, you should play XYZ, and I'm just like, maybe someday. But I've got 1,800 hours in Star Valor, and the game just launched. Like, all that was early access. So I'm basically taking this game that I already really like a lot and then starting over. And there's a lot of new content that's going to come out at least over the next year, if not for much longer. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not necessarily looking for another game like it to play at the moment, but I'm always open to suggestion. There's no reason not to suggest a good game if you like one. I like how the improved repair beams say DPS, and it's like, wait, damage? Oh, damage per second fixed. But when you first look at it, you're like, wait, why does it say damage? Oh, right. You would expect it to say repair per second, RPS. I don't know if most games do that one way or the other, if there's theoretically or technically a way that most people prefer that be phrased, but it throws me off sometimes. I'm used to HP as heal per second. You know, let's go ahead and swap them out. You're going to be co-pilot because you have pilot. We need engineer and navigator. Well, we don't need them, but we're going to toss them in there because we can. Assuming they had one. They don't. That's fine. They don't need it. They don't need a navigator. They're not actually navigating. If they're warping, it's either emergency warp to wherever, so it's like, who cares? You're locked onto a star. You don't really need a lot of help getting there. The navigator would be the one figuring out a lot of details, but as long as you get there in one piece, who gives a shit? Or they're warping with me, which means they're just stealing data from my navigator, I would imagine. They don't need a lot of help there. 48, let's go ahead and let them keep that. It does help a little bit with corvettes, but not much. So that's overkill. 30 is enough. Wow, that went fast because okay, I need to put the weapons on it so I know what our power situation's gonna be. Ooh. And our thermals too. Actually, no, that's too much. It's only got not 8. Ooh, 8. Jeez, no. You know what? Don't even worry about it. I'll get repair on my ship. Do we need another mining laser? 36. Perfect. So it's 2 on each of these, right? And then 1 on each of these. So those are going to be, that needs to be 32 cooling. And, oh, shit. Well, that's going to be tough. Let's just kick it down a notch. 28. Okay, that's going to work. Power-wise, they got way too much power. 8 times 5 and 8 times 4, so that's 43.2. There's no boosters on it because it doesn't need it, so let's kick that off. It really doesn't need a lot more than that, honestly, so we'll just do 4 mining drone bays and call it a day. Oh, it's short on power and it's going to be using 7 each? Oh, fuck. That's a lot. I didn't realize mining drones were that hungry. Wow. So that's 7 times 4, so that's another 28 on top of 42, so that's 70. And then if he has to repair during, that's 80, so do I have any? Okay, well, I guess I'm making you your very own kit. I normally give these guys leftovers, but this is one of those situations where it kind of just makes sense to give them an upgrade. and a little overhead for the future because I might make some custom stuff and we'll see what happens. For now, that's going to work. This should work better than the V4. The question is, can I now turn around and make the V4 into something that's not garbage? And I don't think that's going to be possible, but I don't think that is a good reason to not try. Maybe it'll just be a repair ship. Just a flat, since I don't have repair beams on the other one. And yes, put battle computers on your fleet ships. And yes, even the repair ships. It helps, I promise. And you want your repair ship to be pretty tanky. You want it to be pretty tanky. I'm going to put that out there right now. It doesn't need to be fast. You're going to fly to them. But you want them to be tanky as fuck. That would help too. Oh, geez, I'm an idiot. Oh, this poor hawk. It can't have all that. It's 44. I need to add these to the fleet before I do all this stuff. No. No. That does not. Only the damage computer is the only one that's worth putting on the battle computer or optronic computer are the only ones worth putting on your fleet ships. They're the only ones that do anything, I should say. I'm an asshole, Leo. Did you just rename your second fleet ship guide to? Yes, I did. That's what happened. All right, so let's try this again the right way. See, now his weapon cooling's only 23, and he needs 28. Oops. There. That's a little bit better. Hopefully he'll let it cool down between rocks. Now then. Man, that was so... Jeez. Wow, yeah! Hell yeah, those are amazing! That's so much damage. When you put that on and compare it to your not optronic warp drive, your even a purple 3.0 or orange 3.0, and you just look at your spinal mount, the difference, you're just like, yay! He's so nice. Okay. Perfect. Wow, 10 repair beams. I think that might be enough. We're talking about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 15, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 26 power just for repair beams. We could go higher, but we're getting close to a heat threshold, maybe? No, I guess not. Wait. Yeah, we could go higher. except they won't let me. There we go. Oh yeah, the wings have extra cooling. So that one goes in the middle. Beautiful. There you go. And you probably want some shield chargers. Probably more than that. We'll get you some better generators. How about that? For now, rather than lowering anything else, we'll lower your power draw there. And you don't need a battery. You need more generators. I don't know why the hell I did that. There, 30 more power. Crank that back up. You're good to go. Sweet. Oh, and you get a co-pilot. Well, you're a pilot. So do we? Is there a gunner? Sorta. Not a good one. Okay. Nice. Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. Gross. I guess just pick a gate. Oh, Optronic Warp Drive. Well, shit, that's really good too. Not as good, but you'll get the Optronic computer eventually as well. But being able to warp that far, okay, sometimes it'll save you a lot of time. And that oftentimes is worth its weight in gold, so hell yeah. Well, that's far away. Oh, I never picked up missiles. I hope somebody drops some missiles for me. That's gonna get weird. Oh, I didn't give either of them warp drives. God damn it. Damn it, Archer. Alright, so I'll buy some missiles, put the warp drives on, blah, blah, blah. I always forget the warp drives. It's like my signature move. Oh, Lyos is in the Discord. Developers in the Discord. I'm not saying that means the update's happening now, but maybe it means that. It might mean that. It could. I'd be okay with it either way, but it's exciting either way. Hey, look at this asshole. Alright, let's do this. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I looked away. There's questions coming up in the Discord um, about how to proceed on some things, and it's important, so I had to stop to chime in. I apologize. Suffice to say, it's important and awesome what's going to happen, what's about to happen, I should say. Oops. Oh, this is the mining ship. Yeah, you don't need that. Oh, man. It just says several people are typing. It stopped trying. Yes, this is going to be good, guys. I just got some really good news, and I'm not going to spoil it because it's not guaranteed, but it's probably going to happen. It's going to be amazing. Suffice to say, it has to do with targeting. Raiding with a party of 18, Mystic Arc. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid, man. Hell yeah. I was just saying that we are on. I'm on the Discord a little bit. We're talking about some of the new stuff that's coming. There's been some corrections being made to some of the bugs that are being addressed. There's a few things on the table regarding the T and Y targeting, the F attack command, the fleet AIs and gunners' ability to target any hostile and repair ships, enemy repair ships, stuff like that. It's all happening. It's all in the works. We're having intense conversations about it right now. But everything that I just read says it's going in the right direction, and I have all the faith in the community in Laos. So I'm going to get back to the game because if I don't, I'm going to start getting giddy, and y'all are going to start getting bored because you're not going to know what the fuck I'm getting giddy for. I'm going to stop talking about it. But man, it's exciting. It's oh wow. It's gonna feel like a whole new world. A whole new world. Ah, so nice. Things that I've been complaining about, like how's everybody doing tonight? Um, if if we're talking about the Star Valor fleet equivalent of free donuts, then yes, that's exactly what it is. Free motherfucking donuts. Hell yeah, man. So, okay, I just saved. I'll show you real quick. This is my primary profile for after. I've got about almost 1,900 hours in game, but 1,800 and something of that was early access. So this is my primary profile with 40. It's so far I've got 2 Zeus. I'm working on finding crew that will get my fleet commander up to allow me to have a 3rd. But there's a problem. The Zeus's spinal mounts are a little bit bugged right now, and he's working on that. But they pass through a lot of the enemies. But I've got negative 136,000 Vang E. I believe we will. So I asked him one time, I said, Well, if Fleet can pick up, he's working on Fleet being able to pick up items, loot that they drop. Namely, if they're mining or they kill something, that they will seek to pick up the loot. And I was like, okay, so it's not just going to be an incidental. If they have a collector beam and it grabs it, it grabs it. They're actually going to be like, hey, somebody on our side, either the player or one of the escort fleet ships, just made loot drop from an enemy or a rock. I should go get that. And they will seek to go get it. And he said, yeah. And I said, okay, rather than me trying to ask questions and guess, what do you want to tell about it? This was on a stream a while back. He said, I want to make it to where they can actually use a refinery and maybe even be able to bring the loot back to the station. And I said, oh, that's kind of a big damn deal. That's a really big damn deal for them to not only be able to refine the ore, but to bring their loot back to the station so that you don't have to go to the station, pick up the ore, refine it, which would kind of defeat the purpose of them bringing it back. You might as well just go to the asteroid field, pick it up, and bring it back yourself because it would refine along the way. They'll refine it along the way. So I would not expect that particular feature to happen real soon, but I would expect that it is something that's being worked on currently. So yeah, that's crazy exciting news. Making your own space station is on the roadmap. It is planned. It is desired. That is not being developed currently. He may have laid some foundational work into the game, and he may have done a lot of the conceptual background work, but as far as anything to show or beta test or anything like that, that is not currently developed. But that is the plan. That is desired heavily by the developer along with the community. It's what he wants to see in his game. That not only will, you get the faction wars, right? You see the little explodies. I don't have any going right now. There it is. You get these little explodies. So all the little bombs going off, all the ships exploding and shit. So that means there's a fleet from one faction attacking the station and its defense fleet of the other faction that they hate. So what will eventually happen in the future is stations changing hands. Now, there's two ways to go about this. It's either to keep it the same principle where a station cannot be destroyed if the player's not in the system, to make sure that if you stored something there, it's not destroyed. But if a faction does destroy a station in the future, they're going to rebuild. The other option would be that station is damaged to a point, but not completely wiped out, to where your stuff is still there, but somebody has to come in and rebuild the station. Like, you can't get in and access to it, right? Like, the airlock is cut off from the hangar bay, from the shops, your storage locker. You can't get to it through that station. But somebody, one of the other factions or the faction that got defeated, somebody is going to, like, hold the position long enough that it gets rebuilt, and so your stuff won't be lost. And if that's the case, then that means that stations might get destroyed whether you're there or not. But to preserve your loot, whatever you store there, like ships and metals that don't transfer to other stations automatically, that stuff would be preserved. One way or the other, that stuff is going to be preserved. One of the ways that I described. And then even further beyond that is the ability for the player to start their own faction, build their own stations, and effectively either conquer the galaxy or force peace in the galaxy by just kicking out all the assholes, right? Like, if you want peace in the galaxy, what would you do? Well, you would kill all the Vang E and kick all the pirates out, at least to the edges of space. Or you can one-up them and do it yourself. Kill everybody yourself. So those are on the roadmap, but again, they're in the planning phases. They're not. There's nothing tangible. There's nothing to beta test. There's not a whole lot going on there, and I'm so glad that was the perfect time for me to stop talking, because here comes the 136,000 reputation Vang E fleet, Hunter fleet. that's attacking me with my massive flak plasma cannon, Gatling flak plasma cannons. This is what I like to do with my dreadnoughts, is make them absolutely obnoxious. Yeah, I mean, I told the developer straight away, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised in 2 to 5 years if you were sitting back going, um, we could just make this an MMO. I mean, why not? And of course, from the developer's point of view, he's like, "All right, just calm the fuck down for a minute. We're so far away from that even being like conceivable." And I'm like, "No, I know." But like, I would play that game. I would absolutely play that game. But he doesn't want to pull the infinite beta thing, which is why we have a launched out of early access product now. He would prefer to do this is the core game, and then there'll be add-ons, there'll be a lot of free updates, a lot of free content added on, and then possibly DLCs and maybe paid DLCs way long in the future. But for now, expect continued support to be free for a very long time. I don't know exactly what content is going to fall on the free side or the potential DLC side, but frankly, I mean, 3 years ago, I got this game on sale for way too cheap, and I'm just like, shut up and take my money. The guy's he's a solo indie dev. Like, he's doing it all himself. He does have a friend who helps him with making ship models, but outside of that, the game, the concept, the programming, it's him. And, yeah. Yeah, he has a Patreon. I support him. He has a YouTube channel for updates and stuff. He's very active in the Star Valor Discord. Well, and see, that's the thing is he's like, just let's not talk about MMO, but that doesn't mean that he's not doing anything. The first thing that he wants to do as an experiment is actually local co-op. He wants to add local co-op, which at first you think, A, what, why, and B, huh, how? But basically, a local co-op would be that you plug a controller into your computer and one of your friends can control one of your fleet ships. That's phase one. That's just to see how it goes. Now, obviously, there's limitations to that, like both of you staying on the screen at the same time. What if you turn friendly fire on? Stuff like that. It sounds like it could be simple, but it sounds like it could also be massive. But that would be like the ramp. That would be like or at least that would be the path leading up to the ramp. That's the speed road that you take to get enough speed before you hit the ramp. And then after that, it's just a matter of, what do people want? What does the developer want? And what can reasonably be done? And, like you said, netcode, building in the possibility of connecting through servers, even just having two people do multiplayer on one map or one universe that's on a server, one galaxy, would be a massive undertaking. And I mean, if the game's popular, maybe he'll hire someone to help him with that part of it, Maybe he'll get some outside help finally. But for the most part, it's just him soloing it, so we'll see where that goes. I have all the faith in the world that we're going to have a lot of fun. Ooh, Orange Fang E reactor. Glad I'm not accidentally dying while all this is happening. That's awesome. It's not a large reactor, but it's cool. I like how I've just got all these explosions happening and I'm this massive gold star fleet and I'm not even really paying attention to them. So these guys here, the repair ships, currently your fleet and gunners do not pay attention to them. Very, very soon they will. You can usually command them to do it with target and F key, and they'll do it. Take things slow and make sure that it all fits and works properly and comes together. It's even for a solo indie dev, he's trying to take it slow, because he does not want to overdo anything to the point where you know, all of a sudden you get really excited and implement this new feature, and it turns out that it bugs every single other system because somehow the math and the triggers and all the shit behind the scenes gets all worked up, and you're just like, well, you know, not only do I have to go through and, you know, try to figure out what happened, but also change every system in the game to compensate, to be able to adapt to it. And it's just like, you know, so you take your time, you do it slow, you measure measure twice, cut once, that kind of thing. And I absolutely, like I said, you know, maybe 2 to 5 years it could be an MMO. You know, he doesn't want to think that far ahead yet, as anything more than a carrot of inspiration to lead, but that's all it is. Exactly. You know, the game was in early access for like 4 years, I think, but he'd been doing a lot of beta testing before that, and fine tuning and planning long before that. It's a labor of love, absolutely. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. The guy enjoys this kind of games. When I asked him, I said point blank, people are gonna ask you this. Like, this was like last year, or no, this was earlier this year. I was like, you know, we're getting close to the launch date. People are gonna start asking you, what made you want to make a game like this? Do you just like these kinds of games, or did it just seem like a thing that you could do? And I was like, I knew the answer. I knew the answer, but I was like, I was trying to get him to say it out loud. Like, is this something that you've actually stopped and thought about? Like, you know, like an actor, what's my motivation here? You know, do you actually stop and think about it? Or did you say, man, I really want to make a Space Trader game. I'm just going to jump in and start doing it. He's like, no, 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 no. He's like, I've always wanted to do something like this. Love these kind of games. It's just, you know, it's just one of those things that's been in the planning phase in the back of his mind for a long time. And he's doing it. And he's living the dream. Living the dream. It's freaking amazing. So until those spinal mounts on my zoo ships get fixed, I've been doing an indoctrinated save because I don't yet have the Vangi Dreadnought unlocked yet. It's the only ship I don't have unlocked, and it's because they're new. So I figured, well, I want to focus on the Zeus. I want to focus on that profile, but it's going to be hard to push it forward until that's fixed, because it's really hard to fight those fleets without it. I mean, 136,000, you saw I was handling those guys, and I could make much stronger weapons that would do an even better job, but my best profile had negative 450,000 before. You would get like waves of 10 dreadnoughts and 10 to 20 of the battle cruisers in one wave, and I would solo those waves in an Achilles or a Titan, you know. So now that we have new ships to fight with them, I'm just like, I want to focus on that, but I'm going to need those spinal mounts to be able to do that, or it's not going to go well. So I figured, okay, you know, I told him, I was like, no rush, just whenever you get around to that. Not everybody has the new ships yet, but most people are kind of grinding towards it, so he knows it's important and he's working on it. So a lot of things like that are going to have to get done before we really start to worry about a lot of new features. But there's going to be story, there's going to be campaign stuff, there's going to be superstructures, mega structures that you can explore, stuff like that. So there's a lot on the horizon. There's a lot on the to-do list, on the roadmap that is coming. It is happening. It's just, again, solo indie dev, it's going to take time, and it's going to take even more time than you might expect, because as said, he wants to make sure 100% that he does everything right. Right by the code of the game, right by the intent of the game, the expression of the game, what he wants in the game. And look at this poor bastard just right where I warp in the center of the galaxy. A lot of times they don't start out here, they're off to the side. But this poor little dude was just like, ready, waiting to die. And I'm accidentally targeting my fleet ship, so the missiles are just spinning around them. This guy's pretty brutal for a hauler. That's like the worst Corvette in the game. But, you know, you give somebody a gold star and they'll make a mess out of stuff. They'll find a way to make a mess. I've been streaming this game for a long time. I put a lot of my old streams on YouTube, so if you ever miss, like, I'm not saying you should go back a year in time and watch anything, but like, if you do miss any of them, I put it up on YouTube. Usually takes a few days before I put a new one up. I like to wait a little while. Twitch insists that you wait 24 hours, but I don't. I think I just made myself clear on how I feel about that, but. Yeah, I stream this game pretty much at least once a week. At least once a week, and I've been doing it for a long time. And yeah, absolutely support the dev. He likes to jump in the channel once in a while, into the stream to chat with people. There's a lot of people that stream it. He likes to go and make the rounds and say hi to everybody, take questions about the game. But again, right now he's pretty busy, so he's not doing that as much. But he is still active on the Discord. And there's a lot of people in the community on the Discord who keep up with everything he says regarding the game. And so that way, if people do have questions or they're curious about the future of the game, we can field those questions without him having to take the time to repeat answers or updates and stuff like that. So we act as the eyes and ears, but also, I don't want to say the mouth of the dev. We don't know everything. And things change, but I try to keep up as best. Ooh, wow, that's one hit point left right there for Nigel. Nigel too. Hardcore's fun, man, and that's another thing is don't assume that because there's I say this as often as I can. Yes, we have a good community of OG players, but please don't make the mistake of thinking that we don't need input from new players. It's actually more important than ever that we get input from new players now, because the game has changed so much since I started playing, and I've been around for a lot of the changes as they happen one at a time, that I can't really empathize with what it's like to play this game for the first time since launch. I don't know what that's like, so we need feedback of what that particular experience is like. So if you're thinking about jumping on the Discord, but you're like, I'm new, I don't know what I'd really contribute, well, it would be a lot, actually. It could potentially be a whole lot. And it also does... Oh! We got a badass over here! Oh, shit. And he just turns and flies away. He's like, my job's done here. Fuck off. Absolutely. It's a completely different perspective that it's not that I personally don't have the ability to, it's that if you've played as much as I have over the course of time that I've played, you simply can't have that perspective of what it's like to be a new player for this particular game, to give feedback on the systems, the balance, the options, the controls, the features, the direction, the future, stuff like that. He loves hearing that kind of stuff, and I also love to remind people to, even if you just stop by to say, hey, I like your game, thanks for making it, it's pretty cool, whatever it is. A solo indie dev, I would imagine, given that this is as much of an art form as it is a game, not that big developers aren't artists, I'm not saying it's not, but when it's just one guy who spent 5 to 10 years of his life making this one game, it helps to have a little encouragement. Any encouragement, I imagine, is probably really, really motivational for him, and well deserved in my opinion. So yeah, a lot of the design choices, the art style, you may have noticed I'm playing my own music. I've heard those same songs so many times, and it's not my particular preference in music when I play a game like this that it's so chill. I prefer a little bit more upbeat and enthusiastic jam. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, crap. Wow. That's a Vulcan weapon that goes right through my shields. That big ship, his weapon would go right through my shields, and which means that it would just be dealing with my 89 armor. Um, that was almost a death sentence right there. I'm in a level 26 system. I'm level 25, but I've also been putting a lot of effort into these guys, which means that I should not be in a level 26 system. That's one of the things I like about this game is you have to be really careful. You can't just say, I'm level 26, I should be able to function in a level 26 system. It sure as hell does not work that way. If you put all of your energy into your primary flagship and solo just that ship, and you can self-repair, and it's quick, and it's got defense, and it's got attack, okay, yeah, have fun, try it. But when a lot of your resources have gone into outfitting your other ships, and one of them's a mining ship and the other is a slow repair ship that's meant to be between battles, you're gonna have a bad time. That's definitely French frying when you should have pizzaed. Ooh. Oh my, so we've got. Oh yeah. So I'm referring to. I'm looking at stuff on the Discord, but it's not one of the public channels. I apologize. I know that's somewhat discourteous as a streamer to be not just doing something else, but something that nobody else can actually see. But it is relevant to the game. It's about future choices and in the game, and it's stuff that he'll bring to the community before it's permanent, probably. It's just running it by some of us OGs kind of helps reframe it and prioritize some things. So I apologize for that. I'm not trying to ignore anybody, but it's relevant to the game, and it's very exciting, very very exciting. So hopefully, a lot of this stuff that I'm seeing, as far as targeting and fleet options, fleet functionality, and AI functionality in combat, gunners and stuff like that. It's going to be so exciting. I mean, it's exciting now for me just thinking about it, and he hasn't even like. There's not. It's not like there's a beta to test, you know. Like I don't. I can't even put my hands on it. There's nothing to even see. There's not a video that he's made to show. It's just like, what do you guys think if I did this? And I'm just like, ah! Yee! Beatlemania! Holy shit! I would love it. Oh my god! So if it's that exciting, for me, I'm really excited. But yeah, it's gonna be good. He's having a good time making this stuff. He's definitely has a strong desire to improve things. His level of community involvement, the way that he reaches out to the community for feedback, for like, hey, I want to do something like this. What sounds like? Am I missing something that would make more sense, or what do you guys think? Like, does it sound like I'm just wait? Does it sound like it even makes any sense in any way, shape, or form? Stuff like that, and it's just like sometimes he just brings it up, and I'm just like, yay! Well, that one I was using earlier was the Zeus. It was the Children of Terra dreadnought, and it takes about the same amount of effort to make from their blueprint. And I made two of them, so I haven't used the Vangi dreadnought yet. That's what I'm grinding towards on this one. So, semi-short answer. Pare that down to a yeah. I think it's worth it because that's what I'm doing, and I've already done it twice. But again, I've been playing the game for 3 years. I love it a whole shit ton. Don't take my word for it. I would listen more to new players who are kind of on that same path or just completed it. They'll tell you if it's worth it, but if the Vang E V6 is anywhere near as fun as to use as the Zeus, the Children of Terra Dreadnought, then yeah, it's worth it. They're by far, the Zeus is superior to any other ship that I've used, especially if you like the big ships. And it is totally doable. It is doable. It took me 14 hours to grind to the first Zeus. But I estimated based on that experience that it could probably be done in 8, but because I didn't really focus like only on it, but it was like it was the direction I was going, but it wasn't the only thing I did. I wasn't trying to hardcore. I wasn't trying to speed run it, right? I wasn't trying to like get the best time in the world. But I think it could be done in 8. I think most people it'll probably be between 10 and 15 hours, if not a little bit more. Just because, again, like you probably want to do other stuff, and you probably want to keep upgrading other things and using your Ardonian components and other crafting materials to do other things. So, personally, I think it's worth the effort, but it is more involved to acquire than anything in the game. Forget ship, it's the hardest thing to acquire in the game is either of those dreadnoughts. Their recipes are slightly different, but basically about the same kind of grind. So once I have the V6, I can try to make an objective comparison between the two to see which one's better. But just based off the Zeus, if the Vangi one is anywhere near as good, then yeah, it's worth the time. Do you wanna see how I mine materials for things like that, and how it could feel a little spoilery for you, but I can show people some late game mining, at least something to aspire to, right? For late game, as far as why I think it could be done much faster than what I did. Yeah, let's just do it, right? Let's just do it. I'll show you what I'm talking about. If you don't want to see this, don't look. Sorry, but we're doing it. I'm not going to spend the rest of the night doing it, so don't worry about that. We'll get back to some regular gameplay, but for anyone who's sitting there looking at this recipe and just going, holy shit, why would you do that to us, developer? Why? Why do you hate us? I mean, just this. 75 iridium, 25 Ardonian components, 3 iridium each. Even right now, I've only got 22 on the side and 69 in the bank, and I'm using one of these ships to get that, right? So, like, if you don't have a big, badass ship to mine with, and I do mine with this ship, I don't use the dominance. Yeah. And then the rest of the equation, 33 of these, that's 99 scrap. That doesn't sound like much, does it? Oh wait, another 150 scrap. Oh wait, another 600 scrap. It's like, oh wait, you need scrap for these too. 75 we're talking like basically 1,000 scrap. Yeah. So I've got 48 scrap, I've got 400 refined material. Like, my scrap is gone, but I've been using it more than I've been using these. But I've been also mining up, like I said, for a third Zeus. Now, what I'm about to do is not necessarily the best way to do it, but it's the same general tactic to get there, right? Where is it? I can't see straight. Speaking of can't see straight, if you can adjust the brightness on your screen, this would be a good time to do it. Just a little bit, not too much. Or I should say, get ready to adjust it a little bit if you can. Um, I can certainly help out a little bit, but not very much. That's not going to actually do a lot. Because, like, I mean, you saw the weapons earlier. They're bright as hell. And when you do what I'm about to do, it's complete. It's. I'll just say eye fatigue is a thing that can happen when you do weapons like this. Flak overload Gatling. And if you're wondering what my recipe is, just for the side mounts, right? We're talking about, first of all, they're 2 core rather than 3, because this thing you can get its base 45 weapon, but you can get it up to 51 with nano components. It gives you +1 per ship class. So classic ship 45, 51. There you go. I don't need the PD laser beams, which would give me another 6 to make these all 3-point weapons. But they've always just kind of been there. I did need them when I made them, and so that's why these are 2-point. So I do need to remake these. But getting back to it, show raw values to make sure. So you put in a plasma core, which automatically puts heavy mount on. You can't take it off, so it is a 2-space core, just as a single. I add boosted, which does increase the power a little bit, right? And also increases the materials needed by 20%, which, if it's low, that's not a big deal, but it's not going to be low for long. So we're going to add our explosion radius, which is 4 points for the 16. I actually recommend not doing that when you haven't used a weapon like this, because I do time fuse for the flak trait. When you use the explosion radius and the flak trait, it inherently overrides friendly fire for that weapon. And when you're talking about a 16 or larger radius, you're going to hit yourself, and you're going to hit your fleet ships. And even if you don't have a fleet, you're going to hit yourself. And if enemies get close to you and all you have is flak overload Gatling heavy plasma, you're going to have a hard time not hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting it. Yeah, it can become a bit of a problem. So then I also add maximum rapid fire. And let's see. To control the heat, I believe I use an Adalo mod, booster, and then, was it all critical? Oh no, sorry, speed. First of all, projectile speed, because that increases your accuracy. The sooner your projectile gets to the target, the less you have to lead it off, the less time they have to get away to correct. And a big part of these weapons is the way they screw up your enemy. No, I guess that's on. So I add the projectile speed to make them a little more functional. And now I'm having a hard time making the weapon again. Oh, ha 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 ha. Back to 16. So we went too far. They're 2-point. No, it is the speed booster. It's not the damage booster. There, that's what it is. That's my recipe. Now, if you want to add more cooling, then 95.4 per second, be my guest. You know, my spinal mounts can handle it, and they're 10 points each, which is the capacity since you have 2. And it allowed me to make some really obnoxious point defense beams. They're actually powerful just against ships, the point defense. But to match the heat and make it a manageable amount of power, before I had a bunch of Vangi reactors. So that's the weapon I'm using. That's the whole shebang there. But again, if you're not careful, let me just fix this right quick, because I am going to be doing this in manual mode. So the way flak works is the distance of your cursor from the center axis of your ship, the center point, is how far away they're going to explode. So you can see these two, they blow up right there. If I put it right here, they blow up on top of me. Watch my shield. So be careful with these weapons. Oh golly. I mean, it's just brutal 3-point PD. I don't remember that one, but obviously it's green core, right? Point defense. Let's go over here. The last weapon you clicked on loads into here. If you're trying to make a 1-for-1, but it's upgraded and in a weird mount and all that stuff, just hit raw values. It'll fix that. Continuous, point defense, overload, boosted, damage booster. Apparently a crap ton of crit. What are we missing here? Is that it? No, it's more than that. What did I not do? Something's different. Was it that? Oh, it's that. Okay. So 3 green cores, damage booster, crit, PD, continuous, overload, boosted. And my god, that knocks down everything. Now, granted, they require 128 power and generate 80 heat. But they're also getting the Dreadnought range boost. And the weapon heat control from that. So I have minus 20% weapon heat generated as a base stat of all my weapons. They'll get hotter. They'll get hotter. As you can see, that is just absolutely brutal. So 800 and 750 DPS. They have pretty basic broad skilled crew, so a little bit of a bonus here and there. Nothing fancy, but good, solid level 50 crew. I'm really lazy about min-maxing my crew. But with a Dreadnought, you do want to find a few specialists for most of the traits that you really want. It really is, at the end of it, better. And so this is my mining rig. I don't know. It's always fun to do this because it's just so damn absurd. But yeah, I just loaded 60 purple PMC refineries on 120% refining rate. You don't even need the spinals. You basically just create a wall of plasma. I only use 2 collector beams, though granted they are PMC collectors in purple, so they're fast and they have good range. You may need a few more if you don't quite have that going on, but otherwise 3 or 4 would still cut it. And then those refineries, all 14 of them, look, I've got 30 green ore, 16 PMC purple refineries at 120%, and I've got, oh, it's running down a little bit. Now I'm full. So then I go through and I delete the stuff I don't want. Destroy, destroy. There's not a loot filter yet. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But so for now, this is part of the process that might piss you off, and I totally get that. But this is what we do. This is how we're doing it. When we want to make a ship that costs 1,000 scrap, and then a bunch of other stuff. So my geology is 50, and the reason I'm using PMCs is because they have a geology of 48, and the Ardonians can get 48 too, but they're not as fast. Now the PMCs are bigger and use more power, but point for point they're still faster. Like if you use the same amount of space for Ardonians, you'll end up with like more than 20 space or more than 20 of the refineries, but for a given amount of space, the PMC are still more efficient. There we go. And you think to yourself, well, that's probably enough. You just go through and destroy everything you don't want, and you probably don't have to destroy anything else, right? Wrong. So generally doing this, if I absolutely destroy all the green stuff, all the white stuff that's not scrap and ore, the samarium, lithium and silicon are part of the ingredient list eventually, like way down the chain on the Zeus and V6. But I've got $3 million, so like even the silver, the gold, the platinum I don't want. Iridium you keep, of course, because that's for the Ardonian components. I don't need drones. I didn't mean to bring all this stuff with me. That's from the battle with the Vangi earlier. So I won't quite... I'll probably get like just around 150 on scrap. Probably around 50 to 80 refined metal. And if I'm lucky, if I'm really lucky, I'll get like more than 10 iridium. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you get really unlucky on iridium. So iridium's one of those ones. But again, that's why we have these. They can actually refine iridium from ore, so even if it's not dropping a lot, hopefully you'll get some. But you'll still be lucky to leave the sector with only what you want in your inventory and to have 10 of it be iridium, unless you're deleting scrap and refined metal and silicon and lithium to make more room for it, which I don't do. And sometimes you just start shooting while you wait for stuff to refine because it's fun. It's fun watching all the rocks explode. And then I don't actually need to complete this whole process, so I'm not gonna. So we'll just go full balls Phoenix mode. You can see why eye fatigue becomes a bit of an issue, I think. Most people pick up on that. They're like, oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem if you stare at that for too long at a normal screen brightness. But that's one of the things I love about this game is you go from being the tiny ship versus the universe of enemies that hate you, like any good top-down game, but by the end of it you become the bullet hell boss. Now, these weapons, I'm going to tell you right now, if you do not use time fuse and you do not add any explosion radius, they will kill much faster. It just doesn't look as fun. It's not as fun looking for me. But once these fleets start getting bigger, because they scale with your negative reputation, the size of them scales with it. Once they start getting bigger, I'm going to have to remake these without the flak and the explosion radius, and it won't be as fun. But it's still going to remind me, either way, it's going to remind me of the drones from Stargate Universe. And, well, I didn't really watch Stargate Universe. I keep forgetting that's the name of one of the series, but the Stargate Universe, the world of Stargate, SG-1, and Atlantis, it reminds me of the drones. I love it. I need to switch that to 8 or 9 or whatever the hell, because these guys are about to kick my ass. But with the explosion radius, flak or not, the explosions push the enemies back, so as long as you're not damaging yourself too much, it can actually create kind of a defensive barrier with that impact force. But then you run into a wall and you die. But who gives a shit? Because when you get to this point in the game and you don't have 16 refineries. 4 points each. Oh god, what is that? 60s? 64? Yeah, 16 times 4 is 64. I build computers, I should know this. When you don't do that, and you actually have... See, the reason they were able to kick my ass so easily is because I didn't have any of my shielding, any of my chargers on. I have 877 charging on almost 5,000 shield now. They can't touch me. They can't get close to me. And I have another 9 left because... Now wait, that's 65, and 2 of these are 50 each, but a large one is 170, so these are 3 point, these are 9 point. So if you look at it, 2 of these plus 1 of these takes up the same amount of space as 1 of these, but you lose 5 power. But if you have 2 of those, it's 130, plus 50 is 180, so 2 oranges plus 1 purple is better than 1 large purple. But 1 orange and 2 purple is not. So I need to find another one of those before I can reasonably use it. So now that I've got my 877 shield back and my 700 power, I can do this. Drop shields a little bit, drop engines a little bit, turn off my repair system. Yeah, actually I don't have to drop my engines. Turn off my repair systems, and as you can see, I can permanently cloak. And I'm not using any boosters on this ship, so yeah, it's slow at 60 speed. But who cares how fast you go when they can't shoot at you? Right? I mean... So between that and the ability to do that with my Ardonian shield, my Ardonian barrier, that's pretty much that combined with... And then as soon as you're out of cloak, you have to crank your shield back up because you need that thing to charge. That's why it's better. Normally I like to do a 10-to-1 ratio on shield capacity to charging, basically meaning that it's 10 seconds to completely recharge your shield from 0. But towards the end game, you really don't need 8,000 shielding, but you do need 800 recharge eventually. 200,000-300,000 negative reputation will get there. So I end up breaking my ratio basically to the point of 5-second recharge. Five and a half. But it's just better because shield recharge is active attribute, so as you take damage, it's actively resisting that damage. It's not waiting. There's no shield recharge delay unless it gets zeroed. And even then it's like very brief. So towards this point in the game, there's a point where you can have too much shielding and not enough recharge, because the 10-second recharge is basically for a hit and run effect, and when there's a fleet of 50 to 100 yachts and shuttles coming after you, you're not running hit and run on them, they're running hit and run on you, and it's non-stop. So you need to resist that damage more than you need a capacity to, contain it. Otherwise, it's just a matter of time. They're going to wear you down, and they're going to win, and it sucks, especially when your primary weapon does damage to you. But, again, once these are fully functional, we're talking about these do... So my 6-point weapons here do 1,300 DPS. My spinal mounts do 10 times that plus. So it'll be nice when those are back on the table. It'll be really nice. Now these guys aren't really going to be able to force me to use my barrier or cloak, because like I said, I got enough shield recharge. It's when they bring in battleships like the V5 that can shoot spinal weapons similar to mine that I can't use. That's when you need the barrier, that's when you need the cloak, and that's when you need to be quick on your energy controls. You drop them by holding shift when you hit QER, or raise them by hitting QER without shift. And you do it quick. Like, you gotta be quick, you gotta be on it, you have to know the sequence you're gonna do, and you have to time it just right, or you're gonna have a bad time. And it's totally possible to get kills on a fleet of 20 Vangie battle cruisers. It's just You just have to be patient. You have to cloak, you have to wait for one to get isolated to the point that you have enough time to destroy it before the rest of them, and I mean, they come in fast. You decloak, and the larger the system, the better it is, but it takes a lot longer in a large system, so I use small to mediums right now. But I mean, they'll be spread out over the map, but they'll all, as soon as you decloak and attack one of them, they just swarm you. They're on you in a heartbeat. So you have to be able to get a kill before that happens, or you're going to end up either having to cloak again or warp out or die. And oh wow, I forgot to preset a destination. It's very important in these situations to preset a destination to warp out. Even though I report back to this station, it's really rare to get a friendly station in a hostile system, but it'll happen. And if you find a system with two different factions, you can force it to happen just by how you interact with them. I have no idea what that means, but welcome. First time chat, thank you. Welcome to the show. But even with that friendly station in this system, I might not make it back. And so it'll be quicker to just have my cursor on the way to the warp point as I hit the M key, because you gotta, or you can rebind your map key. You can't rebind the warp key though. But it's important to have that as a last resort exit strategy. Now, I already have Ardonian. I have 78% damage resistance, 62% absorption from Vangi shield generators. That'll go up from those being orange. I'll get more of these in orange. This will go well over 1,000, probably to 1,200. I'll have more room for more of these because, ooh, here we go. This is it. Oh, there's only one. Up two. Okay. We got two battle cruisers. These ships don't matter. These are carriers, but this thing has a spinal weapon that will absolutely... Sometimes I can withstand one or two. Let's see what happens. I'll pop my barrier if I have to, but watch. My 4,000 shield at 877 recharge, and he almost zeroed it. One of them. So imagine 10 or 20 all at the same time swarming you. It gets nutty. If I get enough of these in orange, I can pull one of them out, or maybe even two of them, and put in some of the smaller ones to compensate and get more shielding recharge. I think you could potentially go up to like 1,500 on this ship, but that's theoretical. I haven't done it. I can't say for certain that it's doable, but I'm estimating that that's about where it would land eventually. See, I just got hit by another one. Now, granted, that's combined with everybody else's weapons, but he did that one ship that looks like this, and this other guy here, they're doing most of that heavy lifting. The other ships really can't do much at this point. They're just there because the difficulty level of my reputation hasn't told them to do more battle cruisers rather than carriers. So we'll let one of them fire at me again, and I'll show you what it looks like with the barrier versus just letting them fire at me. Or I guess I'll have to kill some of them first. But yeah, I'm the bullet hell boss now. It's me. I was the turkey all along. And I'm just demolishing them with these weapons. And like I said, you can make far better weapons. There he goes again. Ah, I need to recharge my flux. I can't have both of them going at the same time. I forgot to turn my flux generator off and I used it all. So now I cloak, and I lurk, and I wait. And with my repair system on, I have to drop my shields even further. But now my armor's full, so I can turn it off, get my engines back to full speed, and a little bit more shielding. See, they're staying next to each other. If it was 10 of them staying next to each other, it would be a bit of a problem. But I'm recharged, so I pop my shields. They're already full now, which again is why I have that quick ratio. And I have one flux I can use for that, and hopefully I can try to get a kill. Otherwise I'm going to be sitting cloaked trying to wait for my flux to recharge, which is kind of... it's not that it's boring, it's not that it's bad, it's just less than optimal. So it's like you sit there and you're like, I could have done better. Oh, look, a relic. One of the best reasons to do this in a nebula, assuming that you have the radar range, that you still have functional radar range in a nebula, is because nebulas have a higher drop rate for relics. Even though I don't need relics, I will be making new weapons one day, and so I'll need relics. And so, like I did with farming the asteroid rush, they're going to drop a lot of loot. You just destroy what you don't want, make room for more of the oranges so that you don't have to make as many trips back to a station. Watch out for the cursor jump. When you pick stuff up, it moves your cursor around. You might accidentally destroy the wrong things. That's a thing that's being worked on. It's a known issue. You don't have to report it. Everybody hates it. You just have to take your time when you're destroying stuff to not accidentally destroy something you want because the cursor changed position on you. And back to firing my Stargate drones. Oh, and people always ask, how well do those weapons work with crew? Well, with crew, we're still talking about your cursor distance from your ship determining the range of it, of their auto detonate. But if you just kind of keep it at the edge of the screen, I mean, you don't have to. You can shorten it up, especially with the small ships to kind of push them back. You can just control it like this. You don't have to do it at the enemies, right? You don't have to be able to see your cursor through the plasma bursts. And as long as you can just leave it at max if you want. Leave your cursor at the edge of the screen, and they'll do a fine job. It'll just detonate when it hits stuff, or at max distance. And it works just fine. Now, again, my crew is no slouch. There's nobody on my crew that absolutely blows. But, you know, obviously you probably want to manual a lot of it just for the sake of optimizing, but they do just fine. They're going to get a kill on one of these guys. They're going to get a kill on another one. In 3 seconds, I'll be able to pop my bubble again, resist this guy, and now he's dead. So, yeah. And crew is going to get better at it. They'll get better at doing that. So, that's something to look forward to. How easy is it to implement any version of a damage reduction bypass for a weapon core? Oh, the armor system's going to get revamped. So if you're confused by the armor system, you're not alone. First off, you're not alone. Because you've got shield absorption, damage resistance, armor, repair percentages, shield recharge. There's a lot of facets to it. And some people think it's needlessly complicated. I think it offers a lot of customization options because shield and armor work differently. Well, it caps at 80. It's close enough. But yeah, there's crew that I could get that would expand on it. For sure. You can't go over 80 damage resistance because, well, I mean, obviously if you hit 100, you would just be invincible. I don't think that would be very fun. And these guys are only level 59. When they get to actually being level 60, they are significantly more difficult. Each level past 50 with these hunter fleets is a pretty decent jump in their capabilities. So don't let that scaling catch you off guard. It will hurt more. Don't think, oh, 57, well, I handled those 56s. Stay on your toes. Don't get complacent. Don't make assumptions. Sometimes you're wrong, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot. And if you're wondering why all of a sudden those fleets get a lot more difficult, even though your rep hasn't gone a lot lower, it could just be that they all went up one level, and that was enough to significantly screw you over, to cross that threshold of your damage resistance, your shield absorption. No, no, this is vanilla game, normal mode. I just have 877 recharge and enough generators to power it on basically the best ship in the game. The strongest ship, the strongest single ship in the game. The Vangi V6 might be stronger, I just haven't used it, but they're both supposed to be comparable. I'm curious what part of it made you think it was modded, though. Not that it's a bad thing that you thought that. I'm not offended, and I don't think any less of you for thinking that. I'm just curious. But there are a lot of players out there who prefer smaller ships. They never use anything bigger than a yacht. Oh, the way the ship looks? So the glowing stuff is my systems up here. It's an on-screen visual, so if you're like focused on combat, you can see that. You'll know if your armor, or if your repair turned off, or your flux turned off, without having to necessarily look up. I know it seems like it's not that far to look, but some people play on really big screens, and it's just nice to be able to see it all at once. This is the Zeus, and it is technically modified in-game. Ship enhancement slots. You get 4 ship enhancement slots on it. I chose damage resistance plus 8, 2 stacks of weapon heat generated minus 10%, and then you can only have one of the tier 3, which is the damage resistance 8, so I took the tier 1 damage resistance to supplement it. Yeah, that's why I gave a spoiler warning before I started doing this. I know that not everyone's going to hear every spoiler warning, but if you thumb through my profile for a second, it kind of shows that I'm a pretty late game player, but for reference, I'm just a few hours from crossing the 1900 hour threshold on this game, so basically everything that I do is spoilerish. So I'm also happy to wait. I typically will give a spoiler warning if I think something is particularly unique. Not everybody's going to get the Zeus quickly. You can't buy it, you have to craft it, and the recipe is incredibly extensive. My first one, the first time I made a Zeus, it was a fairly casual attempt and took 14 hours. I estimated that it could be done around half that time if you really, like, if a seasoned player, like, basically did a speed run to Zeus, that it could be done in about half that time. And so still 7 hours to get one dreadnought. I mean, to raise $1.5 million from starting a new game with the shuttle could easily take somebody that long. But we're talking about something that you can't just do by killing people. We're talking about the most Oh, I hit the station a little bit. They're friendly, but explosion radius weapons will override friendly fire and still get you in trouble. They don't hate me. I haven't destroyed the station, so I don't have a negative perk or rep for it. But they are shooting at me to warn me, like, hey jerk, that's my face that you're shooting. A weapon can only be automatically fired by a gunner in a gunner seat or as a fleet ship. And if you add a ship to your fleet, you want the primary of that, whoever you put as the captain or the first officer or the co-pilot needs to have either pilot or gunner attribute or both, preferably both. And that's the only way that guns are going to fire automatically, is either a gunner in a seat, and then you go to that gunner and choose which of the seats you assign it to. Some ships have hard points that you cannot assign a gunner to, but most of them are going to, as long as it's got even a tiny bit of a redness to it, that red being the firing arc that it's capable of swiveling through. As long as it's got that, then it can be assigned a gunner. but it does have to have a gunner, otherwise you're going to be controlling it manually. But let's face it, this is manual. This is me firing manually. It's not so bad. Even on a Dreadnought, it's not that bad. I still get a good spread. I can't target multiple enemies at one time directly, but I can cover an area. I can press the steering mode and then steer with A and B keys and still get some decent aiming. It's not going to be as efficient as far as multi-targeting as the gunners are, but it still works pretty well. I like it. But either one can be fairly effective. Ooh, this is a mixed fleet, so normally you'll get either a bunch of shuttles and yachts, or a bunch of big ships, or a bunch of middle ships, but sometimes it'll be a mix of them. Like the computer's just trying to test out what ships are actually more effective without just making them all that thing. Eventually they will be. The amount of upgrade kits you use and what you use them on will specifically be determined by how you go about acquiring the materials needed to craft them, or just find them in the wild. You will find upgrade kits in the wild. It'll happen. No, not the station. That station will always shoot at me until I leave the sector and come back, or save and reload. Leave this system. Oh, okay. Let's do that. I showed the crafting recipe for it earlier, but I didn't talk about how to get it. So to get this crafting recipe, there's one for the Vangi, or one for... one for the Children of Terra. This is the Children of Terra one, the Zeus. Hang on, let me, it's not gonna let me dock, so what I have to do, because I accidentally damaged this station, so it's hostile to me, but as a temporary. So all I have to do is save, and then reload. And now they're no longer hostile. So I can dock again. That's technically kind of cheesing it, but, you know, we have an agenda to keep here, and I'm going to stick to it, damn it. In order to get the recipe for this ship, which is this big bastard recipe from hell, you basically just become friends with one faction or the other, enough to the point that they'll give you missions and want you to join them, and eventually you'll get a mission and the reward will be the recipe for it. And then you set off getting all the materials for that recipe. I mean, you definitely can. I will burn ancient relics on things like large fusion reactors, heavy shield generators, even though eventually I'm going to replace both, but... let's see, where are they? I mean, you can imagine if I want relics, I get relics. I don't have to try hard there. But it does take time. But that is one of the activities you can do in this game, is just go farm relics up if you want to. Let me just store everything, deposit all. Okay. And we save, because I did find some cool stuff that I'll probably never use, but it's cool, so I'm going to save it. Nope, no Ravager there. Already been there. So Ravager's like the dark sectors, but it's not exclusive, nor is it guaranteed. But when you see two systems like this, where it's just the two of them joined and there's no other systems attached to it, it's a pretty good chance. It's a higher than normal chance. But dark sectors have a higher chance. Dual chain systems like this have a higher chance, stuff like that. So you just kind of look for the optimals. I can't warp to that dark sector because my sensor power isn't good enough to reach to it. So so this is one thing. Uh-oh. Get my shields back up. Turn my weapons back on. Set all weapons back to manual so that it's not stealing my thunder. Okay, so we've got a Ravager, right? I want... No. Okay. Here we have Ravager. Ravager can do a pretty decent job handling my weapons, right? Not those. These are just my regular 6 points, right? Just one shot from both of these does a significant amount of damage. So you can imagine when I start to do this, and now I have a relic. So for the most part, I leave everything except for the spinals. Unfortunately, those weapons are the ship is bugged so that I can't use those weapons against the hunter fleets, but again, that's being fixed soon. But at this stage of reputation, which is what the hunter fleet size scales to, I don't really need it. There we go. But it'll be nice to have them once I get that reputation up to, you know, 400,000, 600,000. My highest was 450,000. The highest I've ever seen somebody else get was 650. They didn't play more hours of the game. They just focused on one profile, where I've actually, in early access, I had over 100 profiles. Like, I deleted several, but still along the way, but still eventually hit the max, which was 100. That max is no longer a thing. But it was in early access. You can see it's not hitting this guy, but it hit the ship. And I can't even, it's hard to get my gunners to even fire on these guys. That's what's being fixed, is the targeting systems. Like, I press F, they shoot once and stop. I press F, they shoot. Like, they're supposed to just keep firing. That's how it's supposed to work. And that'll be fixed soon. So, theoretically, level 55 Ravagers, I could drive off a swarm of probably 10 or 20 of them without much difficulty. The level 60 Vangi battleships are more difficult. And, again, if you're wondering this as well, yes, the Vangi... the new Vangi Dreadnought will be added to their hunter fleets, just not yet, because he wants the players to get the chance to use it before they have to fight it. Just as an option. And he's also working on the AI that will be behind it. Obviously, he could just slap a hybrid of the battle cruiser AI with the AI used behind current dreadnoughts, and probably come up with something fairly effective now that would still be a challenge to fight. But he wants the players to have the chance to use it before they have to fight against it. And he also wants, which is kind of backwards from a lot of games, but in a good way in my opinion. Oh, there's another relic. Where is it? I don't see it. There it is. Oh, that one. But I like it that way. Most games do it the other way around. You have to fight a character first, and then you might get the option to use it down the line. He wants people to be familiar with it, because there's a chance, like with mine, that if he just put it into the hunter fleets now, that you'd have to fight like 6 of them. right? So he's like, no, 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 no. You should at least be able to put your hands on it. At least have the option to before they start chasing you around the galaxy. I was like, yeah, I respect that. That makes sense. But eventually they will be put in, and they will be harder. A level 60 Gold Star Hunter Fleet Dreadnought will be more difficult to fight than a Ravager boss. It just will be. But if you notice, I'm putting a significant dent in this Ravager with nothing but my one PD laser that was firing at him. Now all the guns are firing at him. I don't need my spinal mounts to kill these guys, which is the irony, because they will hit him, but my spinal mounts won't hit the Hunter fleets right now, which I kind of need them to be able to soon. Eventually I'm going to need them to be able to. But again, it's being worked on all in good time, and I'm excited for it. Where the hell is that? A debris field. I don't want a debris field. Now, again, there are upgrades I can still do to the ship, like reactors, more heat sinks, or combat mods, and getting them in orange. At the moment, the weapons I made almost zero my battery out completely, but they don't overheat. So theoretically, I could make more badass weapons for those spinal mounts. I don't know if there's if the crafting allows you to cram more into 10 space, but in theory I could. Well, and dreadnoughts used to be in hunter fleets, but the Vangi and Children of Terra, they just used the Titan as a stand-in, as a placeholder, but you'd still have to fight them. But now that there is an option, now that there is a existing dreadnought for those fleets, for those factions, he's taken them using dreadnoughts out of the equation, filling that gap with just more battle cruisers. And but eventually you will get to fight against the Vangi Dreadnought V6 and the Children of Terra Zeus if you decide to go to war with them. And can you imagine fighting something that's got these weapons on it, though? Like, good God. The weapons that come in the game default are pretty gnarly, but I'm going to try to talk him into Ravagers and situations where they'll have weapons that some of us OG players pre-make to make things more difficult. Some of our signature weapons, and help him to fine-tune the AI that, like, it'll be a very special, we're trying to talk him into special situations where the ships will basically be our version of the ship, but then upgraded to match the Gold Star level 60 hunters, but with our weapons and our input on how the enemy will go about using them, so that that weapon will be paired with a ship with a specific AI, fine-tuned for them to be a complete set, so that it will be more difficult than any random difficulty AI with a random weapon set. I honestly don't know what he uses, but if you jump in the Discord, there's him and one of the Discord members named Zyronoth. They're friends, and Zyronoth has helped with pretty much most of the ship models, at least designing them. I don't remember what they designed them in. It probably is Blender, just because I can't think of any other program that I've heard that them say that does that. Oh, yeah, I will do that right. Boom. Boom. Paste. There you go. That is the Star Valor Discord. And There's lots of new players in there, lots of OG players in there. There's help channels, crafting channels, challenge channels. We're trying to get them to reset our perk times from the early access because they're kind of stuck. I want to get mine reset so that we can, but it would have to be global. It would have to be all players all at the same time. Just a hard reset of everybody's perk times, which some people might not want. But if we're going to actually build a speedrunning community around perk times, which is something I want to do, then that has to happen because the perks are different than they used to be. The game is different than it used to be. And the game would basically see I can't hit this station. It's the same bug with the hunter fleets, but I can hit it with these and evaporate a level 53 station within a matter of seconds. Maybe if it's stored like based on what version you're playing, but we need it. We need something like that so that we can build a speedrunning community around the, perks and achievements. And that's something we're trying to do. But yeah, there's help channels, there's off topics, of course. Like there's always people that are willing to answer questions, and you can say, can I get a detailed answer? Can I get the minimal answer? So like, I just want this one tiny piece of information so that I can figure the rest of it out for myself. Now the reason I don't use these weapons, by the way, as a sidebar, the reason I don't use it to mine regular asteroids is because it ends up just shoving a lot of them around. It's not as effective. The reason it works in asteroid rushes is because they're already coming at you. So that clash of weapon force versus rock speed is what allows you to destroy them. Yeah, every time you find junk, destroy it. And I'm not being silly, facetious, or sarcastic in any way, shape, or form. But that's all I'm going to say. The rest is up to you. Always destroy junk. And eventually, when you destroy enough of it, you'll figure out why I said that. If you want a more detailed answer than that, I'll give it to you, but a lot of people don't. So the best thing to do would actually be to ask in Discord so that I'm not broadcasting it to people who don't want to hear it. Not one at a time. Definitely. Okay, yeah. Oh, thank you. That's okay. That's fair. Not one at a time. Not yet, but soon it will. Living economy is on the board for upcoming stuffs. It will happen. Stations will replenish, their inventory will change. If you sell too much of one thing at a station, they stop giving you a good price on it. Eventually, that will recover over time to where they will start to give you a good price again. It doesn't yet, but it will. Oh, hostile warping. We got some regular old-ass marauders, huh? Well, let's see them. Where are they? These poor marauder fleets, they're just like 3 ships that can't do shit to me. The other 2 are just sitting there. They de-aggroed because they're like, please don't kill us. We're sorry. We didn't mean to just jump in on you like that, all hostile. My bad. And I'm just like, well, that's too bad, because you're still marauders, which means if I let you live, you're gonna go kill somebody. No mercy for the merciless, right? There we go. All right. There's the other escape pod. Man, I am not finding unique crew. 40 hours in, and I started with mine, found Lady Hawk, and then got Ziggy through the normal means. That's it. That's all the NPCs, the unique that I have so far. Whoa, look at that. That's a big derelict. That looks like a frigate. I can't help this miner because my weapon will kill him. If he can't save himself, then all I can do is get in the way. I can try to... Oh, wrong weapon. I can try to help. There, I helped. There's still one of or two of them alive, but these explosives will absolutely decimate friendlies because they have the explosion radius. Yep, frigate, it's a shark. It's a nice frigate. It's non-faction white grade, so it's not great, but if you like fighting and you haven't joined a faction and gotten friendly enough to buy their frigate, but you really want one, it's fun, and it'll make a good fleet ship once you come around the other side. Lady Hawk. Cargo space is her, she starts with cargo space and crew efficiency, and then also cargo space as a supervisor if you make her a super or first officer or co-pilot, and then she eventually learns gunner. The special bonus space pilot +5 is awesome, but you don't want to do that until you've already maxed out space pilot natural, your base space pilot, because you won't progress your space pilot if she's your co-pilot. Not first officer. Does not count as first officer. But if you do get a second co-pilot seat through space pilot, she'll apply the prodigy skill to it. Very, very powerful for yacht users and shuttle users. Very powerful. Kind of crazy powerful. Especially because there is some really good bonuses to space pilot above level 50, and you cannot get to them just by leveling up. Your base space pilot stops at 50. You have to get other bonuses. And level 60 is a second co-pilot first officer seat. So yeah, very powerful if you use small ships. I bring her along because it's still, I have 4 staff slots and I get crew efficiency bonuses. An extra crew efficiency bonus while not owning a fleet, plus navigator bonus efficiency, which affects your warp distance and warp cost. But I also use an Adalo warp mod. Minus 97.5% warp cost, but minus 40 warp distance. So warping is next to free, but you lose a lot of your distance, and I use a Dio sweeper, which does not have the best warp distance in the game, but it's decent, especially at orange. It's pretty good. And that's a relic. Let's go get that relic. And then we gotta go fight that Ravager to get another relic. But yeah, this is me relic farming, and it's fun. I enjoy doing it, even though the Ravagers are easy, and it's tedious to get these even though I'm fast. It's kind of a pain to get these compared to like a shuttle to catch the ones flying through space because my acceleration's 5. And that's with orange capital impulse drives. Now you can improve that with boosters, but because of the way I play versus the hunter fleets, my hunter fleet build does not use boosters. I can get it up to 70, but it takes like 12 or 15 space worth of boosters, speed boosters, to do it. It's not ideal, but I mean, if you want to go faster, you can. It's just the mass and speed based on this ship, 3006, are not great. So even a speed booster, an orange speed booster, doesn't really do much, and it starts to suck a lot of power. Now, of course, you can explore the exploration tree, which gives you 7.5 top speed, which isn't much, but it's something. But also 7.5 acceleration. And then you eventually get a reduced cost of boosters, and then ultralight components. The diminishing, so speed boosters that you equip have diminishing returns the more you equip. That effect is reduced if you have ultralight components, and then you get another +1 speed. So you can pretty reasonably get this ship to go 100. It's just what it takes to get there sacrifices either fleet size or damage output or power generation and equipment space, weapon capacity. To me, the sacrifice isn't worth it because I'm more than happy to just cloak, which means I don't really need to be fast. And all cloaking takes is having a lot of power, which I'm going to have anyway because I abuse the shit out of ridiculously high-powered weapons. Like, I need that energy for these two. These take 600 each. So that only offsets one of them, which means one of them's firing at 680 or 700 power for 3 seconds, which is just enough. It's just enough that I can fire. Oh, a beetle. That's also a good frigate. If you're interested in combat, it can hold its own because it has 5 forward hard points and a turret, but it's not as brutal as a shark, but it can get the job done. It's also good for mining, and it has good cargo space, and it's still decently fast. It's a well-rounded frigate. If you're looking for frigates and you're not affiliated with the faction, or you just don't like the Proxima or Syndicate frigates, then it's a good option. It can do some damage. Multiple hard points, even with low damage weapons, you can eventually craft stuff across those hard points that will do a lot of damage. And because it has 5 hard points where most frigates have 2 or 3, or even 1, you can disperse your heat a lot more across several weapons rather than, 1 to 3 hard points that can get really hot. And so even though it doesn't have a lot of equipment space, the ships that do have a lot of equipment space, you tend to fill up with cooling. But if you do want a lot of cooling, there's nitro and capacitors, and you can actually tie nitro and capacitors to the same firing button, the same button that you use to fire a weapon. So if your spinal mount depends on more cooling than you want to put on your ship, destroy it. Destroy it. Destroy the junk. But if your spinal mount uses more cooling than you can handle, you want it to go over what you would normally have within your system. Oh, poor pirates. Only 36,000. They don't really send much of a fleet after me yet, but they should, because it's just not pretty. I'm barely even hitting this guy. The accuracy is impossible until you get really good at it. And sorry if my voice is sounding harsh. I'm not upset, frustrated, or anything negative like that. I'm just dehydrated. I streamed for 10 hours yesterday, and we're coming up on 9 hours today. So, I'm a little hoarse. You're a pony? No! Yeah, Laios, the solo developer that makes this game, yeah, he's Brazilian. He's not a game, he's a person. But yes, he is Brazilian. But yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. There's lots of people that put content on YouTube. As I said, I put my past streams on YouTube. So this video that I'm making right now, this stream will probably be on YouTube within a few days. I usually wait 3 days to a week. And a lot of times I'll post an older video right after a stream or the next day. That way, once the stream is over, there's at least something semi-fresh available until the next time I stream. But there's lots of people. There's a guy who made a really good how-to video. Their name is Banlish, and it's a really good beginner's guide. It will have some spoilers in it, but it's also chaptered. So if there's ever a question that you have about a specific attribute, there's a few parts of the video that need some correcting or accuracy checks, but for the most part, it's spot on. But again, you can also just check in the Discord, ask somebody, they'll be happy to tell you. And but his guide is a really good introduction to the game, just because like if you accidentally miss part of the tutorial in the game, or if you accidentally turn off the tutorial and you don't want to restart, then you might completely miss certain aspects of the game that can be really useful, like understanding things about crew or crafting or ship upgrades or making your own loot, making your own weapons. There's a separate there's a separate crafting system for recreating items that exist in game, but then there's a separate crafting system from that for making custom weapons. But you can also recreate any of the weapons, batteries, drives, generators, armor, stuff like that. You can recreate that with the same crafting materials. And there's a tree for it and a progression, and you have to get better at it over time. And it's really cool, and it's a lot of fun, but it can be daunting just to kind of click that button and go over there and be like, what's going on over here? And you're like, oh shit, lots is going on over here, oh my god. So don't be afraid to ask for help. No one's going to make fun of you for not understanding anything, and if they do, I'll ban them from the Discord because I'm a moderator. Same with Steam. I'll probably just boot them unless they get really nasty, but that rarely happens. People don't get nasty. Of course, it is going to happen from time to time. It's inevitable within a game, but actually the Star Valor community has been really fucking cool so far. Very, 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 very small amount of toxic people, especially compared to other games. But I mean, you can almost assume that just from the game itself. Like, it's pretty chill. The community's just as chill. It's a great place, and there's always somebody on who's willing to help, if not the developer himself. And yeah, we have a lot of fun there, hanging out, talking, sharing recipes, sharing play styles, techniques. You know, somebody's like, hey, you know, I've got 100 hours in game, but I've mostly only just played with yachts because the big ships are kind of like, I don't know if it's my thing. Like, what would you suggest I do? But you want to, like, typically you want to, like, give something like that a try first on your own, and then ask for help when you get stuck, because even people like me who play big ships mostly, the way I play big ships is one of a million play styles. Like, if you say, hey, what's the best weapon setup for a Zeus? I'm going to say the one that you have fun using. And that's not me trying to be a jerk. It's not me trying to avoid the question. Like I said, these are not the optimal weapons for anything at all. There's more effective weapons, and a lot of it is just personal preference. Do you like beam weapons? Do you like projectile weapons? Laser projectiles, ammo-based weapons, energy-based, plasma. There's so many options, and there's really not a right or wrong way to make a weapon. The difference comes down to fine-tuning it for the equipment that you have, making its power and heat something that your ship and the gear that you have at the time capable of using. So that's why if somebody says, what weapon should I use on this ship? I'm going to say the ones that work for you. Because, like, I mean, you know, you could go over the heat threshold that your ship can handle and maybe adjust it on the fly so that you can do sustained fire with it, or crank up the damage to do hit and run tactics. It's like, how do you play the game? Like, what style do you play? Who are you fighting? Are you fighting a station? Are you Ravager hunting? Are you fighting fleets? Are you just kind of tooling around and you just kind of want to quickly dispatch the occasional enemy? Like, there's just not a right answer to a vague question. And I can tell you what I do, and I can tell you what other people do, but for the most part, it's just like, if you want to do hit and run tactics, do it. Try it. Give it a shot. If you want to crank something up to 200, but also have it be sustained, like, we can help you understand, you know, where do you farm pirate, you know, obviously pirate heat sinks you're going to get as drops from pirates or by completing missions for pirates. But there's other equipment that's not named like that, like Nadalo's combat mod. There's nobody named Nadalo in the game anymore. They're a lore person, but you're not going to find them. They don't have a shop. They don't have a faction. They might one day, but they don't yet. So where do you get Nadalo combat mods? Well, you can buy them at Syndicate stations, but Pirates drop them as well, because if you're fighting against the Syndicate, you'll get them as drops from the Syndicate, but you know, there's different ways to get them, and they're very desirable because it's not as good of a heat sink. It's a little over half the cooling for the and 4 power versus 2 from a pirate one, but it gives you a damage boost. Now those have diminishing returns. Regular cooling does not. I don't think it does. Maybe it does. I don't think it does. It didn't used to. But where do you get improved repair systems? Well, you can buy them at shops, but they're super rare. The regular version of it, the automated repair system, you'll typically find at Proxima and Syndicate, but only really high level. And so again, those are the factions that'll drop it, but anybody can drop those. But you're not going to know that unless you just heard me say it or you ask. And so it's like when you talk about what weapons should I use, it's like, well, how many combat mods do you have? How many heat sinks do you have? Pirate heat sinks. What kind of generators are you using? Are they blue, mostly blue, green, purple, orange? You know, like, are you using a battery, or are you trying to run everything at full capacity permanently? You know, are you going to be doing hit and runs, sustained attacks? What are you fighting? So it's just like, pick the weapon type that you want to use and just try to use the crafting system readouts to tailor it to what your ship can handle. And you can tailor it to be permanently sustained at 100% so that you can crank it up for extra damage, or just keep it at 100 for sustained use. And it's just like, there's so many options and so many different ways to play, and so much of it comes down to preference. So I'll try to answer any question that anybody can show me, throw at me, but I can't promise that there will be a simple answer, is what I'm trying to say. The answer won't be simple. Yes, it is. Oh, chat with this name. Hey, how's it going, man? Yes, this is the Zeus. This is the big bastard rebel battleship. It's currently experiencing a bug with its spinal mounts, where they won't necessarily hit every enemy or station that you fire them at, but it's being fixed currently. I would wager that any casual player, not you and me chat with this name, but any casual player that is trying to unlock the Zeus and get the stuff to craft it, by the time you get there, it should be fixed. So if you're thinking, oh, if it's bugged, I'll hold off. No, no, no. Unless you think you're going to get it tomorrow, actually it should be fixed by tomorrow. So don't wait. If you want it, go for it. Go get it. Yes, yes, there will be. There's going to be a lot of updates. There's going to be a lot more free content coming. And then way later down the road, there might be DLCs and stuff for add-ons. But there's a lot more free content coming. New ships, new places to explore. The Technomancers might be a DLC when the Technomancers get off the ground. But the faction wars are going to get completed for free. There's going to be more stuff for that. Oh, I always need more Vang E stuff. I use their shields. I use their generators. Technically, Shield Charger 3s are better than the Vang E Charger, but the Vang E unless you want that battery. Now, I only need a certain amount of battery to go with my combat mod, or my warp mod. I need a very small battery, but if I take off the warp mod to get longer range, then I just throw on a huge battery. I've got an orange huge battery in storage. But I use a few of their chargers just for some battery power. But yeah, their shield generators are awesome, and their armor's really good. I'm using the Ardonian armor because it's got a higher damage resistance, but you don't get as much actual base hit points, or you don't get as many hit points, so your percent-based repair system won't do as much, but your initial damage resistance is better, so it works out. Yeah, well, I've been mostly farming Vangi fleets, hunter fleets. Right now, I'm just farming Ravagers for fun. Nice, nice. So, in other words, you've been playing 2 out of the 3 days, almost 48 hours. So, for 3 days, you've been in game 2/3 of the time. Yeah, that's a good tip. And that's what I was demonstrating earlier was I was camped out in a Vangi system somewhere over here and just letting the waves crash across me, like standing on the beach at the ocean. You just let the waves come. And so that's how I got to 145,000 negative rep. I've blown up a couple of Vangi stations, but for the most part, it's just from killing more of the hunter fleets as they come in. And it's a lot of fun. So what I was saying earlier, like pull off the warp mod. So an Adalo warp mod basically takes almost your entire warp cost away, but it nerfs a lot of the distance. So whereas I can warp like 32 parsecs, but it only costs 300 energy. My lowest rep was around 450,000 negative with the Vangi, but that was early access. I played a bunch of different profiles. Somebody else got down to like negative 600,000, but this is my lowest one right now since the game launched. But I've been playing a lot of other profiles, a few permadeath ones. But yeah, the warp mod makes it so I can go 30 parsecs for 300 energy, where if I take it off, I can go much farther. I can go 50 parsecs, but it costs 5,000 energy. So for that, I take off the warp mod, the large reactor, if I want to warp farther, right? If I want to get my full range back. And then I slap on a huge battery, and that gets me that 5,000. And then if I go one step farther, I have a better warp drive, the Optronic, and then I'm going to need another battery. I don't think 8,000 is enough. I think it takes like 9,000, yeah. So basically you would need 2 huge batteries, which means I have to take off other stuff. But that's the late game warp drive. And then you just point, click, 184 energy cells if I didn't want to use the battery. Yeah. Oh, the Hephaestus is a great ship. If you've got some good gear, it's a beast. It doesn't have a spinal weapon, but it's a beast. Well, hopefully this will inspire you to seek it out. Yep. Yeah, there's efficiency bonuses you get from navigators and stuff too. Let's see, where is my farm? Oh, I'm within range of it. It's closer than I thought. Alright, now so where's my unicorn system? Here? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Mine is only green. So this is my Vangi farming station, or system, because I have a friendly station in it. I haven't actually uncovered the Vangi station. It's right here. I've seen it on the edge of the screen, but I haven't discovered it yet. Um, well, the problem is, depending on what perks you have, it may be locked out. So you can't just change factions at whim. You do have to, it's possible to not be able to do that. depending on what kind of background perks you have and stuff like that. But basically, just keep getting reputation with them. But you need to check to see, like, you want to get that, obviously, rebel background. But you want to make sure that you don't have any perks like if you ended up with the white collar background. You see down at the bottom it says Children of Terra cannot reach Honored, so you won't be able to get a Zeus. Yeah, I know, it's kind of shitty. It's pretty shitty, and it's the same with the Vang E. If you get white collar, you won't be able to get either of the new dreadnoughts. He's considering backpedaling that because that white collar had that attribute way before these dreadnoughts existed. I'm not making any promises, but he's considering it because those new dreadnoughts are frickin' sweet, and I don't think it was his intention to permanently lock people out of being able to get at least one of them. But again, no promises, but it's on the board. It's on the board of things to consider. I'd like to see it to where you could at least something that you could snap off the white collar perk. You know, like I'm sorry, if you get Star Killer, if you destroy a Vang E station, I feel like that should get rid of white collar because white collar is affiliated with Syndicate and Proxima, the miners and traders, and they reluctantly peacefully coexist with the Vang E, who are the overlord oppressive aliens that have enslaved mankind, basically. Passively enslaved mankind. I feel like if you destroy one of their stations, it should rip off white collar. Like, you're not peacefully coexisting with them anymore. Maybe it should take several. Maybe you should have to take out 10 or 20, but I feel like there should be a way to go to some extreme measure that would backpedal white collar. Now, you'd lose white collar, but at least you could get your Zeus. And, you know, on the converse, if you destroy enough Children of Terra stations, it should eventually let you join the Vang E. Because the humans also peacefully coexist with the Children of Terra because they're the rebels that are fighting to free humanity. They're in the middle, they're not going to fight either one. And so if you do decide that you want to go on a rampage and just absolutely start annihilating every rebel base you find, I feel like the Vang E should be like, okay, we'll let you backpedal the white collar perk background and join us. But I feel like it should take... It would have. I don't think it will if you have white collar. Maybe it will. I don't think it does, but I think there should be a way to backpedal that cap and join one faction or the other at some point, regardless of white collar. Whether it takes white collar away or leaves it in place, I feel like you should at least be able to override the reputation cap that bars you from being able to get the new dreadnoughts. One of them at least. So that's my 2 cents. But as it stands, as far as I know, and it may have already changed. It may have already changed and I'm just not aware, or it might be in the next update and I don't know. Definitely something that's been brought up and considered, because like I said, the white collar preventing you from getting honored with the children or allied with Children of Terra or Vang E is old. It's been around at least a year, maybe 2 years. So, like, you started with white collar, blew up a Vang E station, got Star Killer, but still have white collar. But you were honored, yeah. So, yeah, these dreadnoughts are brand new. They launched with the game coming out of early access, whereas white collar, with its reputation cap, has been around for a long time. Oh yeah, I can permafire now. They won't overheat or drain the battery, even with my repair system on. Yeah, exactly. But did you get Star Killer after White Collar? Because otherwise you would have gotten Rebel or Indoctrinated if you didn't get Star Killer or Traitor. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't override it as of yet, but there's a possibility. And I mean, you could even ask them, be like, hey, is that going to be a thing? Like, I have one profile. I'm not planning on playing 100 different profiles to try everything. I want to focus on this one right now. And I was really hoping to try out a Zeus. Like, is there a plan or a possibility that one day we might be able to backpedal that so that I can try out that ship? He's open to conversation about all of his decisions. Other than, you know, like really core stuff. Can you just take the Vangi out of the game? I don't like them. Well, that's obviously that's not going to happen, but I don't think that what we're discussing is anywhere near as dramatic as that. I think it's totally reasonable that, and again, maybe not one station, maybe not just Star Killer. Maybe you have to like actually go on a full-blown rampage, because you'll get to a point where killing stations is pretty easy. And safe even, like not just like tactically sound, but safe and easy. Because like, who doesn't want to be the bullet hell boss at least once, you know, even if it's just for 5 minutes? Five is fine, but like I said, once you have a dreadnought with some decent gear on it, you'll be swatting stations with ease. It really does get easy. And that's another thing. Stations might actually get an upgrade in the future, so maybe it won't be easy and the number will get dialed back down. Maybe 5 would be the reasonable number at that point. Eventually, if you attack a station, fleets are going to come after you, whether you have reputation or not. That's planned. As far as I know, that's planned. I'm pretty sure. I don't like to say anything guaranteed because he might have changed his mind yesterday and I just don't know. I might have missed it. Oh man, if the AI starts using tractor beams to lock down your ship, that's going to be nuts. That would be so wacky. Because you don't... I know. I mean, I've got 877 recharge. I could... The last pirate station I fought, I had to drop my shield down to like 150, which means right now I could basically handle 6 stations firing at me at once. Maybe 5.5. Now some of the Vangi stations have a little bit more power, but I could still sit between 3 or 4 of them. Like with all, if for some reason it's impossible in game, but theoretically I could handle every weapon from 4 Vangi stations at one time with this build. It's not even a challenge. And then at that point it's just a matter of doing the damage. But stations are going to get upgraded, faction wars are going to get upgraded, there's going to be more robust gameplay with the faction wars, more interactivity, more reason to participate. That's going to be a lot of fun. And I don't see why there wouldn't eventually be a way to be able to take any profile from any of the primary human, whether it's Wheatus, Miner, Trader, Pirate, even Pirate, yeah, even Pirate, but White Collar, and choose a side to become indoctrinated or a rebel. I feel like that should always be an option. Not just because of these ships, mind you, but just because of the way the game works and the kind of the faction lock loot, I mean, I forget what you have to have for these to buy a Vangi large reactor. I don't remember. I don't think it's allied, I think it's honored. So I think white collar can still buy a Vangi large reactor, but I don't think you can buy Terran armor or a Terran mantle. And I don't think you can buy Vangi armor unless you're allied, so it locks you out of some significant gear in the game. It's not necessary gear, but it's a lot more fun. You can get a lot more loose with it and cut loose and be crazy. Indeed. But yeah, you'll notice when I fire this, it goes up. Well, they can walk right through it. Even the Corvette that can't dodge roll, he just goes right through it. So hopefully that'll get fixed. That should be fixed by tomorrow. Actually, he said it might be tonight, so I might wake up to it. We'll see. Nice. There we go. How many relics did I come back with? I don't think... Did I store them? Yeah, I stored them. I had a few. Yeah, I'm not getting a whole lot. I still have to go around and get the crew that I need to get my fleet commander up to 80 so that I can have a third Zeus in my fleet. I guess I might as well show that off, right? So these two bad boys are set up for solely repair ships. And then this is Lily and the other Zeus that I made. Not a perfect clone, but she does her best. Let's get in a fight real quick. Her shield is only 2200. It's just under half mine. Her recharge is just under 600, I think. So her ship's not quite as good as mine, but she doesn't fuck around. She gets right down to business. And with me next to her, her slightly lesser shielding is not so bad, but my weapons do damage her, so it's kind of a problem. If we were both using beams, I could sit right next to her. You see, she's recharging already. And the other two are repairing her. So yeah, she can hold her own. She'll get kills against these guys. We're up to level 60 finally. Alright, level 60 is the max for Gold Star Hunter fleets as far as I know. Some of them are 59, but we got our first few 60s. She holds her own, man. She fucking brings it. Her ship does not suck. Those weapons that she's using, I actually crafted for myself. So because she can't get the nano component perk, she's not even using the complete set, but most of it. And I don't know that her spinals will hit either, so... And she barely uses them because she doesn't have the confidence to use them versus small targets. When Vangi dreadnoughts get into these fleets soon, she will start using them to fire on them. And the dev has said that he's going to work stuff in to make sure that that happens. Look at that. She did most of that herself. Pretty much all of it. I did more harm than good. Bring Allie back in. She's going to dock. Don't worry about it, Francine. But her warp threshold's set to 40. Honestly, it might as well be 10 just so she can stay and finish the fight. But when it's set to 40, it pretty much will drop to next to nothing anyway, so it's kind of a moot point. And I pretty much only save oranges at this point because I can make everything else. My book is quite extensive. My recipe book. Oh yeah, I was talking about my PC part picker list. The pictures on it are out of date. You can look down in my profile. Past streams go on the YouTube that's linked there. My PC part picker shows, at least you can see the product list of what my computer is. It's evolved over time. I took the time to write a massive story of the evolution of my computer over the last few years. You don't have to read it, you can just look at the list. It is still in the case that's shown in the pictures, but the guts are a little different. My recipe for orange chicken with ghost peppers is down there. It's really tasty, it's really dank, I recommend it. You don't have to put ghost pepper in it, it actually tastes good without any pepper. And you can also sub out reapers or whatever the fuck you want, habanero. So that's all down in my bio. I like to mention that every now and then. But yeah, I put almost all of my past streams go on YouTube. So if you're ever like, wait, you know, I remember him saying something about this one thing, but I don't quite, like, people have been like, hey, I heard you mention it, but like, it didn't register at the time. What were you talking about? And it's like, well, digging through an 8-hour stream might kind of suck, but at least it's there. But I'll usually answer questions again if I can remember. But some, you know, there have been conversations. I also will, if I notice a bug and Lyos is not in the stream at the time, then I'll drop a timestamp for him directly. I'll just send him the timestamp and the date of the stream so he can go back, and it helps him to not have to do as much work to recreate bugs. All right, Lily, you need to stop with this. I know you're set to 20, but like, cut the cord, man. She has a hard time with distance. She likes to be in the way. Like a cat, you know, like how cats step on your feet when you're trying to walk, and it's like, are you trying to kill me? Oh man. But yeah, I've spent sessions of just hours upon hours of fighting these hunter fleets. Like and that's pretty much the only way to get the reputation up other than station slapping. Or reputation down. Oh, and my Instagram. I was talking to you, chat with this name. I was telling you that I'm modding a case. Wow. Don't look at all my porn links. Jesus. Kidding, but I wish I could get it to default to the other screen. I haven't figured that one out yet. Let me pull this up real quick. This is the case I was talking about. It's a Corsair 600 T, I believe. It's like an 11-year-old PC case. Okay. So this is what it looks like normally, right? But I cut out all the drive bays. Well, these come out, but I cut these out with a Dremel. This is the first picture. So then here, this is me cutting the top part. I'm gonna put two 200 by 400 millimeter radiators. So dual 200 millimeter fans here and here, on two more on the front, and mount them up and make it a water-cooled system. But that computer that's listed on PC Part Picker, that's what's going in it. And then I'm going to keep evolving it over time. But that's what I was trying to talk about in chat. I was a little drunk, so I was having a hard time articulating, and it was a little off topic, admittedly. But we were talking about hardware. That's what made me think of it. And yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with that. I had to take a break from it for a while because I was working nights and I was just too damn tired to do anything outside of that and my weekend stream. So all other projects got put on hold, but that's my my Instagram is linked down there, and that's where I put updates for that project, or will be, as well as the furniture refurbishing that I sling on the side. Woo! But I'm not going to promote that here because I'm not going to mix my stream with my furniture side hustle, because I do that out of where I live, and I'm not telling you guys where I live. Sorry, I'm not going to dox myself. I trust the most of you, but it only takes one person to show up to buy a TV stand and be like, hey, I know where Sleepy Dragon lives, I'm going to go tell people, or even just accidentally. Where is she? Oh, I guess that helps. Let's see, if I cloak now, will they swarm her? No, they're spreading. But once they find her, they'll start swarming her, right? Lily, what are you doing? Why do you keep running away? Well, I have to get closer to her. But yeah, being able to perma-cloak, and then even turn it down enough to be able to repair and recharge my flux and perma-cloak while being able to go full speed. Whew! That'll drain my battery. But after I decloak and raise shields, it only takes a couple seconds to get back to full. So let's watch Lily, my fleet ship, handle these fleets without me blowing her shields away with my plasma weapons. Now, it's going to be hard for her to handle this. She doesn't... fleet ships do not have the ability to use the barriers. That thing. So, she might be about to warp out. Yep, there she goes. But as far as anything else they could possibly throw at her, she handles it. The good news is, I could get free shots on this guy now because he already blasted his final. But at the same time, my bubble's already recharged and my cloaking device is recharged. There it comes. Shield dropped a little bit. Pop my bubble. Take it to this guy. He's dead. And you can imagine that eventually these fleets will have, 10, 20 of those V5s and also the dreadnoughts. So as soon as that happens, you cloak, drop shields a little bit, and a couple of missiles will still bounce off of it because it's still 400 recharge at 67%. So... That's pretty much the tactic for fighting the in-fleets, but it's not really that simple, and it gets much more difficult as they compound, and you will need much more precise tactics to fight them. And they just keep getting big. The more you fight them, the bigger they get. And the harder it gets to pick up the loot that they drop, but you gotta get that loot. You really do not. That's one of the things that makes having a friendly station here so powerful, is being able to drop off the loot, or at least rush to it and save real quick. Because if you warp out, any orange drops you didn't pick up, they're gone. Gone forever. And so to keep up with the kill that you made to get that drop, you need those orange drops. You gotta keep picking them up. I'm not saying it cascades out of control really fast, but it can. And to be fair, I'm using my NPC, which makes the reputation go down faster. And I'm also invested in the social tree, which makes it go down faster. I'm getting 85% more negative reputation every time I kill one of these guys than you normally would. So if I can do it with that, then it's accessible for anybody to be able to fight these fleets without having put in the 1900 hours into this game that I have. This is a lot of fun. Crafting weapons is pretty much necessary for this after a certain point, because you need to hurry up and get a kill before the rest of them swarm at you. And it's just It's so much fun. These aren't even the best kind of weapons you can craft. If you take away the time fuse and explosion radius and just use rapid plasma, it's so much more lethal. It won't push them back as much, so it doesn't have the defensive potential that I have to disrupt the enemy's small ships. But when it comes to the big ships that are going to come soon, it definitely fucks them up a lot more to not have that explosion radius. I don't even have my tech level maxed out yet. How silly is that? That's kind of dumb. It's a little bit crazy. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh my goodness. Oodalali Tugga, fighting around the world. I almost have enough materials. I need to get a crap ton more scrap, but I almost have enough materials to make my third Zeus. I have all the Ardonian components I need, but I need all the other components, Define, etc., base components. So I'm getting there, but again, I need to get the special crew that will allow my fleet commander to go up to 80, and that's really damn... Oh, here comes another wave. Really damn difficult. Where are they? If I was not in a nebula, I could see them coming a lot further away, but nebulas tend to have more relic drops, so that's why I farm here. Keep getting relics. Now there's 3 so far. 3 battleships. Is that a 4th one, or was that the 3rd one sweeping around? I can't tell. Oh god, there's so many of them. My shield hasn't finished its cooldown yet, so that was about to be death. Yeah, no, as casually as I was handling the other parts of the fleet, then that happens. That's not casual. And not having my spinal mounts to use against them makes it a lot more difficult. But again, that'll be fixed tomorrow. Well, the patch to fix that comes out tomorrow, and then we'll see if it's fully functional. We'll test it, make sure it works, and all that good stuff. Hoda lolly. I guess I could try to fight them anyway. It's going to be a huge pain in the dick without my spinal mounts. But if I fire my spinals, it just goes right through them. Okay, make sure there's none of them on the radar. Come out of cloaking. 16 seconds. It feels like an eternity. Because they could just swarm me at any second. Oh, 17.3 seconds. So far I'm lucky. They all seem to have gone really far away. So I've got my flux is full for popping my shield, using my spinal. There's one. Jesus, there's 2. 3, 4. Oh, I didn't put my shields back up. Jesus, what an idiot. I fucked up. No wonder that went so fast. Oh, God. Oh, man. There's their station. Oh, I discovered it. Now I know, but they don't know that I know, because I'm invisible. Alright, let's try this again with the shield up. Alright, now we're full. And again, when I get all these replaced with oranges, it'll be... I'll take off a couple of the shield gens to make room for more chargers, because I only want to keep it around that 5,000. But I'll be able to get my recharge up to probably 1,200, maybe more. We'll see. Wow, I'm actually handling their shit. That's pretty cool. Another improved repair system. Hopefully fleet ships will be able to use things like that soon too. And now I've got an orange one to give to Lily. And if I use better armor, it'll do a lot more repair than what it does now because it's percent based. But you can see my spinal mounts are just going to go right through these guys. That's the bug, is it just passes through them, right under them. It's not that they don't exist, it's that they somehow get into a different layer of the game. So I'm basically ready to start farming dreadnoughts pretty soon here. I'd like to get closer to 1,000 recharge before he puts the Vangi dreadnoughts in the game for these hunter fleets, but we're getting there. And again, Ardonian armor is not the most hit points you could get. You can double that, but you won't have that damage resistance. My damage resistance is nearly 80. To each their own. You know, if you lose some damage resistance, then you're improved. You get more armor. You can get up to like 20,000, and then you can start stacking armor mods instead of shields and do a pure armor build. Armor builds are a lot of fun, and it bases on this getting like 400 to 500 regen. Until you start getting oranges, it'll get close to 1,000 armor repair. These are all repair ships. Soon my gunners will shoot them too, but that's another update. That's a later update. It's coming, it's coming. Always save the oranges, just in case. But the rest of it you don't need, because you scrap enough of it and you can just make it when you need it and keep your inventory nice and tidy. Although I keep that huge battery for warping. The purple one. The orange huge battery is not enough on its own for maximum warp. With that warp drive, the optronic there. And then I keep these because that's all you need to give your fleet ships the ability to warp around. And I keep these because I'll use them. They're part of one of my other builds that I'll use if I just want to go fast. I've got enough orange gyroscopes, I don't need all the purple ones anymore. I'll show you my recipe book here, which was what I was going to do earlier, and it reminded me that I have my recipe for orange chicken in my profile, and then I got distracted and forgot. I keep that just because it's funny. I found it that way. I don't need it, but there it is. Certain shield elements I don't scrap, and these two, just in case you actually want them. Fleet ships will use battle computers, but not any of the others. So I really don't need... If they're not better, I don't need them. Yeah, I don't need that. Those I keep because small fleet ships will use them. Even though these two can dock on me, they don't need it. And this one gets healed by those two, they don't need it. But if I decide to build a different kind of fleet or a mining fleet, I don't want to have to recraft those. It's just a convenience. But all this other stuff is just, I don't need it. Like these. Not useful. Not useful. At all. Not even ion, small ones. Don't. I'll keep like one of those, but here's my crafting book, right? Goddamn near almost everything in the game. Like, I can craft optronic computers now. I can craft heavy energy armor. I can craft Vangi heavy and light armor. I have to get better at it for purple, but I can do that just by doing it. That's all there is to it. Make one, scrap it, make one, scrap it. It just keeps getting better. I can't make large miner reactors, but I don't care. I can't make large ion reactors, and I don't care, but they'll come eventually. But that's what the recipe book will eventually look like. Now, I am missing a few weapons. I don't remember exactly which one. There's another mining weapon called another mining beam that's just called Miner's Laser. It's actually red, but it's basically an improved version of that. I don't have that yet, but I think I've scrapped one of them. So eventually I'll get it. Vangie Heavy Blaster. I have the Death Ray, the Heavy Blaster, but not the light one. Yeah. Ziggy! I have Ziggy in this one too. A really good NPC. If I could clone Ziggy and put him on all of these weapon slots, I would, because it would make them ridiculously more OP. My spinal mounts use weapon heat generated so that I could put crit mods on the weapons rather than heat sinks. And I could use generators instead of putting more heat sinks on the ship. So I don't know that it's necessarily the best way to do it, but it works out well for me. But the rest of these... the rest of the crew is like mostly damage buffs or just basic. Like, I'm really lazy with replacing my crew, even though it's a living system that I could get better ones out of. It's just finding specialists, like crit chance, okay, specialized, okay, but they're level 49 in green, they'll never go orange. Sure, they're expert gunner, but they'll never become an orange gunner. It's unfortunate, but that's what it is. I would have to go hunt low level. Like, there's 3 low level here, and none of them are blue, which is the only ones I would hire. And then on top of that, they would have to be specialists in the fields that I want, like damage, stuff like that. So it's, as much as I've done all of this, I'm actually really lazy about all of this. Like, energy generation, cool. Armor, cool. Space pilot bonus, cool. So there's that, but otherwise, I'm just waiting for my spinals to start working again. Whoops. Yeah, those don't even go into the yellow for heat, and if I fire them one at a time, my battery barely drains at all. If I fire them both at the same time, it basically gets my battery down to like 5%. And if I had my spinal, I could kill these guys a lot easier. Let's just do it. Actually, that might have zeroed out. I should slap a bigger battery on here. But basically, I would have to slow the video down and count it. But it's 24 projectiles in 3 seconds. 8 per second. And the projectile speed is cranked up to 100. So technically I could get rid of the projectile speed and add more damage, but then they would dodge it, so it would kind of be the same. I like the fast projectiles. It just looks more fun to me. But every weapon on this ship could be further optimized to do crap tons more damage, and these do 14,000 DPS. But that DPS is when they're firing. It doesn't account for their cooldown. So, but it's still 827 damage per shot times the 24 projectiles. So it's a lot. It's still a lot. If it weren't for those battleships with their spinal mounts, I could lay my phone on the spacebar and farm these fleets forever. But also the loot would disappear. Loot disappears after 5 minutes, so you'd have to check in to pick stuff up. Like, you could watch TV, but I wouldn't AFK. You could just, you know, farm without having to actually do anything. Laios made sure that going full AFK was not optimal in most of the situations that you would actually want to do it in. Like, yeah, you can AFK farm money by going into a level 1 system with this ship with beams and just lay your phone on the keyboard and you'll have infinite money. But the truth is, at this point in the game, you have nothing to spend money on except to dick around and have fun, so it really doesn't matter. And that's kind of what he was driving for, was just that it wouldn't be an exploit that would actually impact gameplay in any significant way. It wouldn't change the difficulty, but it could save you a little time. But yeah, the next time I play, I'm definitely going to craft some new weapons for this ship. These are what I call Phoenix weapons, because when you're flying and firing them at the same time, first you can create a wall in front of you if you want. And any yacht or shuttle will be pushed off by it. Even the Corvettes have a hard time aiming at you while that's happening. But now that doesn't matter so much because it can't hurt me anyway. But if anybody's chasing you, they're dead. And then if you stare into that light for too long, your eyes will start to hurt. Especially if you wear contact lenses. Another good reason not to make plasma flak big explosion radius cannons. Just make plasma with rapid fire. Don't add explosion radius, which means you can't add flak. They'll do a shit ton more damage. The defensive attribute of using the flak with big explosion radius goes away at this point in the game. But it's still fun. That's why I do it. It's just fun. It's the only real reason to do it at this point, because I'm losing a lot of damage here. Now, the two spinal weapons, they don't have flak or explosion radius, so that's why their damage is about as high as it's going to get. I could try to make them better, but they wouldn't be as... They're more optimized than anything else on the ship as far as their position. I could also get rid of... These are all 2-point weapons. I could get rid of my 2 up front and make all the side guns 3, because I don't need point defense anymore either. Missiles don't mean shit to me. I've never been in a situation where I was taking damage. I was taking critical damage because of missiles. See, they just disintegrate. And these are the Gold Star Hunter missiles. It's these guys throwing these missiles at me. They don't do shit. If 50 of them were doing the same thing at the same time with these missiles, it wouldn't do anything. So you don't need point defense. You don't need explosion radius. You don't need flak. And doing that, you can dress this thing up all across the sides. Now I ignore these 2 hard points, and in the future I'll ignore these 2 as well. And it will just be the broadsides that have the multi-barrel, and then the 2 forward guns that have multi-barrel, and the 2 spinals. And if you do that, you hit 50 out of 1. And then if you really wanted to, you could go back to these and make... I don't think you could make quarter-point weapons, but you could put half-point weapons on the front or the back, just for shits and giggles. But they couldn't be plasma because it's heavy mount. Minimum 1 space if you make it point defense. Excellent. Any more questions? I'm, as always, open to answering any questions people might have. I know I just threw a fuck ton of information out, and the average person, based on the way I was presenting it and the speed I was presenting it, which was poorly, by the way, is what I'm saying. I did a poor job presenting a lot of that. But it was a lot of info. There's a good chance you'll be lucky to retain 10 or 20% of it, so feel free to ask questions now, later, Discord, other people. We're all here to help. One big happy family. I'll drop the Discord link again in case anybody missed it. Please don't die, the Rotario. Are you dying laughing? Ziggy is pretty funny, especially when you use something that it's already got, an obnoxious... Um, so there's no floor on your negative reputation, and these fleets scale infinitely with that reputation. There will be more quote unquote endgame stuff, but I never put a bow on it and call it a day. There's always a chance that I'll come back and do it again. I might play other profiles and do other things, but there's never been a point where I'm just like, I don't ever want to touch that one again because I did everything. There's some where I don't ever want to touch them again because of, you know, a perk or something that I didn't want to get and I was testing something or but there's never an end game point where it feels complete, you know what I mean? There's always a chance. I had a 100-hour profile. This one's at like 45. And early access profile, that was the negative 400,000. About 100 hours. So as far as what I would call done, it's not done until you're done with it. And there's more to come, so... so it's kind of the same, except that mining speed, if you get a mining speed buff, that's for every weapon. Yeah, or ramming. It's for anything that does damage. If you turn on collision damage and bump into it, it's going to hit them for more. It's mining speed is any weapon, and I mine with green core lasers. I don't use mining lasers in late game, so that's still a relevant buff. Where mining laser bonus is only applicable to mining lasers. And some traits buff mining lasers where some buff mining speed. So it's just a matter of, are you still mining with mining lasers or with something else entirely? But that's really the only difference. I have not crafted the new Vangi Dreadnought yet, but I do have a profile that is working towards becoming, or that is indoctrinated and working towards getting that unlocked. I started it, I was going to do more with this one first, but because of the spinal mount bug that gets fixed tomorrow, I decided that today would be a good day to start on that profile. But I also wanted to demonstrate the Zeus a little bit, just to kind of show what late game Dreadnoughts can do. And I mean, I've had just as much fun doing this in a Titan, a Sanctuary, a Dominance. You don't have to have Zeus or V6 to enjoy this level of in-game. Again, I'm using my NPC, which has a reputation adjustment of plus 40%. So if I shoot a ship that would have been minus 100 Vangi rep, now it's 140. And then also the social skill, which is 45%. So you can actually slow this progression down on, which means that the fleets won't grow as fast, and you'll get the same drops. You'll get the same loot drops, and the fleets won't grow as fast, so they're not as difficult. And even if you don't do that, you can still manage this kind of in-game play. I mean, I've been doing this without my spinal guns. You can imagine if I had my spinal guns and my gunners were targeting their repair ships properly, which is also coming soon, that this would be going a lot faster. You do not need a Zeus or a V6 Dreadnought. I've done it in Achilles, I've done it in a Claymore. Now, when you get to a white tier cruiser, you're pushing it. You have to be quick on the barrier, quick on the cloak. You cannot ever make a mistake, and you have to be like, you have to be on your shit. You would never want to do it in a Nebula. When I get to negative 600,000, I probably won't be doing this in a Nebula because I want to see them coming way ahead of time. I want that full radar range. But theoretically, you can get pretty far with a Claymore doing this. Cerberus is beautiful, and ramming absolutely still helps. It helps if you put the buffs to it. I forget what that item's called. I think it's just a RAM booster or something like that. But you'll want to use that. You'll want to find one in orange if you can. Nice. Good morning. Impact booster, that's the one. Yeah, the Cerberus can absolutely tank these fleets. It's got big, beefy weapon capacity and full coverage all the way around. It's a little weaker to the battleships, but it can still handle them because it has 4 forward hard points. It can just handle it. You don't have to have spinal mounts to do what I'm doing. I'm not using mine. I'm technically, it says 50, I'm using 30 weapon capacity. Granted, that's across triple barrels, which you're not going to get on the Cerberus, but you'll get your full capacity. It's like almost 50 at full capacity when you have nano components, right? I forget what the Cerberus base weapon capacity is, but it's high. And having 4 forward hard points on it, it's pretty beastly. The main thing is balancing, it's getting the equipment, the shields and chargers, and balancing it for what's coming at you. That's the thing that really have to do properly. But again, a Titan can handle these fleets probably to 400,000. I don't know how that's going to go with when the Vanguard Dreadnought comes in. It should be able to handle it, but we'll have to wait and see. It's not just about survivability, right? Like, if you can't get a kill, then what good is surviving these fleets if you can't actually get any kills? So that's on the list of things we have to wait and see. Wow. I was late on my barriers, so they got my shield to drop, and it's actually struggling to get back up. I'm impressed. Of course, a lot of my own explosions are happening next to my ship, so I'm in my own way. Again, that's why you don't do what I'm doing unless you actually are ready for how much you're going to damage yourself. But plasma cannons with AoE, explosion radius, they will hurt you. You hurt yourself with them. It's a way of life. So when you make them, got an orange small missile launcher from a quest. Hey, I mean, I keep my orange large lateral thrusters, and I don't even use lateral thrusters in general. But they're orange, so I can't just replace them. I can't just craft them or buy them, so I won't throw them away. Now, if I had like 1,000 of them, I might, just because that might help performance a little bit. If I actually ran into a performance hiccup, but even back in the day before some of his optimization updates, when I had negative 400,000 rep, the fleets would warp in and your frame rate would tank for a second, but it would come right back. Having the fleets in the system wasn't that big a deal. It was just the system rolling them all. And I was like, I talked to him, I was like, so all you have to really do is have it wait longer from the time that it starts rolling them before it actually warps them in. Just don't have it do all the calculations at once. Just make it sequential. And he's like, I'm doing that, of course. I'm like, yeah, of course you are. But that was the solution, obviously. And it's really not that big of a performance hit. To demonstrate that, right? Like, how many ships are flying around in the system. It drops to 70 when I save, it drops to 1 when I save, and then it bounces right back to 60. 85, 93. Firing all my weapons. 45. We got some spinals going. I don't even know what the bottleneck is right now. I always forget. it's probably just memory speed. Because like this is low, this is low. So if you only look at those two, you think, well, why is my frame rate tanked? It's not hot, it's not drawing any power. It's probably my RAM speed, or VRAM speed, or the drive itself. This is on an NVMe, M.2 NVMe, but it's not like the best one. It's not like a Samsung Evo, but it's an Intel 670, I think. So I'm gonna go with, I build computers, but that's a lot easier than learning everything about how to specifically identify a bottleneck. But if I had to take a shot in the dark, I'd say that somewhere between RAM speed and the drive speed is probably where I'm losing stuff. Because some of the hits come in when things change, and some of the hits come in just from things already existing moving around, which to me says it could be a little bit of both. I would lead more towards RAM speed, honestly. Just my system's ability to move data on and off of the... Because, again, the CPU is fine. The graphics card is bored silly. We're at 1440 Ultra. Oh, that'd be funny. What if all my performance issues were... Well, see, and that's another thing, is I don't know... I think it's different with different games if actually turning off the audio actually stops the audio from being processed. That would be an interesting thing to ask the developer. I would assume it depends on the game and how it was made. But it could actually just be something inherent to Windows that I'm not aware of. Yeah. Well, my Streambox, I have a separate computer as a Streambox. It's 2600X with a capture card in it. So it's like... that system shows very little resource use ever. I hate when shit like that happens. At least it's easier to fix than it was like in the 80s and 90s though, you know? Back then it's like they'd have to send you a disk or tell you how to modify the code yourself. And not every game you could just modify openly. But for that you could, in the 90s, you know, if you had a bugged sound file, you would just go and delete the sound file from the folder, right? 27, 26. Yeah, see, it drops down. I get performance hits on the warp in. It's a little laggy. You can kind of see it's a little laggy, but it's you have to really look at it to notice. You almost have to know the ship's movement capabilities to notice when it's actually lagging, and you almost have to be the one controlling it, but I think it might actually be observable for you guys. You might actually be able to tell, I don't know. Shit, I remember the original Warcraft 2. So their anti-piracy on that game was that you just had to have the disc in your CD-ROM when you turned it on, but like it was only to be detected. Nothing was actually coming off of the CD hardly except for the music. And what you could do to bypass that. What you could do to bypass that was to copy the disc, and you didn't have to use an imaging tool, you didn't have to mount anything, you didn't have to do anything special. You literally just open the drive folder, right click, I don't even know if you could right-click and copy back then, but whatever. You copy the folder uh, to your hard drive, and then you go into the actual installation on your hard drive, and there's a file that when you install the game, the file stores the location, the drive path of your CD-ROM, and so you can just change that to your C drive and whatever folder you put the CD copy into, and play the game without the disc. And I figured this out. I was like, I don't know, like 12, 11 or 12, and I was just like, what if I was just in the game files one day, just opening random shit, and I was like, oh, that's how it does that. I wonder if it would just let me do this. I wasn't trying to pirate the game. I wasn't going to let somebody borrow it or anything. I just wondered if it would work, and it did. But by the time the BattleNet edition came around, it did not work anymore. And then Diablo 2, you sure fucking could not do that. So I was clearly not the only person that figured that out, which of course I wasn't. It was pretty obvious. If a 12-year-old jackass could figure it out, then other people figured it out. And then CD burners came around, and then they had ways to prevent the anti-piracy from being copied on a CD burner. So around and round it goes. I'm not into pirating games. I mean, I would be annoyed if somebody stole this game because it's an indie developer, especially a solo guy, especially someone who, you know, it's like basically his income source. But if it was something like a big company game from a company that was shitty to people, like Blizzard, that has a track record of being dicks to people, I wouldn't say, hey, you should steal from them, but I wouldn't really think that you're a bad person for it. You wouldn't get any negative points in my book. But stealing this game I would definitely frown on. Like, ask, you know, maybe it'll go on sale soon, or somebody will buy you a copy, who knows. I would rather somebody be rude enough to ask that somebody buy them a game, rather than just steal it. You know? I think that would be the lesser of two. And asking people to buy you a game, or at least help you buy it, it's like, you never know, maybe somebody's feeling generous. I have given away keys in the past, but I don't have any left. I am not encouraging anyone to break the law. I am not saying that it's okay for anyone to break the law. I'm just saying that I personally would not judge you as a human being for stealing from Blizzard. I recognize that it's a crime and would tell you, actually, you shouldn't do it because you might get in trouble. But as an ethical, moral question, that's between you and God. Yep. Pretty much. I've also given keys to other streamers who might not have otherwise had access to it. You know, like if they're not affiliated or partnered and they're not making money, or they're at least not making enough money to sustain it, and it's just like, hey, I know this game's early access, so it's like, you know, you might not have the money to spend on it, or maybe you do have the money and you just don't think it's worth the risk, but I think based on your channel, based on the streams I've seen, I think you'd like it, so here, have it. And I bought it for friends because same thing, I think they'd like it, but they wouldn't necessarily go out of their way to take the chance on it. Yeah, there was definitely a time when pirating games was a very different thing. Like, You know, maybe it's only available on a format that you can't get, and you're able to download a copy, but, you know. But even back then, there was an address that you could mail a check to, or even an envelope full of cash. You could mail it to the development office and say, look, there was no legitimate way for me to get your game. Like, maybe it's illegal, you know, it's illegal in my country or something like that. But I pirated a copy and here's the money. Okay, yeah, that person technically broke the law, kinda, maybe, sorta, but that's none of my business. That's between them and the dev, and if you're religious, that's between you and your God. It's got nothing to do with me. I don't encourage, again, I'm not encouraging anyone to break any laws, but as a moral or ethical stance, I would not judge that person negatively. There's a game out there called Excelsior Phase 1 Lysandia. It's basically like an early clone of the original old Ultima game where your character is an outline of a single color and he's doing this for animation, and like it's turn-based as you move around. That guy distributed the entire game for free. The entire game. All of it. And it would tell you in the game, like, hey, like, every once in a while you'd run into an NPC who would be like, hey, don't forget you're playing a shareware version. You know, if you like it, you know, consider buying it. If not, you know, have fun, I guess, whatever. It wasn't even pushy about it. It was like really tongue-in-cheek, really silly, really funny. But if you did buy the game, they would send you this book that would make sure that you knew all the secrets of the game if you wanted to. So you could like make sure to get the full experience. So if you didn't pay for it, there was always a chance that you would miss something. Even if you went to, back then you could go to bulletin boards, but nobody's typing up or scanning in that whole thing, you know. In 1992, people weren't taking the time. It was a thick book and a fairly big game. If you're really good at the puzzles and stuff, you could get through it pretty quickly, but you know, there weren't good strategy guides online that were fully comprehensive until like the 2000s, like 10 years later. So hopefully they made their money back, and I bet you could still mail them a check, and I don't know if they have any copies of the book left, but I bet they have a digital copy they'd send you. But you could also probably just pirate the digital copy, which would be unfortunate, but I'm sure you can. But yeah, they distributed the full game, and it would just every once in a while gently remind you, like, you know, you could send us $10 if you want. It wasn't like $50, you know, it was like, I think it was $10 or $15, and they made a sequel, and it was pretty much the same thing. The whole game was available for free. The idea being that if it was free, that people would try it, and it was the same with shareware, you know, like, you could always download the first chapter of the original Doom game for free and try it, but it was really ballsy to put the whole game out there. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying, is like, this wasn't your average shareware. They put the whole game out as shareware, the full version of it. You could play, beat the game, get the ending, know the story, the whole routine. Nothing was left out. At least that's what they claim. But they would send you an official disc copy of the game and the guidebook for it, and I'm sure there was a thank you letter, because it was a labor of love project, you know. They did it because they wanted to. Nobody was twisting their arm to make the game. They were an indie developer. If I remember correctly, it was 3 people that worked on the game. And, you know, one of them was like, did the artwork, which probably took a week. And then the other 2 did the programming and the story, which obviously would have taken a lot longer. Wow, somebody's got Vulcan on me. Or did they drop my shields at one point and I didn't notice? Yeah, now we're at 20 frames per second, so we're just getting clutter at this point. I bet... That went up to 30, okay. Yeah, floating numbers does take a little bit because it has to keep that number long enough to put it on the screen, which is the tiniest fraction of a second, but when it's this many of them, it's still doing the same calculations, I hope. It's not ripping me off just because I'm not looking. Could lie to you either way. And I used to buy a lot Software Vault CDs that would have just enough full versions of software to be legal for them to charge money for, but then it would have like 100 or 1,000 shareware games on it that were just free add-ons to it. So you could get like, you know, random productivity stuff, but then like a crap ton of games. And some of them would have like, it would have the first episode of Doom, but then it would have like 1,000 player-made levels that got circulated. Yeah, exactly. If you knew how to get into the game and rewrite it, you could usually get around it. Some anti-piracy was like, there was a game called Stunts, which was a racing game, early polygon racing game. You could make custom tracks in it, and it had this insanely robust track editor, which was ridiculous. It was a Broderbund game. It was ridiculous for its time to have that much customization. Very few games would go to that much trouble, but it was basically the track editor that they used to make the existing in-game maps. And we're talking like objects like scenery and different track surfaces. There was like dirt and ice and paved road and something else and regular grass that you could make people drive through. And the only anti-piracy that it had was that you had to have the manual, because as soon as you start the first race, it would stop, it would pause before the countdown comes on and say, what's the third word of the fourth line of the second paragraph on the 5th page in the game manual? And you would have a certain amount of time to type it in, and if you missed the timer or didn't do it fast enough or typed in the wrong word or just tried to ignore it, then your car would crash. Not the game, but your car would crash into nothing. Like, it would just show your windshield break, which was what it did when your car wrecked into something. But it would just happen while your car is sitting there on the open road and take you back to the menu. And you could try as many times as you wanted to get back into it. And maybe like 1 in a million, you could just randomly guess the word. But it wasn't going to be like the word the or the word at, you know. It was going to be something a little more specific, uncommon. Exactly. And yeah, some games would make you do it multiple times throughout the game so that you couldn't just pass the manual around to your friends. And if you wanted to do, you still technically could, but it would be tedious and painful to do. It would take time. Oh, I don't remember that. Monkey Island? Hang on, I kind of want to see this. I've found the history of anti-piracy software to be pretty funny. Because a lot of it is creative and odd. Dial a Pirate, Code Wheel Online. The best way to stop game piracy is with silly pirate heads. Yeah, I heard somebody mentioned that the other day. It might have been on it was on somebody else's channel. It might have been Chat with This Name. I think they were talking about the same thing. But somebody was talking about that where I heard somebody where it's like you're playing a game that simulates being a software company, and if you pirated the game that simulates being a software company, then your software company in the game would suffer excessive amounts of piracy to the point that you basically wouldn't be able to continue playing. It would compound. It would cascade to the point where there was nothing within the game system that would allow you to make enough money to overcome it. And so it was just like, Oh, you think software piracy's funny, do ya? How funny is it now, asshole? I thought that was brilliant. Like, of course, that's the right way to do that, is to make it ironic and painful. Ah, that was an applaudable moment for sure. Oh, okay. So the pirate wheel for Monkey Island is, it looks like if I'm reading this right, then it would be like it's a wheel over a disc. And the wheel has the bottom half of a bunch of faces. The disc has the top half, and you have to turn it to the right position to get the right face to top to bottom. And then I guess what you have to click on that combination out of a list, or is it the number? But I kind of see where they're going with it. It's like a decoder ring, like the old school Dick Tracy decoder rings from the 40s. And I was it the 40s? God, I don't remember. It's a long time ago. But like it went with the Dick Tracy radio show where they read a code and you use the ring to line up based on what alignment it was. Oh, you type the number. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see there's numbers on it. 1710, 1725, Barbados, Antigua. That's clever. That's clever. I mean, the problem is, you know, a lot of people had siblings or children that would destroy things like that. But I imagine if you if you took a picture and had it developed of your destroyed pirate wheel and sent it to the developers, they might be inclined to send you a new one. You might have to pay postage or a couple of dollars, but if you at least show them like, hey, I actually had one, it's just not usable anymore. Can you help me out? Like, I'm not trying to dick you over. I'm not trying to lie to you like, oh, I just need a replacement wheel. And it's like, yeah, because you pirated it. It's not a replacement. But if you could actually prove that, you know, you had one, you had a real one at one point. It's pretty brilliant. It's pretty creative. Unfortunately, a lot of the anti-piracies were very much fragile like that. Even the regular Nintendo. You remember how people used to like blow in their Nintendo cartridges because they thought it was dusty and that's why their game wasn't working? So they blow in the cartridge and they blow in the Nintendo because they thought it was just dirty contacts. That's not why games stopped working. The anti-piracy was too sensitive, but also wore out really fast and just stopped working to the point that everything threw up a false positive. And if you tried enough times, it would eventually, like, you could get it to click over and it would work, but it had, like, almost never had anything to actually do with dust or dirt or damaged contacts. Blowing in your video games basically never did anything. If you wipe the contacts off with a Q-tip, you're done. Unless you actually spill something on it. But if it's just dust, you wipe it off and you're done. That's it. And it's the funniest thing because I remember how crazy some of my friends would get. But some of us figured out if you just pop the game up and down and then cycle the power button a few times, it would usually start working. And it was because their anti-piracy was so strict and yet at the same time so fragile that it would just wear out and legit games just wouldn't be able to pass the test anymore. It was a chip and a chip, you know, and they were really hard chips. Like there's videos about people talking about what it was like for a lot of the pirate companies to try to decode and reverse engineer these chips in the Nintendos. Yeah, exactly. An eraser, a Q-tip. It was just a dirty contact. But 99% of the time, that's not what was causing the failures. It was just the anti-piracy. Like, people have dug their old Nintendos that stopped working, but they never threw it away because they were going to fix it one day. They'd pull it out, and they'd be like, oh yeah, the anti-piracy chip is just fucked. That's all it is. It's an integrated circuit chip that's in the games. I believe there's one in the game cartridges and one in the console, so that you couldn't play pirated games on a legit console, and you also couldn't play legit games on a fake console. It basically made it impossible to do either one, and it was actually really difficult for people to reverse engineer the chip, even when they had X-rays or disassembled them and understood how the chip worked. There were still parts of it that were impossible to decode. Like there was no way you could interface it to know what was on it. You could, and in today's world, you could hook that chip up to a really powerful computer, and it would run enough cycles of trial and error that it would eventually reverse engineer it. But back then, nobody had a computer strong enough. Well, somebody did. You know, there were probably supercomputers that could have done it, but software pirate companies didn't have access to those computers, and no one was going to let them use it for that. So it was actually one of, if it didn't wear out so easily, it would have been perfect. Have you tried buying it? Yeah, exactly. Like the only way that you would get a specific, there were bugs that the only way you would get it is if you had a pirated copy. Exactly. And it's funny because basically that means that people are accidentally ratting themselves out. Which is just fucking brilliant. It's a great way to go about it as well. Oh look, an asteroid got blasted on accident somewhere. Holy shit. I mean, it's what you get for being a pirate, right? I'm sure everybody's stolen something once in their life, and if you felt bad enough, then it makes you that much more it makes you that much more satisfied when somebody who steals something like that gets their comeuppance. It's like, yeah, I stole a candy bar when I was a kid, got away with it, never got in trouble, nobody ever knew, felt horrible. But seeing that there's companies out there doing a good job of protecting themselves and calling out these people. Whoa! Shit. I was looking away and I just heard that. I can't believe I had time to come back to that. Holy crap. I didn't turn my shields down because I'm gonna dock. And they're all gonna fly away. That was close. I haven't saved since I picked up this combat mod. That would have been disappointing. I was being way too cocky. But now I have another combat mod on. We'll just save it again just in case. 143. There's really not much to get rid of here. I guess I could take the warp mod off to put the heatsink back on. I don't need the warp mod. I'm not going anywhere. That was close. Surprise, brrr. Oh yeah, I mean, there's always a chance. That was the thing. That was why there's so many different kinds of anti-piracy, because false positives, the first most important thing for anti-piracy is anti-piracy. The second most important thing for anti-piracy is not throwing false positives to where a legitimate purchaser would have a problem. But there was always a way, like losing your pirate wheel for Monkey Island. Oops. Technically, that's a false positive, because now you don't have the key to your anti-piracy. Or it's at least the equivalent. If you're not willing to call it a false positive, it's the equivalent to a false positive. The outcome is the same. So... Oh, the game is called They Are Billions. Yeah, okay. I was trying to read that sentence over and over again, and I'm like, huh? Huh? What? Wait, what? So the game is called They Are Billions, and so yeah, something that can't happen or shouldn't happen is something that's intended to be impossible to occur in a legitimate copy, and then they go complain about it, and it's just like, well, guess who's not getting any help, and you're banned from the forum. Would you like to try buying the game, maybe? Okay, so to undock here, you just hit G1, drop shields for permanent power, and that's it. They're still trying to swarm me, but it's not going to work. Now that I'm not docked, they'll actually kind of fly away a little bit more, but eventually if you don't kill them, the system starts to fill up to the point where you can't isolate one to kill it. You'll reach a critical point, and at that point you just want to go collect your loot and make sure that you're not missing any loot, which is why you don't want to use the biggest systems. Hey, wait till enemies have dreadnoughts, and wait till enemies can cloak. It's gonna get pretty wild. Pinged. How did you add time fuse to the plasma core? Oh, to add time fuse to a plasma core, you have to add at least one explosive. Okay. Silver Zorork, are you in the stream? Well, even if they're not, if anybody's wondering, so my weapons, I showed the recipe earlier. I'm sure not everybody was here for that. So if you just add a plasma core, the time fuse that adds the flak trait is grayed out because it's a detonation fuse. If your weapon's not explosive, it doesn't have a fuse, right? So you have to add at least one explosive, and then you can add time fuse. So if you really want that flak, but you don't want to blow yourself up all the time, just put one on. Explosion radius 4 is nothing. It's tiny. But honestly, you're better off just not doing that. But it's fun. Do it. You should do it. It's fun, but technically damage-wise, you're better off not doing it because you're safer. Your fleet ships will not be forced to warp out because of you, and it'll definitely do more DPS in general because when you use the explosive flak, big ships aren't pushed back by it, so more DPS is still better. Small ships are pushed back by it, so even though you get that area effect, with these fleets, you want to kill one ship at a time to reduce damage. That's why even with big ships that don't get pushed back, it's still better to have it focused without AoE because you'll kill one ship faster at a time, which is always preferable, in my opinion. But with small ships, they get knocked back, so you're not going to keep hitting them. Eventually, it pushes them out of range, and so the DPS drop from it being AoE. Oh look, I got a glitch. My turrets are visible. Time for a screenshot. Oh, I didn't have to go anywhere for that relic. So with small ships, it bounces them around too much, which prevents them from hitting you as much, but it also prevents you from hitting them as much. So, again, flak is fun, but non-flak, non-explosive is much better at killing. So that's my 2 cents on that. Reasons to use flak if that's the case. Small ship versus small ship. You just don't want to miss and not do any damage. It just helps to ensure that you'll do some damage to a target rather than none, which is really good for soft targets. There's no soft targets in what I'm doing here. But versus soft targets, it helps to ensure like really fast, fragile targets. It helps to ensure that you'll do some damage even if they're jumping around all over the place. So that's what flak is for, or that's what time fuse is for. You can use time fuse on missiles. You can use it on regular cannons. Um, shit, I think you can even use it on railguns if you add the again if you have to add the explosive factor, the explosive trait. No, no time fuse on railguns. Obviously, quantum pulse you don't get time fuse because it's local anyway. You can't tell it to explode somewhere else because it only explodes in one place already. I mean, you can. If you can sustain your own damage. But when you get to this point, if you can take it, they probably can too. If it's damaging them, it's probably damaging you. And if it's not damaging them, it's probably not damaging you. So my only point is that once you get to this point in the game against these enemies, flak loses its usefulness. But again, still fun. Although they are good for mining. It is good for mining because rocks are those soft targets that you're looking for. So there's that. Oh shit. Oh, I'm finally tired. Yay, I'm finally tired. Playing games until I'm tired enough to go to sleep. Hell yeah. Man, that was a good stream. I had a lot of fun. We got some stuff done. Got our fleet. My words are just coming out in salad, man. Whew. We got our reputation for the hunter fleets lower for this one. We got some progress towards the V6. Tomorrow we have the update to look forward to that will fix the spinal mounts on the Dreadnought, on the Zeus. Phew. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Of course, thanks to Lios, the developer, for an awesome game. Wow. I'm so goddamn tired. I can't think straight. Thanks to everyone. Take it easy. Have a good night. And I'll probably be back on Wednesday for a short stream. And again, streams are typically uploaded to YouTube within a few days. So good night, everyone. Have a great time. Go play some Star Valor.